Oh, hey, everybody. Welcome back to another episode of Trust the Science.
You've really committed to this Titanic song, man.
I'm being joined by my amazing, beautiful co-host, Bob.
Aw.
How's it going, Bob?
I'm good. Dark in the chat is also really good. He's allegedly has 60 milligrams of edibles, so he's probably listening to us from outside the space-time continuum.
That's interesting. Thank you for joining us.
On your quest.
Thank you for joining us, people. Watch us attempt to fill in some of the blanks of this sci-fi nightmare. Welcome to this insidious fall from grace. This is Trust the Science.
You sounded so cheerful.
We have to be cheerful sometimes in this world, people. I wish I had my bleep button so I can curse.
I am very glad you don't have your beep button.
I don't give a bleep!
Oh, great. So you're going to just become your own bleep button.
It doesn't sound as good without the actual real bleep.
Fantastic.
All right. Okay.
We've got Never Sobers in the chat. We've got Juan Rambo in the chat. We've got Sentient Flapjack. Sentient Flapjack looks to be over-caffeinated. I don't think there's that many O's in my name, but okay. I'll take it.
All right. All right, people. So, sorry we're a bit late. We're a little bit late. Bob was very busy today. I was very busy. But we're here. And I just got water. And a White Claw. Because I'm gay.
My work day started yesterday at 7:30 a.m. and except for about, I don't know, what would you say, 3 hours? It has essentially continued until 7 p.m. today. So it is technically my fault we're late.
All right, people. So, 1 second. All right, so this episode is about many different things, people. In order for us to allow you to understand what we're going to be doing here, which is going to be a lot of speculation and a lot of facts as well. We're going to be reading people. We're going to be looking at... we're going to be doing a little bit of numerology. We're going to be doing all kinds of stuff on this stream, people. But the title of the stream is The Bad Omen. So, okay, so we're going to go and we're going to do a little... what would you call it, Bob? A little bit of a dictionary action going on here, if you know what I mean.
We're going to do a vocabulary lesson.
Yeah, but I guess. Okay. All right, Bob, you want to read this? This is, people, this is what a bad omen is.
A bad omen is a sign, either real or imagined, of ill fortune or catastrophe in the future. It refers to an event or occurrence that is seen as a warning of future misfortune or trouble. For example, many people believe that a broken mirror is an omen of bad luck.
Okay, so what I would say that this omen is of bad luck is one of them is Elon Musk now having a place in our government. Elon Musk is a globalist. He's a globalist. He's what do you call? Would you call him a technocrat, Bob?
He has aspirations.
Is that
of
the
being
word
a technocrat? For it? I don't think he actually. His father would be more of a technocrat.
Yes. Okay, so can you explain what a technocrat is?
Somebody who essentially has been able to buy their way into positions of power. So his father is South African and he owns an emerald mine and he has made a lot of money doing that, which is questionable in its own right. And through that inherited wealth, Elon Musk has been able to invest that money somewhat wisely and has been able to pay to play in political spheres as a result.
All right, so I feel like he kind of is a technocrat because he's like a billionaire hipster. Like he took his daddy's money, and that's really the reason he is anything, because he probably had what do you call them, financial planners.
Yeah,
like people that basically told him where to invest his money, and then it just kind of worked out for him, and now he plays the TV fake genius.
But that's why I think in some ways he isn't that, because it's not under his own steam. He has enough money to solicit the advice and guidance of very talented financial advisors and very talented accountants and such.
Yes.
But he himself, as in all of his businesses, is not actually the generative person. He is not coming up with the ideas.
Yes.
He's not coming up with the solutions and the strategies and implementing them. Other people are, and much like Bill Gates, he's just there bankrolling the operation.
Okay. All right, so what we're going to be talking about on this stream, people, is the future, people. What's coming down the line in the very immediate future? We're talking about within the next 6 years. It's already here today. In a lot of ways, this episode is actually kind of like a sequel to the previous episode, because in the last episode, I ended off with a prediction of what was coming, and coming off the election, I knew that. Before the election, I had a prediction that something was going to happen. A supposed, climate event. It didn't happen yet. And then I thought, they're probably going to wait to the end of the election. And I was right. They did wait to the end of the election. This is what I said at the end of that episode. It's a new episodes of everything. We got all kinds of stuff going on this channel, people. This is Trust the Science. And watch the skies. Because soon... Because this is an agenda, people. This is an agenda. This is the green move. This is us going towards the industrialization of everything, including your food. So watch the skies, because the smoke is coming soon, especially freezing in the comments. I predict the smoke is coming soon. We are going into the 4th Industrial Revolution. We're going to need to be vigilant. Remember, people, have yourselves a good night. See you later.
Good night.
All right, people. So the smoke did come. It came right after the election. We have ourselves a lot of smoke in very odd places. No Diddy.
We've got a Thunderdome in the chat. Hello,
all right, what's
sir.
up, Thunderdome? All right, so here we go. We got some smoke over here, people. This is part of their 4th Industrial Revolution. This is what's leading into it. All right, I got to zoom this in, Bob. Can you see that?
My eyes are good. They're not that good, my friend.
I'm zooming it in. I can't see anything. Oh my God! Look, it's via AOL. AOL still got they're still around, Bob.
AOL is in fact still alive.
All right, Bob, you want to read that?
Brooklyn brush fire erupts during one of the most extensive droughts in recent memory in New York. Do you want me to read the article?
No, you don't have to read the whole article. You can read a little bit of it, maybe the very beginning.
Dozens of firefighters with the New York City Fire Department responded to a small brush fire in Brooklyn's Prospect Park, one of many signs that the region's drought continues to intensify. The New York Fire Department launched drones to monitor the blaze and warned that smoke could be problematic for nearby residences. Fire officials did not say what triggered the flames, but the park was open to the public when the fire ignited.
Okay, so people, if you don't know, I've lived in Brooklyn basically my entire life. I lived right next to Prospect Park. This to me is one of the biggest loads of shit I've ever heard of. And this is what they're doing, is they're trying to normalize these wildfires, and they're trying to make it like this shit can just happen anywhere. This is a heavily urban area. Yeah, you see some trees, but right outside of that, if you walk a couple of feet in most of Prospect Park, there's city everywhere around you. Mm-hmm. It's the equivalent of like a massive fire just breaking out in Central Park. And what they're telling us is that this is the product of climate change. And so there was another one, Bob, that happened where? Where was it? Was it in Jersey?
There was fires in New Jersey as well as Pennsylvania. Kind of at the same time. They were all contemporaneous of each other.
You know what I wish? I wish these would all be zoomed. For some reason, it keeps changing and it's not zoomed. All right, so I'm going to be zooming in. Give me 1 second, people.
You need that, like, CSI zoom where it's like they're in outer space and they can zoom in and see, like, the pimple on somebody's nose.
Well, I mean, there's a button to zoom. I just don't know which one it is. All right, so this is their agenda building towards, like I said in our previous episode, the 4th Industrial Revolution. This is what they're doing. They're now building the narrative of the, that all the trees are burning and the planet is dying and it's all the climate. And they're all gonna build this. They're gonna get there through Mr. Trump and his new buddy Elon, who is on board. He's on board. All right, Bob, can you read the headline there?
Coming soon. Climate lockdowns?
Climate lockdowns. Doesn't that sound familiar, people? I was actually told a few years ago by a person who's very well read in this subject, and these people that are doing this to everyone, that they would roll the virus into like a climate thing. They would roll it into basically the Green New Deal. They would roll this virus thing into it. So they've actually already trained you for this. They actually did this when all the smoke from Canada magically, all the trees in Canada were burning, and they sent all the smoke to New York City. They were actually telling people to shelter at home. Isn't it funny, Bob?
I mean, I don't know that I would say it's
don't you think that's a little interesting? That's kind of like convenient?
And it's also, they're using the same language, right? The lockdown is coming back. You're doing it for other people. So it's this like, you're doing it for the greater good, the self-sacrifice, the heroism, the moral superiority you get. So it all feeds into those ideas that your highest value, the best thing that you can do is choose to suspend your own freedom, your freedom to do pretty much anything for the quote unquote greater good, while the people who are telling you to do this are flying around on their private jets and buying beachfront property in Malibu.
Okay.
Because that's reasonable.
And so this is another component of this. This is what they're going to be doing to us throughout definitely over the next 4 years. In many ways, they've been doing this for years now. But now I predict it's going to have a body count coming very soon. Mm-hmm. It's going to be during the Trump presidency. It's going to happen. They're going to do what they did with this virus shit.
Yep.
And this guy is going to once again, most likely, do exactly what they tell him to do.
Mm-hmm. Well, I think that part of the problem with Trump is that he tries to appease. Mm-hmm. And whether he's doing that positively or negatively, like for whatever reason, he does seem to try to appease the party, the public, or at least he did in his first term. It's yet to be determined whether he will do that in his second term. But if he does try to appease again, then we will see more lockdowns and mandates and all this other sundry bullshit.
All right, Bob, you want to read some of this?
I don't know, do I?
Can you please?
Yes, I can. Lefty New York City Comptroller Brad Lander blames Trump for Prospect Park fire. The cognitive dissonance, man.
Yeah, it sounds funny on the surface.
Unhinged.
The guy he has a certain look to him, the guy on the right. All right, you want to read some more of this?
Sure. He didn't start the fire, but don't tell lefty city comptroller and mayoral wannabe Brad Lander, who practically accused President-elect Donald Trump for the brush fire in Prospect Park. Lander on Saturday joined the growing number of far-left polls blaming climate change for wildfires plaguing New Jersey and a brush fire that broke out Friday night in Prospect Park amid a stretch of historically dry weather throughout the Northeast. However, the Democratic socialist and presumptive 2025 mayoral candidate took it a step further, all but accusing Trump and other conservatives of lighting a match and starting the blazes. Let's be clear. These brush fires are because of drought accelerated by climate change, Lander wrote on Facebook. When Trump/MAGA roll back climate action, they are burning down the things we love. We need to fight fiercely and work more creatively than ever to protect them. Good Lord. Lander.
All right, that's good. I think that's good. What's happening, people, is what they're doing is they're politicizing this. They're politicizing it, and they're just like they did with the virus, where the right wingers were like, "Oh, you're evil, and you just won't wear your masks and you won't comply."
You mean the left wingers?
No, the right wingers. Oh. The right wingers were told they're evil and they won't comply.
Okay, got it. I'm sorry.
So what they're going to do with this is they're going to say, "Well, you just won't. Climate action now. Come on, climate action now. We have to do this." And so they have all, they have their carbon tax. They have all these different restrictions they're trying to create. There's a lot of things that are going to come with this that are basically taking away your freedoms.
I think
taking away your freedom.
The best possible action that any person can take is if the government is telling you to do something, go figure out whatever the diametric opposite of that thing is and do that instead. That's what I do. Right. They were like, don't leave your house and put on a mask. I spent more time outside meandering around maskless and fancy free in 2020 through 2020 currently than I did in the preceding years of my life. Because fuck you.
Exactly,
absolutely not.
Exactly. Fuck you. I'm supposed to breathe oxygen, motherfucker. I wish I had a bleep so I didn't have to curse. All right, so look at this. What is this, Bob?
I don't know. What is it?
Mayor Adams issues citywide drought watch. He orders city agencies to develop water conservation plans, urges New Yorkers to start conserving water. So what's funny, Bob, is that a few months ago they were telling us there was extreme flooding in the city, like massive rains, and now they're telling us there's droughts. What? Make up your fucking mind, bro. Can you make up your mind, please?
That was when they still thought Calamity Harris was going to be the president. Now that Trump-a-lumpa ding dong is president, they're like, oh my God, we must pivot to an alternative crisis.
I think he was always supposed to be. He was always supposed to be the president. That's what I think. So there we go. Got a little bit of information here. This is what we're doing, people. I like to show receipts. I don't like to just say things. I like receipts. All right, Bob. This is the most common causes of wildfires. Want to read this?
They're decidedly not wild. Human causes. Human activities near or within forested areas are the #1 cause of forest fires, which should surprise nobody.
Well, I mean, people don't notice. Can you?
Smoking near vegetation can cause a widespread fire when a smoker throws a cigarette into vegetation without completely extinguishing its burning butt. While most smokers throw lit cigarettes innocently, their actions have caused several forest fires throughout history. Some fires may take a few hours before being noticed as the fire starts small and spreads slowly at first before gaining momentum. Yes. Equipment such as machinery used in logging and hunting can also cause fires. Bullets hitting on some dry vegetation may result in fires. Petroleum products used in logging equipment can cause fires when there's a leak onto vegetation, and other causes include campfires that are not well monitored or put off entirely. Electric faults from facilities or electric plants near forests can also cause fires, and in some extreme cases, people have deliberately caused fires during hunting to corner wild animals, while others burn forests to clear the way for agriculture or development activities. Lastly, some people just start fires without any reason. Arson. Up to 90% of forest fires in the U.S. are caused by humans.
All right, people, so look at this. I like at the end it says 90% of fires in the U.S. are caused by humans. I'm going to guess maybe some idiot will come out and say, well, just in the U.S. Everywhere else, it's the climate.
And
we all live under different climates, you know?
I like that they brought in the guns. They're like, hunting causes forest fires.
Actually, you know what's funny today? I actually read a story from the New York Times that's
a mistake.
All right. Well, it was very like indirect in the way that how it was blaming conservatives for the deaths of these two poll workers. Not strippers. I mean, people that work the polls at the voting.
Oh, people died?
Yeah, supposedly.
That's interesting.
Yeah,
How?
They said
What
they
happened?
drowned to death on their way to the polls, two Democrats.
Wait.
And so they said in the story, you know, they laid out this whole story about how they were so sweet and so nice.
Oh, wait.
And
Is that the story you were reading where
Yes.
the people drowned in the,
Yes.
3 inches of floodwater?
they say they drowned. They said it was like a couple of inches of water and somehow they magically drowned. I don't believe most of this shit. I think it's all psyop, most of the shit we read in the newspaper. But they basically, you know, created this like heartwarming story to make you like kind of feel something for these people. And then they kind of like throw in there, you know, like spice. They're all like, oh, they lived in a mostly conservative area, and somehow magically they're the only ones that fucking drowned in like 1 inch of water. And so what they're doing is they're creating like, they're basically, in one way, they're turning like weather into like this evil menace. And then the conservatives are the reason why the evil weather god is killing us. It's actually very comical in a lot of ways.
You know, I've got some ideas. I may or may not have a list if we want to revisit the human sacrifice. I might know some folks who, you know, we could put near that top to make the weather god less angry.
All right, so this is more, they just, since the election, they've been pushing this hardcore because this is their road to their fourth industrial revolution is going to be through all this climate shit. And they're totally not creating it, just so that you know, which is very convenient. Okay, so right now we have a dude who's just New York Post, yo. There's some flooding here. Oh my God, there's
flooding. Why is there somebody in a stretcher?
There's flooding in a city. Who would have thought, right?
Is that Central Park? That looks like Central Park.
It looks like it's near where your parents live for some reason. So basically, that's an underpass, right? And there's a little flooding there. They're pulling a guy out of a car. He's alive. Don't worry. He's all right. His stupid car he's an idiot. And he drove through a giant puddle, which is, you know, happens a lot in the cities because they're prone to flooding. All right.
That man has not had real milk since the inception of the VCR. That's his problem.
Why would you say that? That's so racist.
His bones look brittle from over here.
This is some more hype around the whole
What's up, Mateo?
wildfires, right?
Thunderdome in the comments is saying that he isn't one to look into climate manipulation, but I now know they're doing stuff. Correct. And Dark is saying the last 4 years was a test of who is going to obey and who isn't, in my opinion. Also correct. I am oppositional and also defiant, so we all know where I'm gonna net out.
I mean, like I said in the description for this is their road to their new world. You know that? All right, Bob, you want to read some of these headlines?
Sure. Brush fire in Brooklyn's Prospect Park extinguished. After Prospect Park fire, air quality improves slightly in Brooklyn, but drought, ellipsis. Vagrants may have accidentally started New York City's Prospect Park fire. Light rain doesn't end drought, watch, or brush fire risk. Smoky smell engulfs New York City after fires in Brooklyn and New Jersey. CBS News New Yorker gets closer look at the impact of last week's Prospect Park brush fire.
Never heard of such a thing in my entire life. I've been living in New York my whole life. Never seen such a thing. But I feel like New York City in many ways it's always ground zero for all their globalist trash, isn't it, Bob? Always.
Well, because it's a city that doesn't anymore have a multi-generational population. Most of the people who live in the city are people who have only been there for a few years and are only going to be there for a few years. So you don't have the same level of fight that you would have if it's somebody who's been living in that house or that apartment or whatever, that brownstone for like 6 generations. There's less attachment.
Yes.
So they're more willing and flexible because if they ultimately don't like it, they'll just leave. Like there's no fight in the city.
Is there something? I hope there wasn't something like playing. That would be really bad. I see there's an audio form. You guys hear anything weird? Because I see at the top of my video, there's something looping there. You see this, Bob? And it was blasting. I really hope there wasn't something playing in there this whole time. Sorry, people. I wish somebody would have told me that.
I mean, I think that people are like engaging with what you're saying.
All right, well,
I don't
hopefully
think
that
wasn't
wasn't all messed up since we were going through this. Sorry for anybody if there was some weird audio playing there, because I just looked at my audio form in my stream and I saw there was something looping. All right, Bob, what is this?
It's not large enough for me to read, is what it is.
So I'm going to zoom it in. I have another link here. I've compiled a whole bunch of stuff for the stream, people. All right, so
you have to understand, I was working on a project about macular degeneration, and periodically there were excited utterances from the other end of the office, and you know, shouts about flooding and drowning on the poles. So I am on this experience, this ride, as much as you guys are.
Okay, so what does that say, Bob?
Will climate lockdowns be necessary to fight the climate crisis? And, oh, that's kind of funny. I mean, I think that that's very much on purpose, that they've got the coronavirus stay home, save lives.
Exactly.
Bus
no one
shelter.
notices how convenient that is that they rolled this. They've trained you. They've trained everybody for the coming climate crisis. Because the thing is that what they've been doing for years is they've been blaming these events, these different normal weather events on you. But the problem is they're not deadly enough. So most likely what they're going to try to do is make the sky black. They're going to paint the sky black.
Well,
And I predict that people are they're going to have a body count.
Well, that was actually research that Bill Gates was attempting to fund. I think it's been subsequently scuppered, but they were essentially looking into ways to put an aerosolized particle in the upper atmosphere that would deflect more of the sun's light. And they were considering using a salt. Not like table salt, but an aerosolized, ultra-fine salt-based particles, because salt is a crystal. So salt would refract the light and reflect it back out of our atmosphere, which would de facto cool the planet down.
All right, 1 second, people. I'm testing the audio. When I say that they're gonna paint the sky black, I mean when things burn. You know, smoke goes up in the sky, right? I'm just checking the audio because I saw there was something playing in our stream.
So we've got William Velasquez saying, "Don't forget about Spain." Hello, Will. And we've got Thunderdome saying he had a wild encounter with women at the hair salon. They're not happy. Sir, what are you getting up to out there and wherever it is that you are? But I think most women in hair salons are often unhappy because there's usually poking, prodding, and various degrees of torture being inflicted upon them at those locales.
Okay. Sorry, people. I'm just checking the stream real fast just to see if there was something blasting in there. All right, what do you think of this so far, Bob?
I mean, I think that it's very important to have this conversation so that we can all be on the same page with what's going on. The way to affect change is to have real world conversations with people. You get this fire hose of insanity and fear mongering shoved down your throat every single day in this like 30-second news cycle that's continuously perpetuating this fear. The way to break out of it is turn that off, think critically, and talk to real human beings. Because just like with coronavirus, and I say that in air quotes, when you turned off the TV and you left your house and you went outside, even if you were right smack in the middle of New York City, all of a sudden, the sky was blue and it was a beautiful world. So just don't ever let them make you lose sight of that.
Oh, well, the problem is that you're not going to be able to avoid it. So when they burn these things, your sky is going to be filled with smoke. So you cannot avoid it. What they're going to do is they're going to tell you it's the climate. And that's what I predict is coming soon. They're going to need a big body count in order to sell this agenda, to push it through. They're going to push it through hard, just like they did the virus thing. Okay, so we got bad crypto. Okay, so we've gone on. You guys see the coming climate lockdowns. They've already done it once in New York City. We've seen that they're already doing certain things in parks and highly populated areas, in places that have like basically no trees. People, Prospect Park is in the middle of a heavily urban area. It's like having a little tiny park in the middle of your town where everything is concrete, but somehow magically the little park just burst into flames out of nowhere. It's ridiculous, because if those trees are going to burn, why the fuck won't your house burn, right?
Language, foo.
Why won't your house just burst into flames out of nowhere?
But actually kind of on that same, like, they're telling us before they do it. Will in the comments is saying that there was that series on Netflix, and I think I know which one you're talking about. It was the one where they showed all of these like climate crises, and it was some like apocalyptic end of days thing, and you saw the deer on Roosevelt Island. I think that was like part of it. I don't remember what that series is called, but I do remember that there was a lot of hullabaloo about it because it seemed to be showing things that they were planning for us in our immediate future.
Yes. Okay, people. So we're going to go into some symbolism that's in clear sight, because we're going to need to do this in order for you guys to really understand where we're going with this. Like I said, there's going to be a lot of symbolism, a lot of, in some way, some numerology, and some predictions, but a lot of it is reading between the lines, people, because that's how these people work. Many times you got to read between the lines. All right, Bob. So here we have a picture of a guy. He's very popular.
Yep.
You see that?
I do. I see him.
Okay. So now we're going to look up the meaning. This is what I'm calling the symbolism of hats. That's what this is all called.
Hatalism?
Yes. What'd you say, Bob?
Hatalism.
Yeah, hatalism, basically. All right, so this
or haterology.
is the biblical meaning of gold. Okay, can you read that, Bob?
In the Bible, gold symbolizes God's glory, prosperity, purity, and holiness. White is associated with purity, innocence, honesty, and cleanliness.
Okay, so what do we see here? This is before Trump became president. This is when he was running his campaign, right? Interesting, he has that. Do you see the symbol on the side of his hat, Bob? Isn't that like a snake? I think there's a snake, there's a 10 on there, and there's a... That's the snake, isn't it, with the wings?
No. I'm pretty sure that
Okay,
is...
what is that?
Hold on.
Okay, I could be wrong. Okay,
That's,
it's not the
that's
snake.
not...
No.
That's not the...
It actually, it doesn't matter. The point is...
I'm pretty sure that that's on the seal of the United States. That's the eagle.
Yeah. Yes. So you see the biblical meaning of this, right? Gold and white. Now we're going to look at when he was elected. This is the hat he wore after. It's black and gold. Okay, Bob, can you read the biblical meaning of black and gold? Okay, I'm going to put this up on the screen so people can see it.
In the Bible, black symbolizes sin, death, and judgment, while gold represents divinity, glory, and eternal value.
It's kind of weird that when he's elected, this is the kind of symbols you're seeing now. Now you're seeing black and gold. There's a lot of symbolism I'm seeing in these hats that he's wearing. A lot of them. Okay, we have over here, we have more than one. He put out a lot of these. Okay, 1 second. Make America Great. Once again, black and gold. We have some more hats here. I'm going to show you. This is his buddy, his new buddy, Elon Musk, with the communist fist. That's a communist pose. That's what it's made famous by. Communists.
Yep.
What does he have? He has a hat that is completely gold.
And it's also his left hand.
Yes. But what do you think that would mean? Like, if it means, what does gold symbolize again, Bob?
Glory, divinity.
That was it?
Such. I don't remember.
Well, a king wears a gold crown, right? Is this the guy that's running our government?
I mean, I don't think so.
Well,
I think he definitely has aspirations of that.
They put him in a position of power within our government, and he's dictating all kinds of stuff.
I think that Trump likes to surround himself with a lot of people who are like that. If you recall from his first term, he did that too. Like, it seemed as though everybody in his cabinet and everybody in his inner circle was like almost a caricature of a person. So that seems to be pretty par for the course for him. And if you look at his behavior over time, he tends to surround himself with these like bombastic, kind of ridiculous people. Like, just look at the people that he's been historically friends with. Like, he was BFFs with Michael Jackson, supposedly. I mean, that's not exactly your average run-of-the-mill dude.
All right, so right now you see Joe Biden. He's wearing a Trump hat. He didn't take his hat off and put the Trump hat on. He put the hat over his hat. People think, oh, that's nothing. That doesn't mean anything. The way I see it, is what it is it's sort of like a car. Like, you are not the car, you're in the car, right? And actually, in a lot of ways, you're not kind of like anchored to the car, right? You're not anchored, you're just kind of sitting in there. So you're not secure. The other hat that Joe's wearing is a secure hat. He puts his Trump hat on. So in a way, to me, it seems like Trump's not really driving that car. He's not driving the car. Nothing's really changed. It's just the same plan with a different look. What's underneath is just the same, right? This is just what's on the surface.
So your contention is that Trump is sort of just a facade.
Yes.
For the same old.
We're going forward into the fourth industrial revolution, whether you like it or not. Now we can fight against it, but it's still going in that direction. Mm-hmm. Nothing's changed. Okay? The acceleration of what's supposed to come next is just happening. The wheels are rolling where they're supposed to be going. This doesn't mean that you can't fight against it, but it's going where it's going.
So how do you think people could fight against it?
How could they fight against it? To refuse what's coming. That's all they can do is to refuse it. And along the way, they're going to paint you as the boogeyman. Like the song you hear right now, right? They're going to paint you as the boogeyman. Okay, so we got some more stuff here.
I mean, I think that there's perhaps other ways that they could refuse, right?
Okay, the biggest way to do it is to refuse everything that they force you to do that you do not want to do. All right? So we're going to see more symbolism of the hats. You see here. You see here. This is what they've been wanting to do, right? Look at this. Bob, can you read that headline?
Did Elon Musk really wear a MAGA hat with a Nazi font to Trump's MSG rally?
So here we go, people. I don't know what the hell. My brain's all messed up. Sorry, people. So here we go again, guys. More hat symbolism, right? So he intentionally wore this hat. This is what they do. They're rolling us back into where we were 4 years ago before Joe Biden, right? The prophecy has to come true. This is what's going to drive us towards that, towards that fourth industrial revolution. I have something here. I have to read it. I think, 1 second. I wrote something for this. I might have it in a different section. All right, I have it here. It says, I said the right are the only party that will stand in the way of this agenda. So the beasts have to weaponize them and discredit them, turn them into the Nazis in the public eye. Trump and Musk help push this narrative by pushing out the gays and the immigrants that the left put there to fulfill the agenda / public vision. So what I mean by that is the left are the ones that did this. They're the ones that flooded the country with the immigrants and all this stuff. And they hyped up the gays and they hyped up the immigration and all that. And so when Trump comes in, all he does is blow over all the little props that they put there intentionally so that the right get that image of the Nazi. They're fulfilling the image just like they did in the 1930s, right, Bob? Of the evil racists who just hate gays and all this stuff, right? This is what they're going to do. And as Trump is doing this, they're going to paint him as a racist and a this and a that and all those other things in order to discredit the conservative. Because they have to discredit the conservative and destroy them and weaponize them in order to bring in the fourth industrial revolution. So what we're going to see is constantly we're going to see this kind of stuff. We're going to see the Nazis. He's a Nazi. That's a Nazi. That's a Nazi font. All that. And these guys, the Trump and the Musks, have no problem with that because they're part of the fourth industrial revolution. That revolution serves them. You know who it doesn't serve? You. It doesn't serve you because you're the one who's going to lose. You see this guy Musk coming here, hopping up and down on the stage. Oh, yeah, guys, the future's going to be great. This motherfucker's already a multi-billionaire. Do you guys think he's Jesus or something? Like he really gives a fuck about your life and how happy you are and how rich you are? You don't give a shit. This is the same guy that is literally creating technologies to replace you with AI. The future that Klaus Schwab told you about, the one where you own nothing and you're happy, is the one that Elon Musk is bringing in through AI and automation, replacing you with automation. So if he loved you, why wouldn't he bring more jobs, not less jobs? And we're going to go over that. I have a bunch of stuff to talk about over here. What do you think of that, Bob?
I mean, I think that it's true, but in many ways, it's also very short-sighted, right? Because you can have all the robots in the world, you can have all the AI in the world, but a machine is only as smart as the people who made it. And the more you denigrate and debase the people making it, the more you devalue them, ultimately, the lesser quality your product will be.
This is coming, people. It's coming down the line, and over this stream, we're gonna go over all. We're gonna have to go over as much of it as I can. All right. So now we're gonna look at the number under Joe Biden's hat. This is still we're still talking about the symbolism of the hats. Okay. Listen to what Joe Biden says here, because to me it's quite chilling. It's actually kind of scary what he says here. There we go.
Oh, sure, I'll go.
Huh?
Yeah.
You remember your name?
I don't remember my name. I'm slow.
So you see what Joe Biden does here, right? I don't remember my name. I'm slow. Just so that people know, his role within the government was to act as a fool, as an idiot. That was his role, and he played it well.
And notice his stutter's gone.
And look what he says here. I'm an idiot. This was staged for the media this here. This is telling you something. This section also, and I have another section of the stream that's going to be about things hidden in plain sight. We're going to watch this. We're going to read into it.
Oh, sure, I'll go.
Huh?
Yeah.
You remember your name?
I don't remember my name. I'm slow.
You're an old part.
Yeah, I know, man. I'm an old guy.
And you're an old part, right?
I know you would know about that.
What?
About being old.
Oh, I know.
All right.
I'm a young timer.
You know, he reminds me of the guys I grew up with. There was always one in the neighborhood.
Well, I'm the only one.
There you go, man. I need that hat.
Want my autograph?
Hell no.
You notice the number on his hat. What number is that, Bob? 627?
Oh,
You know my name. Come on.
I ain't going that far.
Yeah. Instead you would do a selfie. There you go.
Again, he puts it over his hat, right? Obviously, he puts it over his hat. He puts it not firmly, he just kind of throws it on top. He puts it over that number.
Hey,
And then it comes off, right? Listen to what he says.
I'm proud of you now.
Just remember, no eating dogs and cats.
Hey, they're good.
Thank you.
They're good.
He said, just remember, no eating no dogs and cats. Right? Mm-hmm. All right, so we're going to look up the biblical meaning of that number on his hat. Want to read that, Bob?
Working for eternal life. The Bible verse John 6:27 speaks about working for eternal life. The verse says, "Do not work for the food that perishes, but for the food that endures to eternal life, which the Son of Man will give you." It's a call to focus on spiritual sustenance rather than material need.
Okay, and so what he does is he covers that with his hat, right? That number. Covers it with Trump. What do you think that would mean?
I don't know. What do you think?
What is the meaning of it? It speaks for working for eternal life. Read it again, please.
The Bible verse John 6:27 speaks about working for eternal life. The verse says, "Do not work for the food that perishes, but for the food that endures to eternal life, which the Son of Man will give you." It is a call to focus on spiritual sustenance rather than material needs.
Mm-hmm. So it basically goes with what they're saying, what they're trying to do. They're trying to create like a communistic kind of world where we have to suffer and sacrifice, right? Isn't that what the Green New Deal is all about, Bob?
Well, yeah, it's the 15-minute cities. It's the, angrier world that Klaus Schwab is telling us to be ready for.
Yes, basically what they say, and Elon Musk even says that. I think I have it around here, where he talks about how we're going to have to suffer. All right, right now we're gonna watch one more thing about the. Well, I have another thing here that's in clear sight. That's a kind of another sign of the future. These are called this is what they call looter shooters. So this is some of the most popular games you can play right now. I think it's almost in a lot of ways an omen within itself. It's all about survivalism and the kind of like the end of civilization in a lot of ways. What do you have? Anarchy, total anarchy, where you basically kill people and take what they got. And look how many games we got here. Call of Duty Warzone, that's what they call looter shooter. Second game is Minecraft, that's not one. The third one is Fortnite, right? That is what they call a looter shooter. The other game is literally about crime, right?
And then the Apex Legends is another really popular one that's also the same.
The most popular games right now are called looter shooters.
But I think that it's also kind of important to note that these are not, like, these looter shooter games are not about bushcraft. They're not about being an effective hunter. They're about, like, robbing hookers and stealing bullshit out of, big box stores. Which, if things ever do go down, like, leave the TV alone. Leave the sneakers, leave the handbags, leave the computers and the cell phones. You don't need any of those things.
I just find it kind of odd that they keep invoking this whole thing of like anarchy and the end of civilization, and they're seeing this a lot. This is another thing that happened. Again, this section is about showing you things that are in clear sight. So this year and this is why I knew this was an omen for me, a bad omen. As soon as we saw the New Year's bash this year, where they first of all, they sang Imagine right before the ball went down, which told me there's going to be big things happening this year, and then that's coming very soon. And so what happened here is
why is Imagine an omen for you?
Because it's a song about I'm gonna play it on here. I know I had a clip that had it in here. Sorry,
So
people.
Imagine was written by...
Wait, let's see this first, please.
Okay.
Let's see this first, and we'll go on about what Imagine is about. So I'm going to cut ahead. I'm not going to watch this ball go down for 20 minutes. All right. And so this is what happened. This was mockery, people. This section is about how you're being mocked and things in clear view. So the ball just went down. All right, 1 second. Sorry, people. This, I don't understand. I think it's a little further in. So basically, the ball goes down. This is not the right video. I'm sorry about this. This is not the right video. I had a second video. I'm going to go look for that right now. All right, so Bob, what's Imagine about?
Imagine is a refutation. Imagine the song. A lot of people hear it, and when you hear it the first time, it's a pleasant song to listen to. But when you actually think about the words, right? There's no God, there's no government, but like it is a communist manifesto set to music, right? Where the only power is people themselves, right? And that is an inherently worrisome approach to take, because when you have removed the objectivity of morality and the objectivity of goodness, anything becomes permissible with a strong enough argument. So the song Imagine, when you think about it as a message to start the new year, they're essentially saying, you are your own God, right? That's a really not great message, particularly in the debauched state that most people are in.
All right, so I found another video. Hopefully this one works. Okay, 1 second, people. Sorry, I must have put it in a different section. All right, so basically the ball went down. We've had multiple years in a row. We've had these New Year's shows, and they've shown us signs of what's coming in the future. In 2019, Post Malone, no one talks about this. In 2019, Post Malone played a series of songs before the ball went down in New York's Times Square. He was wearing a purple outfit. A purple outfit is a symbol of, royalty, corruption, many different things. That outfit was covered in black stars. The black star symbolizes death. And many times, Elvis Presley has a song called Black Star. David Bowie's last album before he died was covered in black stars. He was very into Elvis. So this Post Malone guy went on stage in a jacket covered in black stars, and he had the Grim Reaper all over it. And then it had big lettering, 2020. And what did we get in the year 2020? Well, I don't think I need to tell you that, right? Then we have the next year. We had de Blasio in an empty city. The city was empty. Times Square was cleared out. He was dancing around, and his wife had a very interesting face mask on. Remember that, Bob?
Vaguely. I don't remember her mask,
Well,
though.
the mask stood for, pedal files, right?
Oh,
she had a
fans of the
pedophile
playground.
mask on. One that is a known symbol for that kind of thing. Now we have here in 2024, we have more mockery. They're doing this right in your face. They sang this song Imagine, which is in many ways a very demonic song. And I could show you guys I could show you images of John Lennon doing literal satanic hand signs. That song is demonic.
Well, the Beatles got themselves into a situation when they started doing a whole lot of drugs, and they got real mixed up in Eastern Transcendental Meditation.
Oh, they did all of it. They subverted America completely. Okay, this is what happened. This guy is gonna be an idiot in the corner. Don't mind him. But we're gonna see what happens immediately after the ball drops. The first thing that the American public saw. The ball just dropped, and what's the first thing you see? Two guys making out. And this, people, to keep in mind, this is on ABC News 11. This is the channel that used to give Sabrina the Teenage Witch, Sister, and all these wholesome shows, Family Matters, all that shit. And what do we got now? We just got two dudes straight up making out right after the ball drops. It's the first thing you see. And then you see, you got swirl movement in there, which is okay, but I know the agenda behind it. And it's the first thing they show. That's the first thing you see on your New Year's bash. You got the song Imagine, and then you get the first thing you see is two dudes making out. Now, people, if you're gay, you're gay. But this is mocking the general public. This is the whole reason for it. They know that the majority of the country is... I mean, look, you got kids who watch this shit. Is it okay to have just two people making out as soon as the ball drops? That in itself is kind of degenerate. Look, these two people, they don't even kiss. You look at this, you got the two white people, they don't even fucking kiss. But you got this, you see this, Bob? You see this?
I do.
Is this not weird?
It was odd. It was odd when we saw it the first time when it was happening live. I think that what's really telling is, what if we are to believe that there is messaging, that there is whether conscious or unconscious messaging, then for the last several years, what they play right before the ball drops is like an indicator of what's to come.
Yes.
So the fact that they played Imagine before this year, where we had so much unrest, we had so much turmoil, it lined up, right? Where we were having unprecedented battles about what the definition of a human being is, right? So I'm very curious to see what they're going to play this year, because it's kind of like the trailer. It's the teaser for 2025.
So now we're just going to listen. Okay, great. I didn't spell it right. So yeah. Can you speak a little more about what I'm doing this?
And in Central Park, there is a very famous, it's an area near one of the fountains. I forget which fountain it's called. But they have a little clearing, a little courtyard where they have Imagine on the floor. Yeah. So Imagine has been enshrined as Imagine, the concept from the song has been enshrined as a integral ethos for New York City for a long time. So it is interesting that they're bringing it out a lot more aggressively now.
Even when I was a kid, when I listened to Imagine, I thought it was an okay song. I thought it was good. But when you get older and you really listen to the lyrics of that song, it's basically communism. That's what it is. And in many ways, it's demonic. It really is. And it's coming from a guy who's a multimillionaire. He had no business singing that song.
Yeah.
He really didn't. It makes no sense. Yep. Right? Okay, so we're gonna watch. Give me 1 second. We're gonna watch a little bit of this guy sing the song. We're gonna listen to some of the lyrics in the beginning. All right? Okay. All right, so he's gonna sing it. Here we go.
John Lennon, great song, Tradition, for you tonight. From me. Imagine there's no heaven. It's easy if you try. No hell below us, above us only sky. Imagine all the people living for today. Imagine there's no countries.
He actually says, imagine there's no country. Does he say countries?
I think that might just be like an ad lib he did. I don't remember the exact lyric.
But he said countries. So imagine there's no countries. Okay, people, that's not a possibility. I think what that song is mostly talking about is the one world government.
Yeah.
The song is about everyone coming together, and this is what this agenda is about. It's what they call the New World,
It's the Brotherhood of Man.
It's the New World O.
It's an inversion of that concept, right?
Yes.
Because in Christianity specifically, and in many of the Abrahamic religions, in many religions, right, they emphasize this idea of unity, community, of fellowship, whatever you believe in, if you are part of a structured belief system, a structured church, community is a huge part of that. So this idea is to kind of pervert that concept and remove it from the religiosity of faith and say, well, you don't need that. It's not hard if you try to imagine no heaven and no hell, and it's just the brotherhood of man.
Yeah, you live in the virtues of religion, of what religion has brought you, what God has brought you. You live within that. So what they're trying to do with this song is to, and I've seen this many times with many hardcore leftists, they think they can just, it's already served its purpose. So let's just remove it and get rid of it. That's what they think, and they think it's going to be good. And they think they can, I mean, you're still going to have a government. You're just going to have a nanny government.
Well, it's a return kind of to that feudal concept, right? When we were discussing leadership, how initially when we as a species started organizing ourselves as societies, there was an intrinsic belief that the people who led those societies were de facto living gods, right? Well, in communism, it's not a living God, right? Because there is no God. But there is a kind of magical belief that there is a human being who is fundamentally superior. The government is fundamentally superior and able to dictate your needs, to meet all your needs, to fulfill the role of God in your life. And that is what a song like this is sort of leading you down the path to ideologically.
Yes. Okay, let's hear just a little bit more. I can't hear all of it, so here we go.
It isn't hard to do. Nothing to kill or die for. And no religion too.
So that's 2 times in the song it says this, right? First it says there's no heaven, there's no hell, and then it says in no religion. They want you to be an atheist in their new world. They don't completely want you to be that way. I think Lenin thought that. But they actually want you, I'm going to show this later. Well, Einstein wanted you to be a Hindu. That's what he wanted. We're going to look at some more globalists later on. So, Bob, what do you think about that lyric there?
I mean, I think that it is very immature. It's a very naive idea. It is obfuscating the true culpable party for this concept that it's religion's fault. Oh, well, it's because you believe in Sky Daddy that you are doing bad things. And no, religion, whichever one, honestly, gives you a structure and a set of rules and parameters to live by, generally speaking, which are usually pretty good. You know, how to be a good human in community with other humans. And when you've removed that and you've decided that another human being is going to be the arbiter of what is right or wrong based on nothing more than their opinion, you are now getting into some very dangerous territory where if an argument can be made to defend it, it is right.
So look, Dark says that I hate this song even more because they used it during the COVID mandates. I remember that. I remember those communists went on immediately as people were being told that everyone's dying and everyone's sick. And then you see Jimmy Fallon and that Wonder Woman, the lady that played Wonder Woman, and all these other, like, basically
her name
Zionists.
is Gal Gadot.
Yeah, basically Zionists. And they were all over the TV singing this song. Imagine they were singing that. I'm just saying, it was kind of damn weird. It was a little creepy that you're being told constantly that everyone's dying around you, and then these guys go on TV smiling
from their mansions.
It goes back to them mocking you. Okay, this is one video I didn't show you guys earlier. We're gonna watch this. This has to do with the number I showed you earlier that was on Joe Biden's hat. All right, so Bob's gonna step away for a second. I'm gonna play this video on eternal life. Okay, give me one moment.
If you know very much about the story of the Bible, you've probably heard that Jesus offers eternal life. Sounds nice, but what does Jesus mean by eternal life?
Well, Jesus adopted this phrase from the Hebrew scriptures. In English, it's translated eternal life or sometimes everlasting life. But the phrase literally translated from Hebrew is life unto the age.
Life unto the age. What does that mean?
Yeah, it's a dense phrase. And to understand it, we need to first talk about what an age is in the Bible.
Let's do it.
So the Hebrew word for age is olam, and it refers to a period of time.
What length of time?
Well, any length of time, actually. And it can be in the past or in the future. What matters is that it's a period of time with some common attribute that remains constant.
So, for example,
So, like the time of Abraham and his descendants all the way up to Moses. The common attribute is it's the time of Moses' ancestors. And so Moses can say, remember the days of the age, the years of past generations and elders.
okay.
Or an age can be shorter and in the future. Like Samuel, who's going to spend his whole life serving in the temple. During his dedication, his mother Hannah calls this an age.
So, an age is a period of time that has a unique and constant characteristic.
Exactly.
And there can be all sorts of different ages depending on what you want to focus on.
You got it. And so someone could live in two ages at the same time if those
This is the age of the she-male.
ages happen to overlap.
All right, so back to the phrase
Maybe the age of the crybaby.
life unto the age. What age is this talking about?
Okay, so in the beginning of the biblical story, humans are made from the dust of the ground. This is a common biblical image for creatures that are mortal. That is, they live in an age where they could die. But God takes humanity and places them in a sacred garden where they're invited to experience a new and deeper kind of life.
By eating from the tree of life.
Yeah, we're told it offers them life unto the age, a life of infinite potential because it connects them to God's own divine life.
But the story takes a turn. And instead of accepting life unto the age, they eat of the tree of knowing good and bad.
Right, taking from this tree means seizing life for themselves on their own terms, apart from God's wisdom.
And so
And so Bob stepped out of the room for a minute. I wish he was here right now. Because in a lot of ways, the story of creation, I think, is actually happening right now. In a lot of ways, we're living in the world, which is, for the most part, God's world, right? And what man is doing is he's taken from the tree of knowledge, and he's trying to manipulate it and build the world within his own image. One example of this is when they take a knife and chop up a man and pretend he's a woman. Another thing is when they do genetic things like meddle with genetics. Basically, they actually have, it happened many years ago, they actually blended together a goat with a spider. I don't know if you guys know about this, but they've actually done it. They've gone into basically God's code and they've started to manipulate things. And my guess is that there's going to be a big price to pay for this. They've literally taken from the tree of knowledge God's code and they are now manipulating it.
So they're exiled from life unto the age, and they go into the age of death.
All right, so Bob is back. Sorry, guys, if you hear a bunch of sounds. Our dogs are moving around. All right, Bob, I want you to see this bit right here because I went on about how people today are taking from the tree of knowledge and they're manipulating everything. Animals, humans, everything. Plants.
Plot twist. I was listening.
Okay, all right, so we're going to watch that one
talking
time.
about.
Okay, so in the beginning of the biblical story, humans are made from the dust of the ground. This is a common biblical image for creatures that are mortal. That is, they live in an age where they could die. But God takes humanity and places them in a sacred garden where they're invited to experience a new and deeper kind of life.
By eating from the tree of life.
Yeah, we're told it offers them life unto the age, a life of infinite potential because it connects them to God's own divine life.
But the story takes a turn. And instead of accepting life unto the age, they eat of the tree of knowing good and bad.
Right, taking from this tree means seizing life for themselves on their own terms, apart from God's wisdom.
And so they're exiled from life unto the age, and they go into the age of death. They mistreat each other, they do what's right in their own eyes. Things get really violent.
Exactly. And so the whole rest of the story of the Bible can be thought of as a choice between two different ages. The age of life on our own terms that leads to death, or the age of God's own life.
And while humanity has rejected God's life, God promises he'll open the way back.
Exactly. And it's that promise that ultimately leads the story to Jesus. He's presented as God's own life become human, so that both ages overlap in him. He lives in the age of mortality and death, and in the age of eternal life, at the same time.
And so he can offer people access to life unto the age.
Right. It's like,
So what do you get from this, Bob?
Well, there's a couple of factors that are, I think, important to clarify. Religion is one of my special interest areas of, my tism. So what happened in the garden and what happened with the creation of man, right? Man wasn't just dirt. Man was the word of God made flesh. And they hadn't yet eaten from the tree of life. They were not yet immortal. And because they were tempted into eating of the tree of knowledge of good and evil, right? Where they had this, they were not yet ready for the knowledge that they gained. It was not a punishment exile. God did not want them to spend eternity in a fallen state. And so they were put out into the world and given the opportunity or given the tools to redeem themselves and thus achieve eternal life after death. So with that said, it's important to remember that the expulsion from the garden was not a punishment. It was an opportunity for redemption. Okay. And I think that that's something that folks get wrong a lot, and they make it out as though God, it's a vengeful God. Yeah. This is not the God of the Old Testament. This is not, well, it is technically, but it's not eye for an eye, ear for an ear, right? It is not a vengeance. It is not a punishment. The only being punished in that entire scenario is the serpent, which is the deceiver. So when we think about this, and we think about this in the context of what you're bringing it up, right? The fact that human beings are once again in our timeline, because, we did this during the Age of Enlightenment as well, believing that we have mastered nature, that we have mastered creation, it will de facto bring us to a point of humbling, right?
Yes, let's see the rest of this video.
what Jesus says in the Gospel of John, this is eternal life, that they may know you, the one true God, and Jesus Christ, whom you have sent.
Yet, just like humanity rejected God's life in the garden, Jesus was rejected and put to death.
But God's life is more powerful than death. And so Jesus rises from the dead, and he can offer God's life to others. Like the Gospel of John also says,
whoever trusts in him will not perish.
Jesus is a spirit. That's what Jesus is. That's the way it's supposed to be. It's a spirit.
Also, he was the fulfillment. He was the fulfillment of prophecy. He was always supposed to die. He was always supposed to be the blood sacrifice of the new covenant. Like, that was quite literally why he came into being.
Yeah. But Jesus to me, it's a spirit, and you cannot kill Jesus. You cannot kill the spirit.
Right, but it was the, it is the sacrificing your firstborn son, sacrificing the thing that is most dear and precious to you in atonement. Like, that is why he is called the Lamb of God, right?
Let's finish this, because sorry, people, I got a lot more to go through here.
Eternal life.
That is life unto the age.
Cool. Now, most people think of eternal life as something that happens after you die. But in the Bible, access to this age is something I can have right now.
Yeah, remember, Jesus was the place where the age of God's life meets the age of death. And that means that when people trust him, they can experience eternal life here and now.
But we also still live in the age of death. So what happens when I die?
Well, just like death couldn't overpower God's eternal life in Jesus, similarly, we can remain alive to God even if we're physically dead. In the Bible, this is called being with Christ. And it's not talked about very much because it's not how the overall biblical story ends. The focus of the Bible is about when the age of life completely overcomes the age of death. And those who are with Christ are recreated to share in God's eternal life.
A world where the age of death no longer has any power.
Exactly. Because life that is fully connected to God's own eternal life and love is a life that will never end.
All right, so I guess if you don't live life in a state of fear of death, you have eternal life. Is that what it is?
Well, yeah, and this is a concept that is present in many religions, it's also present in many works of art, right?
This is why people were terrified and were being controlled by evil for a few years there.
But when
living
you-
in terror every day because they fear death. Right?
But when you allow yourself to be afraid of something, you allow it to control you.
Yes, they fear death, and so we're gonna see that later on with some stuff. I don't want to ruin it. Okay.
That's one of the reasons I have Memento Mori tattooed to my neck.
Why, Bob?
I know that I'm going to die. I'm not afraid of it. However I end up dying is however I end up dying. The only business I have to be worried about is making sure that the time that I have here, which is an unknown amount of time and an unknown quality of time, is the best I can possibly make of it.
Yes, I mean the point is not to fear evil.
Nope.
Because what evil does is evil takes your fears and uses it against you. And so it's
Look at what people did when they were afraid of a virus. Look at what people did when they were afraid of a political group or afraid of a different ethnic group or afraid of a different belief system.
Yes.
Throughout history, over and over and over and over and over again, the very, very worst aspects of ourselves have been highlighted and brought to the fore because of fear. Fear of the unknown.
Yes, and you need to. The thing is, many times is people don't see evil. They don't. Many people don't even believe in evil in today's world. So this is why when they saw all this stuff pushed on them, where they took their fear, and that fear is death, they fell apart completely, because the demon the evil had used it against them. They believe everything they're told, and they took their trust away from God and they gave it to the man. The man came with the solution, right, Bob? He's going to sell you the solution.
Yep. And this is what happened during the Age of Enlightenment. This is what happened during the mid-18th century. I mean, this has happened over and over and over again, and it usually follows a period of financial and economic boon, a period of prosperity, where the bad times are just far enough away that we forget that they exist.
Okay.
And that inevitably and inexorably puts us on a path to those bad times again, as that adage goes.
Yes, I mean it's circular. It's circular. We're going back. We're going back towards where we were. What would we say? 100 years ago?
Yeah, thereabouts.
Kind of
about
100 years ago. We're going back, and Bob's gonna be talking about that in Bob's History Corner, right, Bob?
Yeah, sorry guys. I had a really crazy work week with a lot of competing deadlines. Last week, in my regular muggle job, I put in a 68-hour work week, so that doesn't leave a lot of brain power left for anything else.
Okay. All right, so right now what we're going to look at is we're going to look at the meaning. This is color theory. This is the way the color orange affects you psychologically. All right, Bob, can you read this while I use the little Futv room?
Do you want me to read the entire thing?
Yes, you can read it.
Okay.
1 second. All right, Bob's going to read this. Be right back.
The power of orange, symbolism and meanings. Orange is a vibrant and energetic color that holds significant meaning in various aspects of life, from its origins in ancient cultures to its use in art, design, and advertising. Orange has a rich history and symbolism. This article will explore the history, psychology, cultural significance, and spiritual meaning of orange, as well as its use in nature, fashion, and healing practices. By delving into these different aspects, we can gain a deeper understanding of the importance of color, symbolism, and meaning in our lives. The history of orange as a symbolic color. The word orange itself has an interesting history. It's derived from the Old French word orange, which came from the Arabic word naranj, which is where Spanish gets the word for orange. The color orange was named after the fruit, which was introduced to Europe from Asia. Before the fruit was introduced, the color was referred to as gulrihade, in Old English meaning yellow-red. Orange has been used symbolically in various ancient cultures and civilizations. In ancient Egypt, orange was associated with the sun god Ra and was seen as a symbol of power and eternity. In ancient China, orange was considered a sacred color associated with Buddhism and Confucianism. It represented happiness, joy, and good fortune. Orange also holds symbolic significance in different religions and belief systems. In Hinduism, orange is associated with purity and spirituality. It is the color worn by Hindu monks and represents the renunciation of worldly desires. In Buddhism, orange is the color of the saffron robes worn by monks and symbolizes humility and simplicity. And if you think about a Mexican ofrenda,
Yes.
it is the color of marigolds, and those are used to light the way for the beloved dead.
Let's see. Read this bit about the psychology of it behind the vibrant hue.
The color orange has a powerful impact on mood and behavior. It is often associated with energy, warmth, and excitement. Orange stimulates enthusiasm and creativity, making it an ideal color for creative spaces or areas where people need to be motivated. Orange is also known to increase appetite and stimulate the senses. This is why many restaurants and food brands use orange in their branding and design. Our dining room is a
Yes.
color called Tangerine Dream.
Yes, it's orange.
It is a really delightful color. Orange. The color is believed to make people feel more hungry and eager to eat. So that was fortuitous that we painted our dining
Yes.
room that color. In color theory and psychology, orange is often used to uplift mood and promote feelings of joy and
Yes.
happiness. It's believed to have a positive effect on mental and emotional well-being, helping to reduce stress and anxiety. Would you like me to keep going?
Okay, let's just read the last bit about. There's a lot here, so I don't want you to read everything. How long is this video? We'll see. What does orange symbolize? You want to see that little bit? We'll see how long it is.
It's only
What
about
does
a minute.
orange symbolize? Because it's associated with optimism and energy, many brands use orange to convey a message of positivity. If you're looking to get your audience excited about something, go for orange. It's an attention-grabbing, warm color that really pops when combined with cool blue or green tones. What does orange say about your personality? Those with orange color personality strengths tend to be witty, spontaneous, generous, optimistic, eager, and bold. They need fun, variety, stimulation, and excitement. Freedom to act is also important to an orange. Oranges have energy and like to bounce around to different projects or tasks.
They're not
Does
talking about
orange
the
rep-
fruit.
They're talking about the color.
They're talking about, like, I guess, attributes of the color. Because the
Yes.
way that they said that, like, it conjured this image of, like, an orange in
Yes,
a business suit,
they're
flopping around in an office.
Yeah, they're talking about the color orange. Let's just finish this.
Represent happiness? Orange combines the energy of red and the happiness of yellow. It is associated with joy, sunshine, and the tropics. Orange represents enthusiasm, fascination, happiness, creativity, determination, attraction, success, encouragement, and stimulation. How does orange make you feel? Orange makes you feel energized and enthusiastic. Orange enhances a feeling of vitality and happiness. Like red, it draws attention and shows movement but is not as overpowering. It is aggressive but balanced. It portrays energy yet can be inviting and friendly.
Okay. So there you go. That's orange, right? Okay. Isn't that interesting, Bob?
It is.
So there's this guy in the country who's totally, definitely not literally painting himself orange intentionally. It's really odd that people aren't weirded out by this. The guy, he looks like he rubs turmeric all over his damn face. I mean,
He
Bob,
might.
this guy not literally fucking orange?
I mean, they call him the Tangerine Hitler.
Look at this guy. He's constantly, this is color theory. There's no other reason why I could think of why this man would paint himself orange. He looks like he's jaundiced. That's how orange he is. And
No,
this is,
that's not the right kind of yellow.
this is
for
intentional.
jaundice.
He's painting himself orange.
But he is very Tang. He
Yes.
looks like he got dropped in a Tang factory.
They want it to have those same effects on you. What we just heard, what these things represent. Okay, he wants to be trusted. He wants to be inviting. This is one of the weirdest things I've ever seen that someone would do this. You see this? He's embracing the orange. Look, he's even got the orange on there. Obviously, it's McDonald's.
I think that he goes really, really hard in trying to be the everyman and trying to be liked and trying to...
He wants your trust.
You
That's
know,
what he does.
yeah,
He wants your
he's
trust.
trying to be the good guy.
Because
you know?
orange in no way there's nothing there about deception or distrust, right? You orange makes you positive. It's energetic. It in many ways, it makes you happy. It makes you hungry. The people who eat are usually not unhappy. Sometimes, some people eat out of not being happy, but guess what? When they eat, it makes them happy. Okay.
Yeah, but that usually ends kind of.
Yeah, but the
badly.
hunger is, in a lot of ways, it's a survival instinct. So if you want to eat, you can't be totally depressed if you're eating. Okay, orange man, right? He's orange. Why would someone want you to trust them this much to the point that they want to paint themselves orange, Bob? To me, that would be the actions of a dishonest person.
Yeah, I mean,
wearing his costume in a way.
It is definitely a facade, kind of circling back to imagery you've used earlier in this stream, where a lot of the presentation to the public is artifice.
Yeah.
Now, does that mean that I think he's like some big evil, like Dr. Evil with a white cat in a cave? No. But I do think that he is not stupid, and he is like leveraging everything he possibly can to try to make people feel comfortable and feel like they can trust him and that he's really the good guy. Yes. That they've just been saying not nice things about him and he's a good, innocent dude.
Uh-huh.
And typically, your goodness is known through your works. Yeah. So if you are a good person, just be a good person. You don't have to tell people. You don't have to perform goodness. And it does make me a little bit uncomfortable when people are so vehemently and aggressively telling you that they're the good guy. That automatically makes me kind of side-eye a little bit like,
I mean, there's a lot of things this guy's done. He did Operation Warp Speed, which is just kind of interesting that they have all these different sci-fi, like Star Trek kind of references that they keep using. We have we have the emblem from Star Trek in the Space Force, and then we have this basically forced injection plan that's coded with Star Trek Warp Speed. Okay, so we're going to be looking at some more symbolism, people, and then we're going to go deeper into Elon Musk and a couple of other things. Okay, right here.
Before
I did anything else, this is what I was supposed to show you, because if I can show you these things they're showing us, that's kind of like hidden secrets, right? They're in clear sight, but people really can't see it. They don't see it. So we're going to look at this right here. This is towards virus time, people. This so that you guys, I'm trying to teach people that there's things out there in clear view that you may not see it, but it's saying something without you knowing. So first of all, the letters at the top there are orange. The woman on the left, that's orange. Blue is actually, if you look at color theory, is the color of purity. It's a trusting color you trust, and so on. It says we can do it. We can slow the spread of that thing. And so yeah, you see the guy. He's kind of not unassuming. He doesn't seem to be threatened or anything. Kind of just standing with his arms crossed. White guy. On the left, we have a black lady, a dark-skinned woman, looking towards the camera with this kind of angry look in her face. Would you say that, Bob?
Yeah.
She has kind of an angry look in her face. That's what I think. Or like it's almost like a secret. She's doing this gesture. A lot of people wouldn't know what that gesture is, but I'm going to show you what it is right now. Keep in mind that advertisement there was put out by the CDC. Bob, you want to read this?
The forearm jerk. This is the action of punching your fist into your elbow joint while raising the other fist up in front of you. It will not get you a positive reaction in most parts of Southern Europe or Brazil. And it's used commonly by soccer fans wanting to send an offensive message to fans of the opposing team. I'm stumbling all over my words today.
So basically, this woman in this picture here is doing an offensive arm gesture. She's basically saying, fuck you. And the CDC put this out there. There is no doubt about it that is an offensive gesture. They know what that is. They put that out there, and she's pointing it at her Caucasian friend on the right? This is what they're doing. You gotta, like I said, the common conservative is usually Caucasian person, around this time is when they were pushing all the George Floyd stuff and all that. So what I'm showing you here is in clear view, in the public. These were all over New York City. These big posters, and they're showing you this, and a lot of people couldn't see that. They think yes, we can do it. And look, there's a lady literally telling a guy, "Go fuck yourself." Okay, so we're gonna look at some more Some more of these symbols. Here we have Trump. Now, some people would say it's a little innocent hand sign, but that's usually associated with communism. Am I wrong, Bob?
You are not wrong.
This is a gesture that he never did during his first presidency. And I know it has other meanings, but one of the most common meanings of it is it's a communistic gesture. That's what it is. What do they call this, Bob? This sign again, Bob? This kind of hand gesture?
It's just the communist fist.
Yeah, whatever. It's a communist fist. It's associated with communism. And Trump is doing this all over the place. Going back to that arm gesture thing. That's Rosie what is Rosie the Riveter?
Yes.
Yes, Rosie the Riveter.
It's from World War II.
World War II. Dude, your job he left behind. It's kind of weird that out of all things to choose for the little virus thing, they chose Rosie the Riveter. I just think it's odd. It's odd. Maybe that so they can set up that little image there where you kind of like you read into it. You can't really see it, but it's there. Okay, it's there. If you really pay attention, you'll see that she's basically doing a hand gesture of go fuck yourself. Really weird, people. The CDC put that out. We got this guy over here. His name is Storm Roof. Dylan. Middle name Storm Roof. That's a little bit ridiculous. No one is named that. That is most likely coded. It is coded. This kid looks like they made him pose for this picture. He's wearing the 88. The 88 is coded. Donald Trump is also coded with the 88. I'm just showing you people all this stuff is in clear view. Where is it? Right there. Can you read that, Bob?
New York Times estimate Trump's chances of election victory at 88%.
Yes, 88%. You think that's a mistake?
No.
It's all coded. And what is the 88? What is it? What's the association, Bob, with the 88?
H is the 8th letter of the alphabet.
Yes. You talk a little louder, please.
H is the 8th letter of the alphabet, so it has been used as a neo-Nazi skinhead dog whistle. 88 means Heil funny mustache man.
So it's just kind of interesting to me. I don't know if they're intentionally creating these signs or is basically the past repeating itself and we're seeing these patterns. That these patterns are popping out. This is another symbol. Common one you see all over the place. The Masons like to use it, the 33. It's a number that it has many meanings, and it's got Rosie the Riveter on it. Interesting, huh? It is the number of transformation, usually, or death. They put this on her. It's a 33. Back on the stamp, the American stamp back in 1999. You know, Prince had a song called Party Like It's 1999. Remember that? Mm-hmm. Kind of interesting they chose 1999. You got Rosie the Riveter. She dies at 96 years old. It's more symbolism, right? I'm just showing you this. The 69 is, they usually call it as above, so below. What does that mean, Bob?
Well, the whole phrase, the whole expression is as above, so below, as within, so without, with the universe, so with the soul. It's a concept from transcendental meditation, meaning that everything is mirrored. Everything is duality. There is the positive, the negative, the light, the dark, the good, the bad. You cannot have one without the other. Yes.
I mean, Rosie the Riveter, I mean, it was great, right? She basically, what'd she do? She worked when all the men were at war. It was an idea that the woman would...
Well, it wasn't an idea. It was quite literally industry would have collapsed because most of the working age men were overseas at this time. So women had to leave the home and go into the factory, not just to put food on their table, right? But because, I mean, it was rations were a thing. You had your stamp, your booklet of what you were allowed to get, by family. But you had to keep industry going. You had to keep supplies going to the front.
Would you say it was a transformative moment?
It was an incredibly transformative moment.
Historically masculine jobs.
They were working in factories. My grandmother was one of them.
Yes. Would you say this is probably like the slippery slope towards the feminist movement that we have today with the pro-abortion and the so on?
Well, it certainly created a bit of unrest or turbulence when the men came back, and then the expectation was that the women would return to the home, but just like not everybody likes creamsicles, right? Some women came out into the world, came out into industry and were like, well, wait a minute. I like this independence. I like this free. I want to work. I want to do this instead. And that did create a bit of social unrest, which did kind of start greasing the wheels.
It greased the wheels, yes, exactly. And it's got the fist in there, huh? It's got that fist. A communistic kind of fist, huh? It's interesting that that's in there, right? You got the fist. They changed it up a little bit, like I told you. You see that other gesture? She's lifting her sleeve like...
She's rolling
like
up her
pulling up her
sleeves to do the
sleeve,
work.
like doing the work. But look, she's doing that gesture, huh? They're doing, maybe back then, that's the gesture, Bob. Isn't it the same one?
Are you showing it on the screen?
I was, yes.
Okay.
It's that same gesture. Am I wrong?
You're not wrong.
Go fuck yourself gesture.
Well, in this context, it's kind of not, because the alignment is not the same.
Okay. All right, so we're just trying to open up people's minds to symbolism in sight, in clear sight. Right here.
We got Dark in the comments saying that Jesus died at 33, correct? And then we've got Monos saying that there were more taxes after that too. Correct.
All right, you want to read this right here, Bob?
Healthcare workers stand in the street to counter protest hundreds of people who gathered at the state capitol to demand the stay-at-home order be lifted in Denver.
Okay, so what they did here is during this virus thing, and this is where actually in a lot of ways this is where this show's name comes from. This was the basically the ruling class trying to get people to fall in line and trust the supposed science, right? Once again, the glasses, you have the orange, right? You see the orange? People think that's a mistake. It's all zoomed in, pictures zoomed in. So the doctors were acting as, the saints. They're here. They love you. They want to protect you. They just want to give you a little bit of, a little bit of juice in your body. They don't want to let people actually live their lives. And they come out here and, they play the good guy. And in many ways, what they did is they made the conservatives, just like they're doing with all this fire stuff that we're going to be talking about, the trees burning and all that, they're going to say that they're anti-science. And this was the same thing they did with the little virus. They said that you guys were anti-science, right? Trust the science. The conservatives just will not trust the science. Okay?
But science should not be trusted. Science is simply a method of inquiry.
Exactly.
That rests on refutation and replicability.
But what they
did
did
not
was
science if you trust it.
Yes,
that is religion.
Exactly. That's what it is, the scientism. And it wasn't based in reality. It was based in whatever they said, whatever they told you. They said whatever we say is true, and we don't care if you don't agree with it. And so we have here the 33, right? This is not unintentional. I don't think it is. You have the bulls. The bull. What is the bulls? The bulls is a red bull. To me, in many ways, that could symbolize demonic forces, demonic evil things, right, Bob? Like, what is the Satan is usually depicted as? What? A red bull?
I mean, with horns and cloven hooves.
Yeah, a horned animal. So you got a guy coming over here who's acting as the villain. It's not the doctor that's supposed to be the villain. It's the guy with the bull shirt on. And he's supposed to be in the media. He is claimed to be a conservative. And what is the number on his shirt? It's a 33
He's
again.
also sort of, if you want to be a bit more abstract, he's doing the as above, so below hand sign of Baphomet.
Yes, he is. Exactly. It's right in your face.
But I think also it's important to kind of anchor the audience in why we're going down this road of inquiry. So it's not just that you should look at every single image that is ever presented to you by the media and infer all of the things, right? But if you are observant and you pay attention, you will start to notice that there are patterns. For example, with the song that they play before the ball drops. Like, it is... If Post Malone came out with his Grim Reaper jacket and his whatever, and then 2020 happened, and like it never lined up that way again, okay, fine, fair enough. Coincidences happen.
Yes.
But it's the continuance. It is the too many coincidences. Yeah. And while, it would certainly be a much more comfortable world to live in where none of these things happen and a picture is just a picture, a news story is just a news story, and a brush fire is just a brush fire. Unfortunately, I don't think that's the world we live in.
That's not the way it works. There are symbols. There's a lot of things in the world that speaks to you. There's literally, like, entire schools of like what would you call it? Science, Bob, or like study. Huge schools of study on things called numerology, and you have what's they call it, your signs. What is that?
Astrology.
Astrology. There's all these different sciences based on these things. And so like Bob said, that's the as above, so below. That's not unintentional. People think it is. You may think it is. There's a lot of people out there can't read these signs, and that's why you fall. You fall victim. You're a falling victim. Joe Biden literally said, don't eat cats and dogs. What do you think he was talking about? He might be talking about something that's coming in the future. Okay? So here you go. This is as above, so below. There you go. What is this? Is this a satanic symbol, Bob?
I mean, it's Baphomet.
Baphomet. It's a half man, half woman.
It's a hermaphrodite, and it's got the caduceus of Hermes.
Yeah, so there you see it, and then you look at the picture. We'll go back to the picture and look at his hands, just like Bob said, as above, so below. Invert, obviously the image is the other direction, right, Bob?
Yeah. Well, it's a mirror, right?
It's a mirror, yes. Okay, so we're gonna go over a little bit more of this. Another, maybe a lot of people may think this is silly, but I'm just showing you there's things in the world that are just kind of interesting. Maybe people won't believe it. This is maybe far-fetched, but I don't think it is. You see, Trump, he's always known for wearing the red tie. He wears black gloves a lot, if you haven't noticed, which I find kind of weird. You see him wear black. A lot of presidents don't do that. It's actually kind of intimidating, I think, in a lot of ways.
I mean, it's hearkening back to when he was young, it was not uncommon for you to wear gloves when you were outside.
Yeah, I understand that, but
this
is not common for any president lately that you would see that, and he does it all the time. His red tie and white shirt and all that is sort of like, he's almost like Homer Simpson. He's always wearing that, right? The red tie. And so now we have here Agent 47, right? People will think that's funny, but he's the 47th president, and he's been dressing like Agent 47 for years, ever since he became president. Am I wrong?
You're not.
It's a kind of slightly comical, but Agent 47.
And I think it's important to address the elephant in the room, right? The elephant in the room is, well, what if this is all coincidence?
Oh yeah.
What if you're just looking into this? What if you're seeing what you want to see? Do you have any refutation for somebody who might say that to you?
I think a lot of people would say that because most people don't see anything in the world. They just kind of live like lemmings, like robots. They don't see these patterns. I'm going to show you just a little bit more, and then we're going to move on and actually talk about the burning trees and Elon Musk and all that stuff. I just got to show you this. I was supposed to show you this in the beginning. This is another thing we see in the world a lot. We see these people sticking their damn tongues out all over the place. This is not a normal gesture, people, for people to do this. Would you call this a gesture? I don't think you would call it a gesture. What would you call that? Tongue something?
I mean, it's not something that people who are mentally well
It's not a normal
do.
thing, people. It's not. This is what a lot of people would call the secret society. This is Kali. This is what this is. We're seeing it everywhere. And we're going to go into some stuff about it because it is connected to the letter X. You know, the one that Elon Musk is obsessed with? This is linked to the X. Okay? There you go. Jake Paul, your buddy Jake Paul. He's got all these weird tattoos. He's a illusionist. He's in the world of illusion. He's almost like a character in GTA. There's a lot of people like this in your world. They use, like as Guns N' Roses would say, use your illusion, right? They're just kind of playing the public. They're playing these little games. Okay?
Thank you, Manos.
We got over
Manos
here.
is saying in the chat that it's interesting. This is very interesting. And you know that
Another wait. Let me say this. Look, the people aren't noticing that this is everywhere. All right, go on, Bob.
the goal of this
Justin Trudeau.
The goal of this is to encourage people to think, even if you don't agree. This is not about forcing you to believe any particular thing,
Yes.
but it is about having a conversation, because when you are thinking, when you are engaged in critical thinking, you are much more likely to arrive at a conclusion that is something closer to the truth than when you are being distracted by the circus.
Yes. And so what I'm showing right now is there's most likely, I mean, all these people are getting turned, all right? They're all getting turned. This is Kali, people. This is effing Kali. This is what they're mimicking. Is this. This is where it comes from. They all worship this. I've seen people, they actually in India, they worship, they kill animals for this. You know this, Bob?
Yes.
There's even some parts of the world where they do human sacrifice for this thing, Kali. What I find really weird is you have like these Disney stars and these social media stars, and anyone with some kind of celebrity or some celebrity status or some high status in civilization, many times they get turned to this. I feel like you got Charles Manson, you got your Albert Einstein. Yes.
Well, he wanted everybody to be Hindu.
Yes,
so.
I'm going to show you that in a second. Our Albert Einstein, Charles Manson, Kali. You're going to show you in a little while what Charles Manson was into. It's very similar to the people you see today. It's very similar to Bill Gates. It's very similar to Hitler. It's very similar to a lot of these people. So there you go. Can you read that, Bob?
The religion of the future will be a cosmic religion, the religion which based on experience, which refuses dogmatic. If there's any religion that would cope this is not correctly written.
I get it.
If there's any religion that would cope with scientific needs, it would be Buddhism. And, well, I don't agree with that entirely.
Okay,
but.
would cope the scientific. Maybe this is not the perfect quote, but what he says, what he meant, I know that maybe this wasn't, they didn't write it the exact way he wrote it, but he said, Charles, I keep saying Charles Manson. What the hell's wrong with me? He just reminds me of Charles Manson. He, you know what he does? He looks like that Neil deGrasse Tyson guy. He really does look like him. Wouldn't be shocked if he was related to him. Here's your Kali, people. New York City, Empire State Building, Kali. Isn't that kind of weird? Kali on the Empire State Building. It's funny that they choose the building that looks like a needle. So Albert Einstein was actually a globalist. They said that he fought the Nazis to stop globalism, but he was a globalist. He wants you to have a global religion. He wanted a global religion that aligns with science, right?
Yes,
the religion of the future.
Einstein liked Buddhism because it is very flexible. There is no objectivity to it. And that is important, right? Because when you have removed objectivity, everything is on the table. If I can make an argument that is convincing enough, right? It is the devil's advocate.
Well, I mean, look what he says there. He says the religion of the future. He says the religion. He wanted a one world religion. Okay? The one world religion for the one world government. For the one world, right?
Yeah. Well, that's also why if you look at most sci-fi, whether it's dystopian or not, they never talk about it. It very rarely talks about the Earth and different countries. It talks about the Earth as a singular, unified society. And there is a lot of literature that we will not be able to move beyond the bounds of our solar system or move beyond the bounds of our planetary system, of our galactic background until we have put aside our differences and embraced unity as a species.
What's interesting about that is that the people that divide us are the ones feeding us this message of unity. Isn't that kind of a contradiction?
Well, because they want a specific type of unity. They want subservience. To quote Palanwick, they want us calm as Hindu cows while the plane's crashing.
Okay, 1 second, people. All right, so what's interesting is in culture, pop culture, we also have Kali. They have it in here, the Steven Spielberg's. We're going to read a little bit about Kali. It's the reason why I'm bringing up Kali is because a lot of these globalists they believe in this. This is what they're into, Kali. You saw Trudeau in there, and all their little celebrity stooges are sticking their tongue out with their wide eyes and doing all their Kali bullshit. They're on this Kali train. It's all over the place. I could show you loads of it. I could literally show you hundreds and hundreds, if not possibly even thousands of images of many different celebrities doing this Kali face. They get turned. They go from being a Christian and they go to Hollywood land and now they're into Kali.
बलि मांगती काली माँ, मुक्ति देगी काली माँ, काली माँ, काली माँ, काली माँ शक्ति दे, बलि चढ़ाऊं तेरे आगे.
All right, there you see it, guys. Kali, huh? What do you think of that, Bob?
Yeah, I mean, it's definitely a curious reference for so many people to be making.
Yes, in the movie Indiana Jones and the Temple of Doom, the villain was basically praying to Kali, and he was sacrificing people in the name of Kali. This character, this figure, this demonic thing, whatever you want to call it, they worship this like it's a god. It's one of the creepiest things you'll ever see. You see these depictions of this thing ripping people's bodies to shreds, killing them, ripping them up, tearing out their intestines, all this weird shit.
Well, Kali is a goddess of war and a goddess of vengeance. So
Yes.
there are analogs to Kali in other cultures, right? So in the lost polytheism of the British Isles, there's the Morrigan.
Yes.
And the Morrigan is a goddess of war. And she is depicted with crows and ravens and various other corvids. And she is similarly depicted in a martial stance. She is depicted often dripping in blood. And then you have Diana the Huntress. There are warrior goddesses of battle and warfare and violence in essentially every culture.
Okay, so we're going to read some about Kali. I just think it's weird that they go from being Christians or, American, and then out of nowhere when they get turned, they go to Hollywood and now they're obsessed with this thing. Okay, Bob, can you read some of this about Kali?
Kali, also called Kalika, is a major goddess in Hinduism primarily associated with time, death, and destruction. The origins of Kali can be traced back to pre-Vedic and Vedic era goddess worship traditions in ancient India. Kali is the first of the 10 Mahavidyas in the Hindu tantric tradition and is the supreme deity and the Kali Kula worship tradition.
Yes.
The first major appearance...
Oh, sorry about that. Where are you?
There.
Sorry. Okay.
The first major appearance of Kali in the Sanskrit literature was in the 6th century text, the Devi Mahatmya. Kali appears in numerous stories, with her most famous being when she sprang from the goddess Durga's fury to defeat the demon... I can't pronounce that.
Yeah, that's fine.
She is stated to destroy evil and defend the innocent. Kali is worshipped as the divine mother, mother of the universe, and divine feminine energy. Shakta and Tantric sects additionally worship Kali as the ultimate reality, or Brahman. She's seen as the divine protector and bestower of moksha, which is liberation.
Yes.
Worshipped throughout South Asia, but particularly in Nepal, southern India, Bengal, and Assam, Kali is a central figure in the goddess-centric traditions of Hinduism as well as Shaivism.
And the Hindus believe in reincarnation, huh, Bob?
They do.
They do. I think that's what a lot of these people believe in. They use what they call, like I said, Guns N' Roses, use your illusion. So these people, they have no guilt for killing people. For killing or doing other acts. They'll say, karma, right? Karma, but they can always make up for that, right? That's the way they build it. These people are all obsessed with this Kali. All of them. Charles Manson, you got Einstein, all these different celebrities get sucked into this whole Kali thing. I showed you earlier Justin Trudeau. Why is it that it's always these scumbags or degenerates that are into this?
It's interesting that the goddess, which is the depictor of liberation and freedom and fury and vengeance and protection, is a goddess of vengeance. It's a goddess of violence. I think that's interesting, particularly for people who portray themselves to be so peace-loving and harmless and vegan or vegetarian, and we don't hurt the cows and so on and so forth. It's very interesting that one of their primary goddesses is a goddess dipped in blood.
Yes, and this goddess that people, even to this day, sacrifice living things to it. And they sacrifice animals, they sacrifice, from what I've heard, they might actually still be sacrificing people to this.
Well, the Kali devotees in India that live in India do actually consume human flesh. And they don't like kill people, but when people are being burned and put into the Ganges, they will take pieces, which is it's a choice. I'm not sure it's a choice I'd make, but it's a choice. And they also will use the bones, particularly skulls and like leg bones, as part of ritual worship practices. We've got Dark in the comments saying that demon looks like Kamala. Well, she is Indian, so
Yes.
at least we are staying ethnically consistent.
All right, so there we go. We're just showing you these different things. I mean, you don't have to agree with it, but I mean, I think that's exactly what they're worshiping. They're worshiping Kali. They're obsessed with Kali, and there's a lot of terrible things with Kali. It may sound nice there, but I've heard of human sacrifices. We've seen it. Remember, Bob? There's documentaries on people literally just lining up their animals and killing them for this thing right now. Like just take a goat and slit its throat and it's pour blood all over this picture of this demonic looking creature.
Well, offering blood sacrifice is not it's not an uncommon concept. Like in the modern age, we think that we have moved far and away from it, but I mean, it's in the Old Testament. It's in the pre-Columbian Central and South American traditions. It's in the indigenous traditions across the world. I mean, virtually every polytheistic tradition has included blood sacrifice.
Yeah, I understand that, but I don't think it's right for you to just be killing loads and loads and loads of animal and actually killing people, sacrificing people to this weird deity, like.
Dark, the dirty ass water you're thinking of is the Ganges. It's one of the most polluted rivers in the world, but it has very deep cultural significance to the Hindu people. So yes, they consider it almost a baptism. It's got healing properties. It's like a sacred experience to go be in the Ganges, but they also burn and throw their dead into the Ganges. So like, I feel like the math ain't mathin' on that one, but again, I am not going to sit here and tell somebody that their sincerely held religious beliefs are
so
wrong.
Right now we're gonna look at
Hey, Never Sobers.
Yeah, what's up, man? Yeah, it's a bit weird. I know it's a little weird. I know. Sorry if I'm all over the place. Am I all over the place?
I mean, I think that you have a narrative thread, so you can continue presenting your evidence if you would like.
Okay. If I would like, okay, should I not?
I mean, I'm not going to like strap you to the chair and force you to present your evidence.
Okay, so our buddy Elon Musk is obsessed with the X. The reason I showed you all that stuff is to show you the symbols, things in the world that you may think it's just an X, bro. It's just an X. That's all it is. All right, so we have an X here, Bob. Want to read that?
Manson and his family carved X into their foreheads during wild trial. I remember reading about that. The Manson trial was so interesting.
Uh-huh. All right, so the X, people, the symbol of the X, it's big with these globalist types. There's this guy named Elon Musk. He's obsessed with it. Mm-hmm. There's the X, some more X's, right, on the forehead.
Is that Squeaky Frome at the end there?
But
I think that is. I think that's her in the pinstripe shirt.
I think she got let out. All right, so here's some more X's, right? Everyone's putting the X. Here's our buddy over here, Elon. This is the guy we're supposed to trust, right? With the country, we put all of our faith in him, right? The guy with the devil costume on that he spent thousands of dollars on. That's the dude we should trust, right?
I mean, that's decently nice leather work.
I don't care. I think he's a degenerate. It's not funny. I would never spend thousands. And they'll say, oh, he's a multi-billionaire.
The lady on his right is his mom.
Yeah, I know. So we're going to listen to some of what the Hindu Charles Manson has to say, another guy that loved the X. No, there's no connection at all, right? People say, you're crazy, bro. Well, what people didn't know is that Charles Manson was also a globalist and environmentalist, right? Just like Elon Musk.
He would have been very on board with the Green New Deal.
Yes, he was with it. This is what he said back then. He came in with Helter Skelter was the end times. It was like it was what you call rapture, right?
Well, it was his way of, causing people to destroy each other to protect the planet.
Well, the idea was that they would create this race hostility, and then basically people would destroy themselves, and they would be underground, and they would come up and take over the world. This was the idea.
I mean,
Well, and Elon is about to most likely paint the Conservative Party along with his other buddy over there as Nazis. Okay?
I don't break laws.
Okay, 1 second, people.
Make laws.
I wish this didn't do that. It just turned off.
Laws. I make laws. I'm the lawmaker. I'm the one that lay the track down. I make the laws from here. This is me. Nixon was only playing over. That's me.
Okay, I gotta make this a little louder.
Continued, Charlie became more and more delusional.
So there you go. That's me, right, Bob? The fist, right?
Yep.
What?
We need a better caliber of criminal, man. Manson was so entertaining. He was so interesting.
Well,
now it's just people who want sneakers and laptops, and that's so boring.
Charles Manson acted for many, many years as a spirit. This is what he identified as. You know, he was a spirit. He was the spirit of basically the future. He was the spirit of the X. He was the X. We're gonna watch a couple of these clips, and hopefully you understand.
I'm gonna make a hat that says "Make criminals great again."
Jesus Christ, whether you want to accept.
Okay, it's annoying. I have a hotkey here, people that's turning off the video. Sorry about that. That's really irritating. Give me 1 second.
Yeah,
Look at it. It keeps turning the damn video off.
Well,
so what I'm
push
going to do
the
is I'm
key.
just going to play the video without...
I chopped up 9 hogs, and I'm going to chop up some more, you mother. I'm going to kill you as many as I can. I'm going to pile you up to the sky. I figure about 50 million. If I could get about 50 million of you, I might be able to save my trees and my air and my water and my wildlife.
You want to kill 50 million people?
Well, that's just a drop in the bucket to what's really coming. Yeah, I chopped.
All right, so there's people, if you don't know, this is a common thing that environmentalists do today. They say that there's too many humans on the planet. You ever heard this before, Bob?
Well, there's Sadhguru. There's too many feet.
Yes, there's too many feet.
Too many feet.
So these people, they're usually liberals, and this is a globalist mindset that there's too many people on the planet and we need to lower the numbers. So he's saying here that if we just kill just enough people, we might be able to save the planet. Just so you guys know, this is part of the Great Reset. This is the people that created that idea are the ones that are creating the reset.
Mm-hmm.
The
And
same
then you've
people
got
that
Greta
got in his head.
Thunberg coming out and saying, you know, there's too many people, and how many leftists, oh, I won't have children. There's too many people. There's too many people. There's too many people. Like, this is a very common talking point of people saying like, oh, I'm not going to have children because there's too many people. We need to reduce the Earth's population. Yes. Bill Gates has said it. Prince, the belated Prince,
all of
what's
them,
his face?
Boris, whatever
Said
his
it.
name is in the UK. His
Prince
dad,
Andrew, right?
Boris.
Right, but Prince Andrew said he wanted to come back as a virus, didn't he?
Yeah, that was the father. Yes, he said he wanted to come back.
Or was that Charles?
It was the father.
Whichever.
It wasn't Charles. It was the father. He said that he wanted to come back. If he was able to come back, he would come back as a deadly virus in order to address the problem of overpopulation. Yep. To address it, basically he wanted to kill many, many, many people. Mm-hmm. This idea, this whole green move is at its core anti-human. It always has been. Okay. So we're gonna watch this little bit here from Charles Manson. Okay.
So how do you
Sorry if it's really low. I got to make it louder. I don't know how.
You take the worst fear symbol there is and say there. So how do you?
In some ways, watch. I got to make this louder. Give me 1 second, Bob. Okay, so in many ways, this describes what would happen to us with that whole virus thing. This describes it. It also, in some ways, describes communism and the communistic fist, right? Because the communistic fist, maybe it's not a fist. Maybe it's like grasping your fear. Right? The thing that's going to drive you towards that goal, their goal, towards a goal, the greater goal, you know, that kind of thing. And they hold it up high like a precious jewel, right? Precious gem. Okay, so let's see this. And it's going to turn off as soon as I turn off the static, I bet. Okay, here it is. Okay, is it playing?
How do you communicate to a whole group of people? You stand up and you take the worst fear symbol there is and say, there. Now I've got your fear. Now I've got your fear. And your fear is your power, and your power is your control. I'm your king of this whole planet. I'm going to rule this whole world through Atwa. I want my trees put back. I want my water clean.
Charles Manson said that Atwa means at war.
Clean. I want my atmosphere cleaned up. What you do beyond that, I don't care what church you go to or what race you are, what color you are, what blah, 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 and all that. all that nickel and dime personal important trash head stuff. I don't care about that. All I care about is my air, my water, my trees, and my wildlife. And you humans, if you don't get in line with that, goodbye. Because I got biology, and I got chemistry, and I got things beyond the nuclear mine. I won't blow it up. I checkmated that. I got all the bombs over here in the corner. I said, no, I'm not blowing it up. Now the next step of dealing with you suicidal maniacs that won't get up off my life, my air, my water, my trees, my wildlife, my fish. You see, I live on the earth. God gave me a life on that earth, and I live there. And everybody that's taking my life off the earth is taking yours off the earth also. It's taking because you don't have any more right than I do. I don't care whether you're black, whether you're green. If I don't have any rights, then you don't have any rights. And what you do to me will be done to you.
Charlie.
Mm-hmm. So how do you communicate to a whole group of people?
All right, so what do you get from that, Bob?
He's talking about propaganda. He's talking about how you can control people, and that the people who get very high on the hog and think that they're the big baddie tough guys who are making the rules now will ultimately be subservient to those rules themselves.
It sounds like he's saying that if you don't do this, because Charles Manson was an environmentalist. A lot of people don't know that. He's saying that if you don't fall in line because the planet is dying, if you don't, basically we're going to kill you. That's what it sounds like to me. He says things like we have biology. What do you think they mean by that? Maybe sort of like what happened to us for a couple of years there with this little virus thing.
Mm-hmm.
I've got biology. Chemistry. We own it, right? We can use that. I'm not going to blow it up, right? That's what he said. He says we got biology and we're not going to blow it up. So what are we going to do to eliminate you? That seems like that's what he's saying.
And it is very interesting that, like, he's saying this and people are laughing and, oh, he's so crazy. But it's not all that different than what Bill Gates has been saying in all of his TED Talks. It's not that different than what Klaus Schwab is saying. It's not identical. That different than what Bono and all of these other celebrities are saying. Oh, there's too many people. We need to reduce the world's population. Sadhguru, all of these people in positions of power are talking about the need to decrease the number of people, but it's certainly not by them decreasing themselves.
And it's
always
coming.
Us.
And it's coming very soon. I think it is. What's going to happen most likely within our lifetime. That's why these guys are bad news. They really are. They work for these globalists.
Well, if you think about it, right, our generation is the first generation not expected to outlive our parents, right? Now, you and I are different because our parents are not of the generation that you would expect our parents to be of. Our parents are of the generation. Our parents had us when they were older. So when you think about it, right, we are already unhealthier than the average feudal peasant. We are already less equipped to survive than the average, Victorian 10-year-old. We have been domesticated in a very literal sense. We are no longer able to take care of ourselves, to fend for ourselves, to think for ourselves. Like, how many people walk up a flight of stairs and get winded? Like, these are not people who are going to survive.
Well, most people in this culture today, by design, have been domesticated. This is why they want you to be anti-gun. They literally want you to be against your own self-interest or your ability to just simply survive. They don't want you to be able to survive. Yeah. Most people today they couldn't go out and hunt.
No.
Most people don't even know how to cook.
Yeah.
They can't even cook. They're stupid. They've been dumbed down.
And it's no place clearer, I think, than when you see those restock videos. You see these people, quote unquote, restocking their kitchen, but there is not a single ingredient to be found. It's all prepackaged, largely synthetic, largely chemical junk food that is actively killing them, right? Because all of these people are also morbidly obese. it's absolutely mind-boggling. And the people who are fit are not functionally fit. They just have a lot of muscle that's going to give them a heart attack.
Okay.
And mostly because they're on steroids. But the central thesis here is that human beings have been progressively more and more domesticated to fit this narrative, and it's been happening for about a century. At least in this current incarnation, because it's happened before.
We've been domesticated. The majority of the public or the government is attempting to domesticate people in order, most likely, to get them ready for the slaughterhouse.
Yeah.
That's what it is. That's probably what it is. This is why they hate the conservatives. They hate the right. They hate them because they want to be able to exist without the government. They're about less government. The left is about more. And you ever notice that usually leftists, for the most part, are pretty much pussified. That's what they are. The government wants you to be weak. Okay? All right, so we're going to look at some more of these signs we're seeing in the world. The people may find this a bit funny, but I just see them as sort of like in another way as like more omens, I guess, bad omens. Would that be a good way to put it, Bob? Sort of like bad omens. So this is a bit silly. People might find it silly, just like the Hitman one. I just kind of noticed that. I just pointed out what I noticed. This is something I saw when the whole virus thing began. I thought it was kind of weird because if you look at the console on the black or the console on the left, the black, wow. The console on the left it looks sort of like the AI machine from 2001, Space Odyssey. It was an AI, it was like an AI bot, wasn't it, Bob? It was like AI that like killed the dude.
Did it? Hal.
Yeah, Hal. It was like AI. So right in 2020, when we're dealing with all this weird stuff about viruses, we have these system that looks like kind of a sign of the times. You know, in a lot of ways, we're seeing the beginnings of the AI takeover. Automation is becoming bigger and bigger. And Elon Musk, we're going to be talking about that very soon. He's all aboard, people. He's all on the AI train. All right, so the system on the right is actually called to abbreviate it, it's actually called the Xbox Series S. So simply put, it is the SS console, right? Bob, SS. That's the way to abbreviate it. It is the Xbox, and yes, these people are obsessed with the X. All right, so and I related it to this, which I thought was kind of funny. You notice the color scheme of that machine, right, Bob? It's black, it's white.
And it's useless.
It's
black, white, and useless, just like stormtroopers.
All right, so these characters here in the Star Wars world are sort of like the cannon fodder, right? They're
the red shirts.
They are actually supposed to be Nazis. They're like in a lot of ways space Nazis. They're actually called the stormtroopers. This is what Nazis were called, right? They were called stormtroopers. Am I wrong, Bob?
You are not wrong.
So you have the SS, right? The SS console for the Xbox looks like a stormtrooper, right? Looks just like a fucking stormtrooper. Do you think that's a mistake? I don't think it is. I think they code things like this. It's real. I don't know what it is. If it's what is it? God just telling us something or what? You have the black one, which is the big baddie, right? Darth Vader, and you got the black console. So it's probably supposed to in some way symbolize that, but maybe that's what it is, Bob. Maybe they're trying to have that color scheme because the other console is the more powerful one. So they made that one just pure black. It just reminds me a lot of the Star Wars stuff. I don't know. Again, people would find this silly. And so you see it right there, right? The one you got your leader who's supposed to actually be Hitler, right? Am I wrong, Bob? The black, he's supposed to be Hitler. And then the other guys are the SS. They are literally called the Storm. They are what Nazis were called. They were called stormtroopers. And so I just think it was kind of interesting that when they started the whole virus thing, we started having all these like signs of like coming fascism or something. There's another thing we saw outside of Rockefeller Center. Giant, weird skull that's got Nazi colors on it. And again, this is all coming when they're doing that whole virus thing. We're seeing these weird symbols. And a lot of this is some artist. I forgot his name, but all the celebrities wear this. That's actually that symbol.
Isn't that the Totenkopf?
Yeah, it is. I think that's a Totenkopf, right? That's what it's called. That's what the Nazis wore. And you notice the color scheme? It's black and it's gray.
You know, Hugo Boss designed the Nazi uniforms.
Yeah, you told me that.
Isn't that interesting?
Yeah, it is. They were well dressed, I guess.
They were very fancy.
So the reason why I bring that up is it's just kind of odd to see all these kind of signs pointing towards this kind of fascism. And this is more like, it's like a stylized Nazi symbol. It's got this dead doll in its hand, and obviously you see the X's all over the place.
I think that's
right?
a dead Elmo.
Yes, and then you see the X's everywhere. There's some symbolic meaning to it. It has to do with Mickey Mouse, and Mickey Mouse is what? Mickey Mouse, am I wrong? Isn't Mickey Mouse American?
It's supposed to be a Mickey Mouse with a Totenkopf instead of a mouse head.
It's a Mickey Mouse with a Totenkopf. Which is interesting. It's like basically like a Nazi. It's like Nazi symbolism on clear display. They literally had this giant Nazi-looking symbol at the what do you call it? That float thing they have. The Hollywood. What is it? Thanksgiving parade.
The Thanksgiving Day. You're the New Yorker, bro. What?
So they had that giant. You see that thing they showed there? They had that in New York City floating.
Yeah.
This giant Nazi-looking thing with X's all over the place.
Yeah.
Here's the Space Odyssey, the thing I was telling you about with the that figure.
The monolith.
The monolith. Yes, it looks like a monolith.
And
I just find it again. I find it really kind of creepy that it's happening. That thing came out in 2020, right as they were doing all of the virus stuff and all that. And as we're coming back and people are thinking they're settling back in, the AI is now rolling out, and it's getting more and more as every day passes. There's more of this AI. All right. So what are you going to say, Bob?
Never sober is correct with your pitch black take, but yes, that is why they were so stylish. I think that it's an important thing to remember. Oh no, what I was going to say is controversial take. I don't like 2001: A Space Odyssey. I don't like that movie. My attention is not held by it. And there are some really phenomenal cinematic scenes. The ending is really interesting. And I definitely think that it has a deeper message, but I have tried to watch that movie probably like 6 or 7 times, and I have never successfully made it all the way through.
All right. So which movie is it?
2001: A Space Odyssey.
I don't know if I've ever seen it. I just know that
it's not good.
I just know there's a monolith, and it's.
I don't like it.
It's some kind of AI that goes completely insane. All right.
I feel like 2001: A Space Odyssey is a movie that people say they like, but they don't. It's like people who unironically read Ulysses. Yeah. And I'm like, right. You are reading that for points. Yes. Or like you're watching that you're watching that because that arrogant like snob, that arrogant cinephile was like proclaiming its benefits and values, and you want to be able to like compare notes with him, but you don't actually like it. I don't think anybody that watches it actually likes it.
Okay, so we're gonna go on. This is another thing me and Bob saw when we were driving around.
I was wondering if you were gonna bring up the jacks
in the middle of this virus thing, people. I'm from New York City, and Bob is. She was, we were living in New York City. She was living with me. Actually, we were living in Jersey when we saw this. So in the middle of the virus thing, this thing popped up right by the World Trade Center. Mm-hmm. I thought this was insane.
Yep.
So look at this, Bob. That looks like a Nazi symbol with the fists like that.
But it's also a children's game. It's jacks.
And it's jacks, yes.
Pick up
and
jacks.
What is the objective of jacks?
You pick them all up.
Well, the objective is while the ball is in the air, you pick up the jacks, right? Mm-hmm. Am I wrong?
You're not wrong. So
they made this person, this artist made the earth the ball. So it's like saying that while the ball is in orbit, or while it's in while you basically you're lifting it, and it gives you this opportunity to take as much as you can, right? You've got a window of opportunity. So in the middle of this whole virus thing, when we're watching all the people, like literally New York City was a ghost town. And so while all that's happening, they put this sculpture up by the World Trade Center.
And there's an irony because that sculpture is called XO World. And how do you usually say goodbye?
How?
XOXO. Like that's a common like way of saying goodbye, which is hugs and kisses. And what weren't you allowed to do during the pandemic, supposedly?
Yes.
Right? So there is kind of a delicious, malevolent irony in all of it.
It's really, I think it's completely intentional. In many ways, I think it's like mockery. That they would put that up in the city while the city's basically been, it's the city that never sleeps that's asleep.
And it's interesting, apparently the sculpture was made in South Korea and imported.
Interesting, huh? Yeah. Perfect timing, too. Okay, so we're going to be looking at stuff about the X because Elon Musk loves the X. Can you read that, Bob?
X is the Roman numeral for 10.
Yes. So the X is the 10. And I'm bringing this up because we're going to be watching a guy that was canceled recently. We're going to watch a promo. People may find this weird. People, hopefully it makes some sense at the end once we get into the Elon Musk Trump stuff. Okay. So, what is this, Bob? Can you read this?
Heaven Upside Down is the 10th studio album by American rock band Marilyn Manson. It was released on October 6th, 2017 by Loma Vista Recordings and Caroline International. The record has the working title Say 10 and was initially due to be issued on Valentine's Day. However, the release day was delayed.
All right, so it's his 10th studio album, and the song is called Say 10, which is a play on Satan. Satan, right?
And it's Heaven Upside Down.
And the album is called Heaven Upside Down. There's a lot of symbolism in here, loads of it. This is like this whole stream. A lot of it is going to be the symbolism. Then we're going to go into exactly what's going to be happening. I'm sorry that I kind of went a really long route to it. I loaded this up with stuff. Okay, so first of all right, we're going to watch this video right now. We're going to watch, this was a promo. This guy has a way of predicting the future. I don't know how he does it. Maybe he's some kind of weird prophet or something, but there's some interesting stuff in here. This was a promo for this album. Let's see this. All right, Bob, what do you think?
I will always have a soft spot in my heart for Marilyn Manson.
Okay, so what you have here is you have Trump. This was right before the first election.
This was right after.
This was before. This was before he was made president the first time.
This was released in 2017. He was already president.
No, he was not president when this promo came out.
Okay.
He was not. So, he's talking about a headless leader, right? Mm-hmm. A headless leader. He's ripping these pages out of the Bible. He's always referencing the Antichrist, right?
Well, he's saying he's godless and fearless, which is what the left is.
Yes, yes. So we're going to see this again in a second. We're going to watch. There's actually a 33 on the floor. If you look in the blood, like I keep telling people, there's a 33 in there. You see that? The 3 and the other 3. You can clearly see the red tie and all that.
And the orange hands.
He's talking about something is shaking its scales.
Something is shedding its
shedding
skin.
its scales, like a snake, right? So to me, it's like sort of like a government, like or a system, something coming back, something's coming, right?
Yep.
And he talks about cash is the poor man's money, right?
And when you say God, I say Satan.
Yes, and so he says say 10, and so like I said, the 10 is the X, right? It's the X. Say 10. And it's a play on words with Satan.
Yeah.
Okay. And so what do we have here? We have this motherfucker, this guy, this Musk guy. And people say, that's crazy. This, like I said, this guy makes predictions. And he says cash is the poor man's money. Does that not think, do you not think that's about the monetary system possibly?
And it is interesting that this time around, Trump is talking about the power of digital currency and cryptocurrency and all, like, that's absolutely not a good thing. I know that currently the coins are on their way to the moon again, but as fast as they go up, they go back down. So I wouldn't suggest anybody put their money in that.
I mean, what they're trying to do is they're trying to kill the dollar. They're trying to kill the dollar. And they're just trying to they're trying to uproot the entire system, right? They're trying to swap everything around. And we're seeing the inversion of everything right now, right? Man is woman, woman is man, all this shit, right? Mm-hmm. This wasn't a thing back in 2017. And this guy puts this album out. He calls it Heaven Upside Down. And this isn't the only song like this. He has a song on this album that says, We Know Where You Live. And it's clearly about tracking people.
Yep.
It's about tracking. The video, when you see it, it's like overhead views from satellites looking at people's homes.
And then there's another one called What's a Nice Place Like This, Doing Around People Like Us. And it's about...
That's the exact song I'm talking about.
Right, but it's also about, like, the luring and perversion of children.
Yes, that's that song. That's actually called We Know Where You Live.
Oh, yeah.
That's the name of the song. Okay, so say
I
10.
knew it was the same song. I just didn't remember the name of it.
So these are our buddies here. This is a guy who has this monetary thing called PayPal. He wants us mixed in with digital currency.
And electric vehicles.
And they want us to be in a world where we own nothing.
Mm-hmm.
We own nothing and you're happy.
And
right?
he very famously went out and was talking about how he doesn't own a house. He's just couch surfing and it's better and he doesn't have to worry about having a house and whatever. And that's patent bullshit, right? But by the same token, he is like pulling an Andrew Tate. He's telling you, do this, be like me, and don't own a house and do all of this bullshit. But like, you do not have the insulation of billions that this man has.
So this is the X, right? Once again, this guy, I took this picture yesterday. This guy's had this Satan costume on that website for over 2 years. For like 2 years, he's never changed that image with that costume.
Why is his bio in Spanish?
I don't know, because he's a weird dude. That's what he is.
That's not his actual account. That's a spoof account.
No, but there's another one that he has that suit. Sorry about that. I took a picture of the other one. He has that suit on in the other one.
Yeah, Sergeant. I think that Junior, I think it was, had like his own coin. Mm-hmm. And now there's like Dogecoin again. There's all the different coins. And it's just such a scam. Like,
I can show you the other one.
Please do not buy coins.
I can show you the other side. He has this costume on.
Buy land, don't buy coins.
Somebody took his fucking thing, but he has this fucking Satan costume on. He's had it on for years. He spent thousands of dollars on this freaking costume.
Yep. And he named not his most recent child, but the child before his most recent child is named like X Aether, blah, 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 blah.
Yeah. Okay. What'd you say, Bob? His child's name what?
He has a child named X. I'm looking for the actual name.
Anyway, I've gone the longest effing route to what I'm saying. I should have just simplified this. I'm sorry about this. I should have made this a lot simpler.
You wanted to get a full and deep picture.
Yes, I'm going insane. I put so much. I've just got too many clips. That's what I did. All right, so. Okay, so. What?
So Elon Musk and Grimes had a son born in May of 2020 who is named X-A12. And he's named after like their favorite number and their favorite plane and all sorts of bullshit. But yes, so X stands for the unknown variable. A stands for the Elven spelling of AI, which is short for artificial intelligence. And A12 is the precursor of the SR-17, which was the couple's favorite aircraft. So his name is actually X-I-A12.
Okay.
But in order to comply with like laws around naming conventions, they had to name him X-A12.
All right, so
that child is going to grow up and kill them.
That's an interesting kid. So this guy is the guy who wants to bring in the digital currency and all the different technologies, the AI and so on and so on. They're going to use these fires to get to that point. I probably shouldn't have shown all this other stuff. I don't know. I just wanted to show you guys there's a lot of symbols out there A lot of symbolism happening. And it leads me towards these people in many ways not being honest. They're constantly backstepping or doing things that are completely inconsistent. So, for example, this guy is going on about how he wants you to be so free and independent, but then he wants completely trackable currency. Yep. He wants you to be basically stuck on having an electrical vehicle. He supports the Green New Deal, which is going to make it where you can't even heat your home with wood. Right, Bob? You can't heat your home with wood.
But he's speaking out of...
You're going to get taxed up the fucking ass with the carbon taxes for driving a gas-powered car.
He's speaking out of both sides of his mouth with this, because on the one hand, he's saying he's going to pull out of the Paris Climate Accords again. He's going to drill, baby, drill. He's going to do all of this stuff, right? But then in the same breath, he is taking a person whose entire fortune is quite literally... Okay. Entangled in this, like, quote unquote green energy, electric energy, and putting him in positions of power and making him a key figure in the policy. So he's saying, oh, well, I'm against all this environmental stuff, but then he's taking somebody who has billions of dollars wrapped up in people driving electric cars and having a robotic workforce and putting him in a position of power. So it's duplicitous. It is inconsistent. It actually, like, completely contradicts itself. And this was a hallmark of his first term, where he would say one thing, do something different, and then people would spend all of their time and energy infighting to try to explain and defend and, well, what he really meant was. And that concerns me, because that is not the way that an honest person behaves.
Okay, so another thing that was prophesized was these Christians taking a damn blame for what happens with the, I guess you would say, the Antichrist in many ways. This movement is very evil. It's trying to take people away from the land. It's trying to separate them from the land. In many ways, everything's inverted. But these guys are coming here to save us, right? They're going to shut it all down. When in reality, they're driving us towards that goal. This guy, I think, is going to get used as a way to kind of like discredit Christians and to discredit everyone, pretty much. Mr. Orange Man, I think he's gonna fuck up things real good. Can you read this, Bob?
Evangelical leaders celebrate Trump's victory as a prophecy fulfilled. Some evangelical Christians see Donald Trump's win as ordained by God, offering a divine mandate in his second term.
All right, so.
Now, one thing that I will draw a parallel to is
Yes.
Donald Trump reminds me in many ways of Wilhelm II of Germany, circa World War I. He abdicated, and that brought a de facto end to the war because Germany, had no leadership, was broke, was dying, etc.
Yes.
Right. But the thing
Well,
about...
they're trying to create those parallels. Those aren't completely intentional.
For sure. But the thing about Wilhelm specifically is that while he was an intelligent man who had all of the ingredients for greatness, he was ultimately too suggestible. He surrounded himself with these really larger than life personalities, people who he deferred to. And if they told him to do something, he would do it. And he would do sometimes crazy things that were sometimes very, very good, but oftentimes very, very bad, because it was suggested to him to do it by somebody that he trusted. And we saw a tremendous amount of that in term one. And if you look at the way he is identifying positions of importance in cabinet positions, it seems to be more of the same. It seems to be, well, you have been a good person to me. I like you, so I will give you power. Not necessarily because that person happens to be particularly good at that job, but because they have demonstrated a fealty and kinship with him that he values.
Mm-hmm. All right, so one of the reasons I showed this is because this guy is going to be the fall guy. He's the one who's going to go and turn down all these climate things, and there's going to be a lot of fires that are going to happen. They're starting it up. I showed you. I'm going to show you some more of this right now. Give me 1 second. He's going to be the fall guy, and I think the Christians are going to take the fall for this guy as well, because he's going to do the mass deportations. The Christians are supposedly supporting him. He's going to be viewed and created as your great Hitler, your new Hitler, and they're going to take the fall for it. So it pushes, actually, in a lot of ways, I think, the leftism movement goes even more forward, because these people are going to be painted as backwards and evil, demonic, not, Nazis and so on. All right, so 1 second. I was going to show you something. Give me 1 minute. 1 second, people. Okay, so there's the fires. I had a folder in here that had the stuff about the fires. 1 second. Where the hell is my folder?
I don't know. Where's your folder?
Did I not look at the fires already? I guess it's not in here. I thought it was in here. I think I might have deleted it by accident.
Uh-oh.
Okay, so I'm going to put it back in here. Okay. Okay, I think I did throw it out by accident.
Well, there is, if you look on this screen over here,
Yes.
Behind this image, there does appear to be a folder just in the middle of this screen. Is it possible you moved it?
No, I don't think so. I'll go take a look. Give me 1 second. Oh man. So yeah, I probably, you know what I should have done? I probably should have not gone completely through. I should have gone through this.
See, you have a folder right there.
That's a picture.
Oh, sorry.
It's like a video or something.
I'm reaping the heads and
I think I showed this, but let's watch it again.
Whether you want to accept it or not, I don't care.
Okay, great. This stupid hotkey keeps turning the videos off.
Okay, so while you look for that,
I'm reaping the heads in thought. I'm Jesus Christ. Whether you want to accept it or not, I don't care. I got the thought. I'm reaping it in thought. In thought. It's a thought. You see what I'm saying? In other words, the whole world is in a thought. And I am in the thought of peace on earth.
I want to know how you feel.
So there you go. I don't know if we saw this earlier. Like he said, the whole world is in a thought. And this is what the Great Reset is. This is what the X is. This is what the Green New Deal is. It's a thought. It's a plan. It's an idea that they're putting into motion. He's saying that he's in the thought of peace on earth. And this is what they push, right, Bob? These people are completely backwards. They push peace while dividing everybody. They push peace while creating wars. Their whole road to this supposed peace is going to be a mess of dead bodies. And
the road to hell is paved with good intentions.
Yes. The path to hell is paved with good intentions. So this is what we saw last year. And these are going to come back. This is what the whole video was about. Sorry, I've gone the most roundabout way ever. This is what it's all about. This is how we're going to get to the fourth industrial revolution. It's going to be done through these supposed totally real climate events. They got it all out. They've trained you to basically shelter at home and mask up and all this shit. And this is their road there. This is going to get, I believe this is going to get much, much worse. They are going to have a body count in order to push their agenda. They need to. They have to make people take this very, very seriously.
I mean,
okay?
I think that they already have a body count. Look at Helene.
They need a much larger body
these
count. Now, let me say this. If they go and they burn 1 billion trees, because Canada has some of the most trees in the whole world, they could burn a couple of billion trees and kill many, 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 many people. And this Green New Deal will be, they're going to come to Trump. They're going to be like, Trump, sign it, sign the agreement. What do they call it? This Green Deal. What was it called again? The
Paris Climate Accords.
The Paris Climate Agreement. So they'll sign that in 2 seconds. And you guys saw it. They are now blending these two things into each other. This is very similar to the virus thing. They've trained people to stay at home, to mask up, right? To just shelter at home. And then you have lockdowns. Lockdowns, the same exact thing. We had these in New York when these smokes came out of nowhere, something that's never happened ever. And now we have Central Park burning. Not Central Park, Prospect Park, that's never had a fire. And I live right next to Prospect Park my entire life. They never had a single fire over there. And now most of the reports are saying that it's because of the climate. So, and this is all rolling out immediately.
Because of a bunch of hobos.
This is happening immediately after the election. They're rolling into this because this is where we're supposed to be. The 2030 agenda, what do you call it? The Green New Deal, all this stuff. This is where they want to be. The Great Reset, all this stuff. It's all together. The automation is coming. All of it. Elon Musk told you he's invested in automation, in replacing your ass. All right, Bob, let's see this. There's just so many things to look at. I should have not looked at all the symbolism. All right, Bob, can you read this?
New York City is set to ban gas hookups in new buildings, effectively requiring all electric heating and cooking. The move could influence how cities around the world seek to reduce burning of fossil fuels.
All right, so isn't that kind of a government overreach?
I think so.
It's set to ban gas hookups? People, they're trying to get you all on the fucking... On that, where you can't... You're out of God's world now. You're at their mercy completely. You can't... They want you to be fire phobic. They want you to not be able to light a fucking barbecue to cook food, like an actual barbecue. To burn some wood. You have a little bonfire in your backyard. It's against the law. And then the numbers. Like I said, you look at the numbers and people say, you're crazy. What is that? That's a 96. As above, so below, right? People say that's a mistake. But there's another thing. And people say it's nuts, but this stuff, the reason I put that is because they code this shit. They code all of it. That's coded with their new world. As above, so below. What do you think, Bob?
I mean, I think that it's quite plausible.
Yeah, I mean, it sounds crazy, I guess. But
I mean, I don't think you do yourself any favors by saying it sounds crazy. Like, many things sound whatever they sound, but you're presenting a cohesive
let's look at this.
hypothesis.
Okay, all right. All right, let's see this again. Let's read this. This was a big thing that the media pushed like crazy, people. They pushed this like crazy. Remember that, Bob? Cove Fifi.
Ever since that tweet, I have referred to coffee as Kofifi because I think it's hilarious.
You know what's funny? That I actually found the supposed typo around the time of this writing when they put this out, and it actually said Cove Fever. It was a supposed typo on CNN.com. We're gonna learn something about this. Look at the number in there, Bob. PM. Look at the time. As above, so below. 96. Right? Oh, that's a mistake. That's my mistake. Oh, yeah. Okay, let's see these two tweets, right? Despite the constant negative press, you got your 12, and people say this is crazy. You split the 12, you get 2 6s. What do you get? 666. You got the one underneath, as above, so below. 69. You know, they got that rapper, 69, 69. They're obsessed with the 69 as well. The media went crazy with the Cove Fifi.
We've got Dark in the comments saying most people nowadays are too passive. They don't care about any of this, unfortunately. And that's true. Like, we as a species have become very domesticated.
Look at this. Who can figure out the true meaning of Cove Fifi? Enjoy. As above, so below. Right? That's it. This site has loads and loads of views, millions and millions for each video. This video, for some odd reason, was stuck at 69. You just start to notice these patterns in the world when you see these big events, right? There's the 69, right, Bob?
Yeah.
Yes. Sorry if I'm repeating myself. They have it here. You want to read that, Bob?
Kofifi is a word presumably misspelled by then President of the U.S., Donald Trump, in a viral internet meme. It was sent in a tweet, 9:06 p.m., 30th of May, 2017, that said, despite the constant negative press, Kofifi. It was widely suggested by the media that Donald Trump meant to write coverage. However, White House press secretary Sean Spicer said that it was not a misspelling, with him saying, I think the president and a small group of people know exactly what he meant.
A small group of people knew what he meant. You want to know why? Because I think this was code. This is code. And this is the reason why I'm bringing this up is that I think this guy, I don't think he wrote this. I think they just put this out here to mock people. This is really just mockery. Code Fifi, I'm pretty sure is code for that little virus thing that came later on. They got all the people talking about this, and then they did it later on. And you'll see lots of things like this. You see this Trump wake up and smell the Code Fifi, right? Smell it. I've seen many people writing things of breathing, associated with breathing and cove, the word cove. And like I said, I'm just saying this because this guy is mixed in with stuff. This is some kind of code. He said a small group of people know what he's talking about. I think they were mocking people. This was a few years before the whole virus thing happened. And remember that guy Fauci came out and he literally said that in the Trump presidency, there will be a virus that comes. Like, they just knew it already. You see this? They say there's a typo. They talk about the typo, and then they put the word Confederate in there. Right? This whole way, whoa, oops, mistake. They're mixing that. And what are they doing right now, Bob? They're creating parallels between the Civil War, aren't they?
Yep.
And so we got the word, and within the Kofifi, we also have the Confederate in there. Oh, they're writing this article, but you got the Confederate. Oh, it was the autocorrect thing wrote Confederate in there. Am I wrong? Is that they're building those parallels right now between the Civil War, and what's happening right now, right? And this all started because of the Cove thing, right? It all started then. That's when you had your what do they call it? They had this whole thing about people talking about splitting up the states, and what do they call it when they split? They basically create a country within a country.
Oh, hold on.
Okay, I don't remember the word for it.
Secession.
Yeah, secession. They were gonna say that we're gonna become a country within a country, which is what happened in the Civil War, right? And who did they fight in the Civil War? Who was fighting?
The Confederacy.
Yes, the Confederacy. So do you think this is a mistake? They coded. People think it's crazy, but you can see when you really look at these signs, you can kind of see what's coming. People wouldn't know this because Kofifi, like you wouldn't know that, right? You don't know it till it happens.
you were given the breadcrumb, right? Because when I read that, I thought he was talking about coffee. It never occurred to me. But then here you have this article telling you, oh, well, he meant coverage. He definitely didn't mean Confederate. So it's not
but the fact that they made such a big deal out of it.
They're seeding you, right? They're giving you the breadcrumbs to follow, because it's not like most people would not think he meant Confederate. Like that is such an intellectual and logical leap. It's coffee.
Yeah. When you watch it after the fact, you kind of see that they're kind of playing you. That's what it seems like. Look at this, Bob. This stuff over here. The Kofifi Act, right? And they created an act for that little virus thing, remember? They called it Cove something. Am I wrong?
No.
They created a law for it. So they were joking around. We'll hear this, and I'm not going to go too far into this. There's so many things about this. Obviously, they knew what they were doing. There was a document that came out before that was called the Crimson Contagion. So they knew exactly what they were going to do. They already had it planned. And everything is going as planned.
I'm just going to say it. Kofefe. Back on this camera.
We're going to hear this guy, what he has to say.
No.
Why did it stay up so long? Is no one watching this?
No, I think the president and a small group of people know exactly what he meant.
Why would he say something like that, Bob? Why? Why wouldn't he just come out and say, "Oh, it was a typo"? Why you have a fucking press conference talking about this?
Because I think that it's intentional. It's about stirring up. I
think they're mocking.
Oh,
people.
Well, what does it mean? What does it mean? What does it mean? And then a big element of his first term was creating this absolute chaos of what does he mean? Well, he said this, but he didn't mean this, and he wrote this, but he didn't mean this. Then you have conservatives or you have Republicans or whatever you want to call them coming out and trying to defend these absolutely fucking out of pocket asinine things. And he didn't really mean it's like everybody got a special fucking decoder ring to understand what the hell he was trying to say. This is a full-grown adult man. He should be able to speak for himself.
I think they were just fucking with people. They fuck with people all the time.
President and a small group of people know exactly what he meant.
Why would the press come out and ask this? What would he mean? What did he mean? What did he mean? Yeah, what he meant is that it's Cove Fifi, whatever the fuck the Fifi is, but the Cove part, we know exactly what the Cove was. Is it just kind of odd that he had this highly publicized supposed tweet that was he didn't really come out and say it meant nothing. He never said that it meant nothing. He said actually try to decode it.
Well, I mean, there is one thing that Trump will never miss out on, and it's an opportunity to create press. So, and I think that you can kind of approach this from two separate directions. On the one hand, you can look at this as the divine providence of God giving us an opportunity to see what is coming.
Yes.
Whether it is by their own hubris that they are showing it or by God's goodness that he is revealing it, we don't know which way it is, but
Yes.
that there is some sort of a message in this. And on the other hand, it's just dumb peopling. And now I
Yes.
think that it's entirely more plausible given the amount of evidence, the number of times, the consistency, to think that there is some sort of intelligence behind this symbology than it is happenstance. But it is in its own weird way like a mirror for the conversation of intelligent design versus the unintelligent happenstance of creation. Like that on a long enough timeline, all possibilities will come to be.
All right, so I feel like in some ways I should just probably redo this whole thing, shouldn't I? Because I've gone in such a roundabout bout to get to a roundabout way, like a long.
Yeah, but I mean,
way.
there's a lot of people that have been sitting here interacting, so I don't really know why you're going down
All right,
this
all right.
narrative thread.
Hopefully people aren't too annoyed by it. Okay, so we're gonna go into. So the reason why I brought up the Christians has to do with the transformation of symbols. That's one of the things. You can take a good symbol and make it bad. Many times in civilization today, people are totally fine with making. I actually had an argument with a leftist person a few years ago. I was really angry because they were talking about words and symbols, and they said this certain symbol is a bad one. And I said, actually, symbols. If something, this is what happens a lot of times today, is that people don't ever want to see things transforming towards good. They always want to see something that was once not bad being bad and staying bad forever. This is what they do, which is kind of weird, right, Bob? Like they'll take things from the past and then things that were fine. And then they'll say, well, nowadays people think that's bad. And so what? It can't change back to good again? Can symbols not change? Am I wrong?
I mean, I think that it is the insistence that man can order nature. It is refusing to allow nature, whether that is language, nature, whether that is the natural progression of ideas, or the environment, be as they are. It is the decision to willfully direct change and allow or disallow change. And that is the hubris of man.
Okay. So, I'm going to show you some more stuff. So I know a lot of stuff is it's a lot of speculation. We're going to watch this one last thing, and then we're going to actually watch what we're getting led towards. Okay? So this is a thing that happened back in 2001. This was basically a ritual. Okay?
It's really exciting for me to be here. I want to thank Miss Daniels for being a teacher.
So what happens here is that these kids read this book, and it was mimicking what was happening in reality. What's behind him? It says reading makes a country great, right? What makes a country great? And what did they read? They read something about things hitting buildings, or there was things being hit at the time. I looked at the great. People may think this is far-fetched, but it says make a country great. And so what did Trump do? He makes America great again, right? Is that may possibly coded, because when he made it great, what did he do? Did he make it great again? Because what happened is that we had a virus, which I consider equivalent to 9/11. This whole virus thing they did to this country, right? They terrorized people with that. And many people say this was an inside job. So they made the country great here, right? It makes the country great reading. And then look at what they're reading. And then this guy, he made the country great, and he's coming back. And guess what, people? He's going to make it great again by having massive fires all over the place, and people, who knows what's going to happen. There's going to be a lot of shit that's going to happen when this guy comes in. We're going to go over it. Hopefully we don't go another 20 hours, but we're going to go over the things that are coming down the line and it's very soon to come, that are actually in many ways are already happening.
I want to thank Wynn for being a principal, and I want to thank you all for practicing reading so much. It's really important.
And this morning we do have a lesson that we will read for you.
Good.
And it's lesson 60 of our SRA reading program, direct instruction.
I know very well where that came from.
Okay. Are you ready, my butterflies?
Why is this shit so loud? Am I wrong? This is like ridiculously loud.
All the words on this page without making a mistake. Read this word the fast way. Get ready.
Park.
Yes, park. What do these two letters say?
R.
Yes, R. Sound it out. Get ready.
R.
What word?
Park.
Yes, park. What do these two letters say?
R.
Yes, pick your reader up from under your seat. Open your book up to lesson 60 on page 153. At the count of 3, everyone should be on page. Let's pick your reader up from under your seat. Open your book up to lesson 60 on page 153.
All right. Hopefully they get there eventually.
At the count of 3, everyone should be on page 153. If the yellow paper is going to bother you, drop it. Thank you. Everybody touch the title of your story. Fingers under the title. Get ready to read the title, The Fast Way. We're waiting for one member. Okay. Thank you. Fingers under the title of the story. Get ready.
The pet goat.
Yes, the pet goat. Fingers under the first word of the story. Get ready to read the story the fast way. Get ready.
A girl had a pet goat.
Go on.
She liked to go running with her pet goat.
Go on.
She played with her tail.
Try it again. Get ready from the beginning of that sentence. Get ready.
She played with her goat in her.
So can you understand anything what this is saying, Bob?
I mean, they're reading about a girl and a pet goat.
Yes, and the goat, and if you know the story, the goat is banging its head into things. It's crashing into things. They say it crashes into metal. I probably should have had it on here, but it's kind of odd that buildings were hitting, buildings were being hit by planes, and, metal is being hit. And so, like I said, they made America great. They're reading, and this is, I guess, making them great or something. What do you think, Bob?
Yeah, I mean, there's definitely a lot of very strange parallels and coincidences.
You don't think the whole thing makes a country great?
I mean, that is, like, I had never thought about that before, and that is really weird.
Reading makes a country great, and then what you hear seconds later is them reading about things hitting metal and airplanes. What they're reading is what happened, right? That's what happened next. And you're seeing that on the wall to make it great. And we're seeing this with this guy. And what do we get? Another attack. And then we had the Floyd thing, which is also coded with 9/11 as well. The country got real great when this guy got there, right? It got great again.
Well, he made it great the first time, and now he's going to make it great again. So we're
now we're going to have
coming back to that idea. I'm going to make it great. I'm going to make it great. I'm going to make it great.
And great, making the country great is actually a backhanded it's a backhanded thing to say, because to say make it great again is to say that it's not great. He's literally saying that the country is not great. Am I wrong?
No.
He's saying it's not great because he's got to make it great again, meaning it's not great. You might as well just say the country's not good.
Well, I mean, I think he does come out and say that quite a lot.
Yeah, I know. Because he's going to fix it. He needs to justify his existence. And what he's going to do is he's going to bring in all the automation and all this other stuff. He's going to be the fall guy. He's going to remove, like I said it earlier, I'm going over the same thing. He's going to pose, he's basically going to become everything they want him to be, right? And when the great fire comes, which is coming, people remember this. If I keep this video up, because I sound crazy. No, I don't. When the great fire comes, they're gonna come up to him and say, Trump, do it. What do you want us all to die? Huh? Right?
Well, the first time the Great was invoked, we had a war on terror. The second time we had a war on disease, and now we're going to have a war on the environment. These are all unwinnable, impossible wars to nowhere because they're wars against ideas. And that is a way to keep everybody perpetually divided, afraid, at war. I mean, it ushered in the Patriot Act, which is now, continued to evolve in really bad ways. So when you think about it in that regard, right, the making it great is the ushering in of this never-ending war. We've been at war continuously since 2001. It's 2024.
Yes, and everything now is just climate. It's all the climate. That what's going to drag us into this new order is this whole climate thing. That's really what's going to do it. No doubt about it. They got everybody trained. We're going to go into some more actual detail, things that you don't need to kind of like You don't need to like kind of like be crazy like me. All right, you could just see it. It's just plain English right in your face. Just plain effing English. All right, so this is who Elon Musk is in a lot of ways. Can you read this, Bob? Do I need to make it bigger?
If you want me to read the article, you need to make it bigger. Okay.
Okay.
Elon Musk unveils Tesla factory video to showcase full automation. This is the second video Musk released showing Tesla's Model 3 production line.
All right.
Robots under pressure. Elon Musk took to Instagram to post another video of Tesla's team of KUKA industrial robots at work building the Model 3 to showcase Tesla's focus on automation in its development of electric vehicles. Earlier this week, Musk sent out a video of Tesla's Model 3 assembly line slowed down to 1/10 speed. The new video, described as stamping Model 3 body panels real time, shows the automated process of fabricating the electric vehicle's body at full speed. This comes amid numerous advances and controversies surrounding the automation of production. A few days ago, Jane Kim of the San Francisco Board of Supervisors established a committee dubbed the Jobs of the Future Fund to explore how best to smooth the transition towards more automation.
Okay, so we're going to go down. There's a really important statement in here.
Skeptics of an automated future like World Bank chief Jim Yong Kim warn that humans are in for a job disruption, not seen since the Industrial Revolution, and that we'd best invest in education and health. Kim argues that intelligent automation and reactionary political elements may threaten economic development. For example, the resistance to forces of globalization, putting the world, Kim adds, on a crash course. But billionaire entrepreneur and Virgin Group founder Richard Branson thinks we have meaningful alternatives, telling the BI Nordic reporters that a safety net provided by a basic income could help counter the effects of artificial intelligence and increased automation.
Don't you find that kind of funny that they were giving everybody checks?
Mm-hmm.
You don't think that's kind of interesting how it lines up?
I mean, it's exactly aligned with the goals, right? Because if people are primarily motivated to work for money, right? These are not people that are doing jobs that they're passionate about. They're not journeymen. This is not like a career. It's a job. Most people have jobs. Very few people have careers. Even fewer people have vocations. And so on its surface, this idea that you can just get paid to exist.
Yes.
And not have to work because now robots are going to do it can sound very appealing to some people.
Yes, it can, huh?
Until you think about what that means
non-essential, remember?
For
non-essential.
you.
But you see it. They're setting it up, right? They're talking about giving people universal income. Sounds a little bit like communism.
It is
right?
It is communism.
Yeah.
It doesn't sound a little like it is like that's how it works.
And this is what your buddy Elon Musk is going to bring to you. He's going to force you into communism. These robots that he's putting out they're very cheap and they're intended to replace you.
When you think about the cost to a company of a wage laborer, right? So you're thinking a stockist, like a person who stocks the shelves at Walmart, a person who is a cashier at the local Aldi's, whatever, right? Retail. That person costs the company training, insurance, health benefits, time off, a salary. They're only able and permitted to work a certain number of hours. So if that business is open beyond those hours, they need to have additional people in redundancy roles for that particular position. If, however, you are able to take these relatively manual jobs that don't require complex decision making or complex training, and you can hand them off to a robot, that is a one-time cost and maintenance fees, which is 1,000,000% cheaper. That is essentially pure profit after the first 6 months or so. Well, because I think, wasn't Elon Musk saying that he was going to charge like $21,000?
$20,000 to $30,000 right. He wants to charge for these robots. These robots are intended to do basically all manual labor, pretty much. Bob, can you read the meaning of crypto?
Short for cryptocurrency, the software gathers the fluctuations of the market and prices of all the cryptos To make a considerable profit, you will have to conduct in-depth research into crypto industry or crypto markets. It's also short for cryptography. And then there is the informal, and this is a dated definition, a person having a secret allegiance to a political creed, especially communism.
Yes. Isn't that interesting? What do you think of that?
Well, because it also kind of comes from encrypted, or the concept of hidden.
Encryption. Yeah.
Secret.
So, Scott, that one of the definitions has to do with a secret communist allegiance. Okay.
Today on the newscast, the Great Reset, how the push for global government and a digital currency is growing, and why 2030 is such a pivotal year for this sinister agenda. That's coming up.
All right, so here's a YouTube channel that they're talking about the Great Reset. But before we watch that, we're going to watch an advertisement that they put out. Hopefully I can find it. Okay, 1 second, people. Okay, we're just going to watch this video. Okay.
Hey folks, Eric Stakelbeck here. Welcome to the Watchman Newscast. What would you say if I told you that by the year 2030, you'll own nothing, have no privacy, and yet you'll be happy? That you'll live in a cashless society where all currency is digital, and that everyone on Earth will require a digital ID to travel freely. And that, much like communist China, you'll be given...
You see, people, they don't have to worry about borders once they bring this in. This is why they have no problem flooding the country. One of the agendas of the, I forgot what they called it, well, of the Great Reset was to flood these countries with immigrants. They have no problem with it. Once they bring in that digital ID and they make all currency digital, they can literally starve you out. You can't not do anything. Maybe you go out into the woods and try to hunt something maybe, but for the most part, they're going to try to starve you out. You're not going to be able to even really live in civilization in a developed place like, a New York City or something like that. You're going to literally probably live out in the woods at best. Right, Bob?
Yeah, and most
because it's all digital currency.
Like, I think that if we took a poll of the people in our comments right now, how many of you can hunt? How many of you can field dress an animal that you've taken? How many of you can set snares or fish or effectively navigate wooded areas? Like, yes. It's all fine and dandy and easy when you're sitting in the middle of an urban sprawl, right? Or even a suburban sprawl, when you can go to the grocery store and pick up individually packaged portions of food that you may or may not even have to cook. But when you are faced with nothing except nature, yes, and you suddenly have to figure out how to exist as a part of an ecosystem that you have spent your entire life isolated from, you are going to have a very, very hard time. And most people will return to the thing that is comfortable. They will go to the safety of the plantation.
Yes.
Right.
I think, it sounds nuts, people would say, but I think one of the components to this whole thing would have to be, and I should have added this to this. There's actually a scientist that talks about making people allergic to meat. That actually what they call human engineering. And he was talking about making people allergic to meat to save the planet. Well, guess what happens, people, when you have a control grid like this, when you have digital currency where they control everything you can and cannot buy, you now cannot not even live within God, the reality of God, right? You cannot go into the woods and hunt because you're literally allergic to meat, to the things that you would eat, so you would starve to death. And that to me sounds a lot like Revelations, Bob, right? Then they say that the ones that do not have the mark die.
Yeah.
Like they have to die. All right, so you got to get that mark, I guess, right?
Given a social credit score that determines how loyal you are to this new global system and those who control it. The end game is a one world government. To many, this sounds like something straight out of George Orwell's 1984, but I believe an even better guidepost would be the Book of Revelation and the coming Antichrist-led system. Now, some very powerful global players led by the World Economic Forum and with the enthusiastic backing of some Western leaders, major corporations, and the UN, are openly promoting this radical transformation of society. They call it the Great Reset. And folks, It's not a conspiracy or a theory when the people behind it are telling you out loud what they intend to do. I recently hosted a full special for TBN called What is the Great Reset?, which you can find right here on our channel under the category TBN Specials. It features my interviews with some incredible voices on this subject.
Dark in the comments says he'll go out Braveheart style. He said, freedom!
I'm a pretty good shot. I'm liking my odds.
I'll
be of hunting.
Well,
that is.
the whole
what
thing,
I'm going to be hunting. Well, we'll see.
What this guy's saying is what the stream's about. Even though I went this crazy roundabout way. Be
gentle with yourself.
There's going to be these climate events, and they're going to tell you that they're completely caused by your behavior in order to bring in exactly what this guy is talking about. And like I said earlier, the only thing that's going to stand up to these people are the conservatives. So the goal is to weaponize the conservative, to make them the evil, disgusting, hateful Nazis in order to remove them, to silence them, to do all of that in order to roll this out. But again, one of the big components of this is they need to really sell the danger of the climate, and the rain isn't enough. Now we're starting to see the trees burn, and they're going to have to make a lot of them burn to roll this in. And when they burn enough of them, that guy's going to roll this in overnight.
But it's not just the trees burning, right? It's all of it, because the hurricanes are part of it.
Yes, all of it. Yeah, the weather stuff.
All of the weather stuff is all part of it. They're saying, weather is becoming more extreme.
Yeah,
weather is becoming this. Weather is becoming that. The trees are on fire. We're in a drought. We have torrential down.
I know what you mean, but the thing is, the direct threat is the one that people will actually move for. The moment
I don't know, bro, a giant ass hurricane that takes out an entire state is a pretty good reason to move.
Because when you have clouds, if you saw the pictures I showed you of New York City, people, we lived in that. We breathed that smoke.
Yep.
Right here where we are in New York, we're in upstate. We're in New York, and we're not too far from Canada.
I mean, we're a good few hours.
We're hours away,
Canada.
but still, look, that smoke went over New York City and it went over us. The skies were freaking orange. Does smoke in Canada? If you read about Canada, they have a lot of fucking trees. These people can burn a lot more of those trees. Burning trees is actually good for them. It's actually very good for the soil. We're going to show that in a little while. We're not going to go too far off. I've been going far off for a long time, but they're going to be burning these trees. They're going to be burning a lot of them. So I would suggest people go get some masks, because I have a feeling they're going to start doing this all over the world.
Including, among others, Pastor Jack Hibbs, Victor Davis Hanson, and the Kwok brothers. Now, Daniel and Sam Kwok host a great channel,
Kwok,
right here on YouTube called the Kwok Brothers Freedom Files, where
the freedom fighters, pedophiles. What? Kidding. It's a joke. Bob, can you say Kwok?
Kwok.
They break down the true agenda behind the Great Reset. Be sure to subscribe to their channel at the Kwok Brothers. I spoke to them about why the year 2030 looms large for the Great Resetters and why a cashless society may not be that far off.
Trump says he's going to make us the crypto capital of the world. So he is leaning in that digital currency direction.
Take a look. He heads up this...
And they could sell you through the crypto and that digital currency. Trump could come out and say, hey, bro, if we bring in pure cryptocurrency, then these immigrants can no longer work here. And that's true. Because if you don't have a digital ID, right, if they don't give them the digital ID, then they cannot live. They cannot make any money because there's no more cash. It's cashless. So you cannot do something like under the table dealings. You cannot have people, like right now you can be an immigrant or whatever, or you could be just a regular person and have like a little side job, right? That they just pay you some money in hand, and so they could get around it. But within this system, you can't do that anymore. So you can't have illegal immigrants working for you. You cannot, and then that's even worse because I've already seen where they can go and they could restrict your access to purchase certain things. It's going to become a total nanny government.
World Economic Forum, they meet yearly in Davos, Switzerland, as you mentioned. But 2030 has been laid out by these great resetters like Klaus Schwab as a pivotal year for their agenda. Why is 2030 such a big deal for them?
Yeah, well, I think Sam could speak a little bit more to this, but my initial thoughts for me is, they've got a plan. But, if you look at everything that's going to happen, with writing on the wall, so to speak, it really points towards that being more so a 10-year plan as opposed to something they could just do right away. One of the things that we've discovered as we've been covering this topic the last 4 or 5 years is these guys are master psyops individuals. Mass psychology, they're masters at figuring out what they have to say, what narrative they have to push, what lever they have to pull to get everybody on board with their ideas. Right. And they understand that it's going to be a long process and it's going to probably resonate with the younger generation, which is why, him being 30, me being 28, we're so passionate about this because,
People, I know earlier we went kind of long, but you got to open your mind.
Open your mind. Open your mind. Open your mind. Open your mind. Open your mind.
You don't want to open it too wide. Your brain will fall out.
Are you guys going to open your damn minds or what? You don't know about numerology. That's the problem. That's why it sounds crazy. You didn't even know Charles Manson was a damn environmentalist. Do I have to tell you everything? Do I?
Eat their dead body. Used to rape and kill each other and there was no laws and who cared? A piece of a pig that's been killed. I believe that animals should have similar rights to human beings. If I punch you in the face, it will hurt. If you punch me in the face, it will hurt. And if I booted a dog in the head or stabbed them with a knife in the eye, absolute psychopath. Lions shred other animals. They rip antelopes' faces off, fully conscious. Have you seen lions rip a zebra apart? Oh, really? Yeah, they rip their stomach out, their stomach falls on the ground, they go for the guts. For lions kill and eat each other's babies and that, you know that, right? Or if someone abused you, killed you, enslaved you, eat their dead body.
Well, use it, yeah.
Have you ever had any family members that have died recently? Would you eat them to preserve their memory? You can go in there also, you can get a vegan burger.
People, that is a caring vegan. That vegan is a normal person who cares. It's a compassionate human being. It's not an evil person at all. And that person completely supports the Green New Deal and this new reset, this great reset, which isn't so great. Also, that great reset is related to the great, what would they call it, Bob? I forgot they called it back in the, during the Great Depression. Bob?
The New Deal.
The New Deal. That's where it came from, the New Deal. And the New Deal, when did it come, Bob? Was that during the Industrial Revolution? Am I wrong?
The Industrial Revolution was slightly before that because we already had the mechanization of plants
but it came
and industry.
Did it not come after the Great Depression?
Yeah, it came in it came as a proposed solution to the Great Depression, wherein people were co-opted into job corps and such to build dams and infrastructure and bridges. My grandfather was actually part of it. He got, because he wound up out essentially homeless with his little sister. So he faked his age and joined up and was out building the Hoover Dam, I think, and sending money back to his sister Patricia.
Exactly. But it came, and so what they're going to have to do is, what they're talking about is the reset. It's sort of like renovations. What did they call it, Bob? They didn't just call it the reset. They called it the build back better, right? It's sort of like renovations, right? When you renovate something, you got to destroy it, right? You go into a house, you want to change all the walls and everything, put new rooms. You got to start destroying everything. So this is probably what they're attempting to do. They're attempting to break down all these different systems around us. And really, when you really look at it, and we're going to go over it real soon, all the automation is just going to destroy everything. And in the end, people, it's what I think it's going into sort of what they call neo-feudalism, where you're really not going to have the kind of power that you have today. Now a lot of these people, you have businesses and everything. You can kind of build yourself up in the world and be equal. You can, or with a millionaire, you can become a billionaire, all that. They want to keep you at a certain point in the future, I think. Right? What do you think, Bob?
Well, it's a return to the divine right of kings, right? Except instead of a ruling class ordained by God, it is a godless merchant elite, right? So, and we've seen this happening progressively for the last century or so, where the age of empire, the age of monarchy has fallen, and what has risen is the age of the interconnected global mercantile class.
All right, so Sober says, start the reactor, Fu. What do you mean by that? What do you mean by start the reactor?
I think that's a reference to the clip you were showing about open your mind.
Oh, yeah, open your mind. Open your mind. People, this is what I'm trying to do to you.
Hey! You better find yourself someplace to hide and keep praying nobody ever finds you.
Try these on.
Look, you crazy mother.
Put these on.
Hey! Stay away from me.
I'm telling you, you dumb son of a... I'm trying to save you and your family's life.
You couldn't even save your own.
I'm giving you a choice. Either put on these glasses or start eating that trash can.
Not this year.
Yeah, guys, this year. It's probably going to happen soon. Let's hear a little more.
You know, we got to stand up. You know, we can't just allow our generation to be taken hostage by ideologies that not only hurt scripture, not only hurt the teachings of Jesus, but also hurts our personal freedom. You know, so you know, I do believe that's kind of the famous saying is by 2030 you will own nothing and you will be happy.
You will own nothing and you will be happy. That's straight from the horse's mouth, from the World Economic Forum.
That's the motto. That's the theme of the Great Reset. So the World Economic Forum released, I believe it's a 2-3 minute video where it made some predictions, critical predictions by 2030. One of the main key thing is you will own nothing and you will be happy. And it's interesting. There's a man who's smiling. You know, he seems very peaceful. He's calm. He's got this really bright grin, and with the caption of "You will own nothing and you'll be happy."
Well, how does that work in their view? You will own nothing, yet you'll be happy. Yeah. What does that exactly mean?
Yeah. Well, they believe in a shared economy, meaning that, hey, you know, everyone's going to rent out things, right? So, you know, a lot.
Yeah, you own nothing. You just rent it all.
You are a pet in that instance.
Yeah, you're going to be a pet. This is what they're doing right now in the gaming industry. They're trying to take away all ownership. Mm-hmm. This is what they've done.
But it is death by 1,000 cuts, right?
Yes.
Because we went from the idea of credit cards and like internet payment sites being like this very weird thing. It wasn't very popular. Most places didn't use it. Like cash was king. To now, a lot of businesses won't take cash, right? Even though it is an accepted U.S. currency. We went from this idea of a subscription-based life being very foreign to now almost everything in our lives is subscription-based. Even like healthcare is subscription-based in some regards, right? There's several new a la carte services.
Thanks a lot, man.
That are subscription-based. So when you think about it from that perspective, it's been the slow boil. It's the frogs in the pot, and the water is just slowly coming up to temperature so that by the time we realize something is wrong, it is too late, and we can no longer do anything about it.
But what they want to do is they want to rush us into this. And what's crazy is the fact that they're putting this information out there, and if I bring it to people, they're going to think I'm nuts. But they've told people this. So all the stuff they're doing when it comes to the weather and the viruses and so on, it all lines up with their goals. It's all leading towards their goals. And so when you look at stuff like Elon Musk, what you see as a guy who's basically a globalist. He's a multi-billionaire. I mean, it makes no sense. He's saying he's for the everyman, but he's never been the everyman. He's always been a filthy rich motherfucker. He's always been filthy rich. And so it makes no sense. He's like, hey, man, I'm here for you. No, you're not. You're here for automation. We just read it. He wants to replace you. He wants to use automation. He's invested in AI. He's invested in robotics. He's not your buddy. He's not. This guy literally wants to put computer chips in people's heads. For what?
He did put a computer chip in
Yes, but he
someone's
wants
head.
to normalize it. He wants to make it where it's out there. And they're probably just going to use it as more tracking.
And
for their
again, you have to
future
kind
world.
of think about this from the perspective that every time human beings intervene and try to create a just world, try to create a fair world, try to ensure equity of outcome instead of equality of opportunity, it inevitably and inexorably leads down a path of destruction that costs a lot of lives. So anytime somebody is telling you that, oh, well, if we just do this one thing, if you just give up this one freedom that you have, then, we'll be able to do all of these wonderful things for all of these people, you should probably not listen, because the second you start ceding your God-given rights as an individual human being who has a life on this earth, you are setting yourself up for some very, very bad stuff.
Yes. Okay, low. All right, so we have the fires. I'm going to show you some more. I'm looking for my folder I had on the fires. We're talking about the Great Reset. The Great Reset is it's all rolled up. The Great Reset is the Green New Deal.
Yep.
The Great Reset is Build Back Better. They're all the same effing thing. And so our guy over here, the green guy, the orange guy is going to lead us towards it for the many reasons I told you.
I mean, if you want to continue in the analogies of biblical destiny, this concept, which is not new, it is sort of legion, right? We are legion, we are many. And it's this many-faceted, many-faced personification of the hubris of man, where human beings believe that they have mastered the environment, they have mastered the world, they have mastered each other, they have mastered biology, and therefore they are the arbiters of what should be. And it's just a reaffirmation that we will always be Icarus. We always were Icarus, and we will always be Icarus. And it is our pride that will be the architect of our downfall, over and over and over again. Like, how many times have we been here? It got a facelift, right? We've got cool new gadgets on board, but this is the same exact thing that we have done time and time and
Yes.
time and time and time again across
Exactly.
history.
They told us this back. I played this cartoon a few days ago. They told us this back in the 1940s. We're going to watch the end of this cartoon while I go to the bathroom. Let's watch this.
60 years. Before signing up, you boys ought to try a little taste of Dr. Ism's formula to see what you'd get in exchange for your freedom. Go ahead, try it.
You can't do this to me! I'll strike!
The state forbids strikes.
Wait till the union hears about this!
Ah, yes, the Union. Welcome to our ranks, number 1313.
I'll take this case to the Supreme Court.
The state is the Supreme Court. Our decision is as follows. No more private property. No more you.
The farm folks will put a stop to this.
Farmers don't vote anymore.
What'll they do for seed next year?
You won't have to worry about next year. The state will do your planning from now on.
We must fight to regain our freedom, or everything is lost. Everything.
Everything is fine. Everything is fine. Everything is fine. Everything is fine. Everything is fine.
When anybody preaches disunity, tries to pit one of us against the other through class warfare, race hatred, or religious intolerance, you know that person seeks to rob us of our freedom and destroy our very lives. And we know what to do about it.
And now, gentlemen, no violence, please. And don't throw those bottles. Don't throw those bottles. No! Oh, no! No! Hey!
Working together to produce an ever greater abundance of material and spiritual values for all. That is the secret of American prosperity.
All right, so isn't that funny, Bob, that they even talked about the race division back in this was back in 1948. So they knew that, and remember they say earlier in that cartoon, they say this is the first time this has been tried in this country, Isn't that crazy? So they tell you in that cartoon that this has been done over and over and over again.
And that's the kind of the comforting thing with history.
It's a game plan that they've used many times.
When you look at history,
they literally said race division, Bob, back in 1948.
But that wasn't the first time. There's evidence of that in ancient Greece. There's evidence of that in ancient Egypt. The Ptolemaic dynasty was mostly Greek. And people had a real big fucking problem with it because they were like, you are not us. You conquered us, but you are not us. Right? And who the monarch that brought down Egypt, Cleopatra the Seventh. And what was she? She was Ptolemaic. She was actually Macedonian. Okay. Right. So there was nothing Egyptian about her beyond the fact that she lived there basically and spoke the language. But this is not a new concept. This is not a first time. This is not our first rodeo as a species. And that's one of the reasons why I think it is so crucial to have a deep and accurate understanding of history. Because if you do, when you see these things, when you see these talking points, when you see the propaganda, it's familiar because we've seen it before.
Yes, it's a game plan. They warned people about it back in the 1940s in that cartoon. They've been doing it for a while. Here's Donald Trump. I pro-crypto candidates for key federal financial agencies. So he's eyeing crypto. He went on and on about the crypto. He loves the crypto. All right, Bob, look, this is all over the place. Mm-hmm. He's into that crypto, Bitcoin, all the stuff that these people want. I'm just going to show off these random things about Trump that, we're not fans of. Here's some more. This is when he killed the vape industry for his tobacco company buddies. This is one of the biggest grassroots movements in probably decades in America. And Donald Trump took one of their biggest selling products away. He banned flavored vapes built on an absolute lie in order to once again fill his tobacco company buddies' pockets. He came in over there and again he banned these and he said, "Oh well, the children. Think of the children." Well, guess what? Children can go out and they can go drink some fucking banana flavored vodka. It's in the store. Why didn't they ban all the flavors of alcohol? Well, they didn't because those are multi-billion-dollar companies. He's not going to do anything to them. The vape industry was grassroots and it was actually helping a lot of people improve their health. Okay, we got crypto. Just going over a lot of the different documents I have here. Going over it. Okay. So I got some duplicates here. We're looking at Klaus Schwab's net worth, $12.2 billion. So this is the guy that's going to tell you that you basically need to restrict everything you have. He's just like John Lennon. We got the Donald Trump here. He's, from what I heard, he's relaxing certain restrictions. And he's actually in many ways helping private prisons. Private prisons are what Bill Gates is invested in. Another guy who's all into the Green New Deal. He literally is invested in everything. The Pfizer vaccine is his vaccine. In reality, that's his. All right. Am I going through this too fast, Bob?
No, I mean, I think that the idea is coming home to roost in a way. Like, you've presented a very diverse array of information, but there is a narrative through line. And the narrative through line is that for all of this illusion of choice, for all of this, bluster that we've been a party to, there never really was a choice because it doesn't matter which one of them is in power.
You just got to get some skills. You got to go like what we did. You got to try to hunt. You got to go fishing. You got to get yourself armed. You got to get yourself in an area where you can actually survive, where you can live. Look at Joe Biden coming out there saying, "Don't eat dog." He says, "Don't eat no dogs or cats." That's him mocking that man, right? He's mocking us. He's saying, "Don't eat dogs or cats." Well, when would that happen? I would say during a famine. All right, Bob, can you read this?
Although
here?
Dogs are much more useful in hunting.
Yeah, but he said don't eat no dogs or cats. That's him telling you something. All right, Bob, can you read this here?
Fires can be beneficial for trees and forests. Small, low-intensity fires help rejuvenate forests and are overall beneficial for conservation. Fire clears out old and overgrown vegetation and recycles nutrients back into the soil. Some species have evolved to depend on fires for their reproduction. Forest fires help forests clean house by turning dead trees and decaying plant matter into ash.
So yes, people, fires can be good. There's nothing wrong with it.
I mean, fire is a key part of a woodland ecosystem. It's a completely natural thing. And it is a fixative for the soil. And it as this little whatever this is says, it does improve growth. Like, it's a normal, natural thing. And this idea that it's not is fabrication.
Pivotal moment. I see several priorities for the global agenda. We must continue to fight against the global pandemic. We must revitalize the global economy and accelerate its transition to net zero. We must preserve.
Multi-billionaires telling us about net zero. This motherfucker's got over $12 billion in the bank.
And a private
And
jet.
you're the ones who are going to suffer, not him.
He owns multiple homes,
Yes.
multiple cars, probably multiple planes. He does not take
Exactly.
public transportation. He does not fly economy class. He flies in his private jet, probably by himself and a small select group of staff, and he flies all over the fucking world at his leisure. So it is very interesting that you have people like all of those idiots who sang Imagine, all of these celebrities coming out and saying, oh, you've got to go vegan, you've got to go meatless Mondays or whatever it is. You shouldn't have children, you shouldn't have cars, you shouldn't do all of these things that they themselves are doing. Like, Bill Gates is hot and bothered about this green economy idea. He owns multiple houses.
Yes.
He owns a plane. He owns multiple planes. He owns numerous plants and factories that rely on lithium ion batteries, which are strip mining Africa.
All right,
and
Bob,
destroying their water supply. So like,
yeah, exactly.
It's all the duplicity of good for me, but not for thee.
It's such bullshit. It's crazy. Hey, Bob, can you read this here?
430 million years ago is the earliest evidence of wildfires found in ancient rocks unearthed in Wales and Poland, dating back to around 430 million years ago. These charcoal deposits provide the first recorded instances of wildfires.
All right, so wildfires, people, obviously are naturally occurring. They don't even have to do with humans. And I'm going to show you flooding, and we're going to go over this fast because we've been here for a while. I don't want Bob to be up all forever.
Deploying nature.
Obviously, I want her to be up forever, but I don't want her to like suffer. I mean, she likes. She is part of food TV, but
I am here. I can advocate for myself.
I don't want her to like stay up all night long. She's had a hard work week. All right, here we go. We're going to watch the rest of what Swab has to say.
Solutions. And we must narrow the gap between the rich and the poor to achieve more sustainable global development.
Oh yeah, there you go. He loves us all, right?
Come on, you got to save the world from
All right, so we got a Dark in the comments. He says Carl Anal Schwab. What do you think of that, Bob?
I think that's a fitting moniker.
That's hilarious. All right, we're gonna got some more stuff over here. We're gonna go through. This is all part of this new reset, people. Here we go. The thing is, people, everything's not plain English. This is why I showed you this. I showed this that this goes far back. This probably goes way further back than when I showed. But, I showed you the stuff with the X. They're all environmentalists. And in a lot of ways, this is Charles Manson's wet dream that's happening right now. Am I wrong, Bob?
No, not at all.
Yeah, we're seeing we're seeing helter skelter. We're seeing race warfare and all the other stuff.
And they started seeding this idea during the global quote unquote lockdowns when they were like, nature's healing. There's dolphins in the canals of Venice.
But the thing is that was always the intention. That was always the intention, that all that virus stuff and all that was all leading towards this. To this 2030 agenda. Just so you know, people call those smokestacks. That's actually water vapor. Am I wrong, Bob?
You are not wrong.
That's water vapor, people. They call them smokestacks. That's inaccurate. Now we got this little boy. Look at this. He's going under the rainbow. Under the rainbow, right? I love this. This is a global thing. And what's interesting is like all this stuff is with the Great Reset. And you know what's crazy is the fact that they're the ones that put these things into motion. They're the ones that put your George Floyds and all that out there. They had everybody all revved up with the virus shit. They're saying, I can't breathe. And then they, well, here's Floyd Bob. All day long, they're terrorizing people with all these videos of, oh, how many infections today? Huh, there's 20 million, 10 million, another million. How many deaths? All day long, this was what the news was doing to people, telling them about death, death, death. People lived 4 years simply thinking about death, nonstop. This summer, get ready for the Bradys. All right, so very convenient, huh? That they did all this virus stuff and all that. People don't, the world's not supposed to be a Die Hard movie. We're supposed to have peace. They don't want you to have peace. Okay? Well, this is about Trump being lax on certain restrictions. He's allowing these companies to get away with a lot of stuff. And actually, this article here, I'm going to let Bob read it when she comes back because I can't see it. I'm across the room. But this here is about tariffs that he's going to put on tariffs on China, basically. If you import things from China, then there's going to be a fee that's applied to that. It's going to be more expensive. So what they're saying here is that the people that are now buying these more expensive items are going to have to now apply that to you. So you're going to be paying more money for whatever's coming, I assume, from China. I don't know if he's going to be doing this to many countries. I'm assuming he will. And what this is going to do is this is probably going to cause a lot of problems. Maybe this is why Joe Biden is saying stuff like, don't eat dogs and cats, right? You go out and you got to buy a fucking sack of bread for $30. Who knows? Who knows? Who knows? Who knows? All right. And we're going to come back to that when Bob comes in here. She just stepped away for a minute to shut our dogs up. All right, so this is going back to the whole thing about the fires.
Canada's fire authorities have never seen anything like it.
They're breaking all records here.
Almost 6,000 separate wildfires.
It's all record breaking, right? But we showed you earlier the most common cause of wildfires are actually humans.
Have burnt all over the country.
The worst forest fire in record.
1,000 separate wildfires have burnt all over the country.
It's the worst forest fire in record history. It's never happened before.
The fires are more intense. They're bigger.
Why are they bigger? Why are they bigger? They're bigger because they're supposed to be bigger because they got a blanket New York City with smoke. And like I said, I predict they're going to be doing this all over the world, this kind of stuff. Okay? So there's the wildfires that happen in Canada. It's getting bigger because we got to get to that new world. You got to get to that big reset, right? We got to get to that great reset. Can't do that if we don't have a bunch of people scared because they're breathing in smoke and dropping dead. Lots of people dying. Okay, give me 1 second, people. I'm looking for some other files. 1 second. But while I'm looking for these files, remember to subscribe to the real Futv. It is the greatest channel on demand, people. It really effing is. I should have organized these files a little better. That would have been a good thing. Okay, so the Great Reset. Okay, I'm just looking through these files. Give me 1 second, people. Okay, so we've gone over the Great Reset. Not completely.
Today on the newscast, the
Okay.
Migration is a global phenomenon that touches us all. Many of us know someone who has moved to another country or have migrated ourselves. By embracing the 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development and its 17 Sustainable Development Goals, we have an unmissable opportunity to harness the development potential of migration, to support beneficial outcomes, starting with reducing inequalities and putting the right policy.
All right, people, sorry, this thing is glitching a little bit. I'm going to go back. I'm going to try to make this big. Actually, I got to just shut this down. This file is glitching. That's what's happening. So I'm going to shut it down. I'm going to reopen it.
Migration is a global phenomenon that touches us all. Many of us know someone who has moved to another country or have migrated ourselves. By embracing the 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development and its 17 Sustainable Development Goals, we have an unmissable opportunity to harness the development potential of migration, to support beneficial outcomes, starting with reducing inequalities and putting the right policies in place to ensure safer, more orderly and regular migration. Migration has been a long-standing coping strategy for people to pull themselves out of poverty.
All right, so Bob's come back, people. That's why you're hearing a bunch of sounds, probably.
To cope with lack of basic infrastructure or search for better opportunities. People's reasons to move can also be influenced by conflict, natural hazards, or environmental conditions linked to climate change.
All right, so we got climate change, we got equality, and this is why people are migrating.
And in a global context of rapid urbanization, movement of people is increasingly taking place to cities and urban areas, enriching local communities and societies.
Enriching.
Both where migrants are and where they come from. The knowledge, skills and experience that migrants bring and gain in new places contribute to the labour force in key sectors such as health and play a vital role.
People, this doesn't even make any sense. It makes none. Because like I said, they're bringing in mass automation. We're going to go into that in a minute. I really got to get through this real quick.
In building diverse and productive societies. Migration can impact...
They're talking about they're bringing in all these qualities, but yet these people are bringing in mass automation that's going to be replacing many, many, many jobs. This is a known fact. So why are you flooding the country with migrants who don't even have a job?
Empower women economically and socially and help people realize their personal aspirations and educational potential. This encourages innovation, which benefits science, technology, and industry. With increased earnings, migrants are able to send financial support to family members back home.
This doesn't even make any sense what they're saying. Look, there's legal immigration. I don't know what the hell they're saying here.
This is critical to help reduce hunger and strengthen the resilience.
There's already migrants all over the world. But Bob, do you get this? Like, they keep saying migrants. And they're just basically shifting around the world. This looks very similar to what's going on right now.
This is the real world application of Imagine There's No Country.
It looks like it.
Starting with reducing inequalities.
Reducing inequalities.
But this is what I was talking about before. It's not about equality of opportunity. It's about equity of outcome. So it's not about, you try your best and if you succeed, you succeed. It's about, we have decided who will succeed because that is what is fair. Life is not fair. The world is not fair, and it should not be fair. That makes no sense.
All right, so they're trying to move these people around. That makes no damn sense. All it's going to do is destabilize these countries. That's all I see there. Hey, Bob,
because a key factor in what allows a country to be stable is a homogeneity or cohesion of cultural identity. Now, that doesn't mean that everybody needs to be the same, but everybody needs to be at least loosely coalesced around shared ideals. So in the United States, we have the Constitution, right? That is our roadmap of belief. Once you start introducing people who don't like the Constitution, don't know anything about the Constitution, don't understand what intrinsically it means to be a citizen of the United States, you have diluted to the point of non-existence what the United States is, and that is currently what they are doing.
All right, Bob, I was looking at this earlier. Can you look at this? This is more about the tariffs. What do you think about this? That he's going to be... What they're saying is that he's going to put tariffs on China, it looks like. He did this before, didn't he?
Yes.
But they're saying that they're going to apply this to the customer, so this is going to bring up the prices of everything, isn't it? Because almost everything comes from China.
The goal is that in response to the inevitable uptick in price, people stop purchasing that product, right? You do not have to buy Honey Nut Cheerios. You can buy an alternative, or you can just not eat fucking grain slop.
Yes, but a lot of products, things like chicken and other meat products, are actually processed in China.
So
that would
go
bring
to
up
a small family farm.
Well,
go to a meat co-op.
They're bringing up the prices of feed.
Right, but the thing is, there is always going to be a challenge, right? Just like if you were going out into nature to try to hunt a deer, the deer doesn't just like line itself up and lay down for you. So yes, there is going to be an effort required.
Yes.
But if you truly want to get the highest quality meat, go find a small family farm. If you can't do that, there's tremendous numbers of like co-ops and even some of these subscription services that focus first and foremost on meat grown in the US by farmers in the US in accordance with like ethical and husbandry standards. So fuck China, honestly.
Well, you can also move like to a more rural area and have chickens and kind of feed them bugs and all that and have them lay their eggs. I've seen people create like circular systems where they'll have it where they the flies lay eggs and then the chickens eat the eggs, and you basically just put like garbage in there, right, Bob? You put like you put some kind of waste product, and the flies lay,
food scraps,
like something you put in there. I forgot what it was.
It is food scraps,
but they didn't put food scraps.
They did. It was coffee grounds.
All right, they put something like, I guess, coffee grounds in that. So the flies laid their eggs, and then the chickens ate those eggs. So you didn't even have to pay for feed, and then the chickens would just lay their eggs. They would lay their eggs after eating these little maggots or whatever. All right, so that's one idea. You can also get guinea pigs and many other different kind of animals and just breed them.
Rabbits.
If you can have sustainable feed for them that you don't have to spend much money for. Rabbits are probably good as well.
Well, the way that you do it, right? So you use the waste from the animal as fertilizer for the soil. You don't need a lot of space to grow grasses and like for an animal, like for a plant-eating animal, high nutrient dense foods. You feed them those things that you grow in your own space, and then once they hit the appropriate weight, you cull them and they feed you. It's a circular thing. So it's not free, but you are not putting money into anybody's pockets but your own. More or less. Once you've got everything ready to get started, then it is a self-sustaining system because rabbits, like one good breeding doe, like a female rabbit that has babies, it's called a doe, and a meat stock doe will produce 1,000 times her body weight in offspring in a year.
The best thing to do in the future, and like I said, you saw Joe Biden. He said, don't eat dogs and cats. I know I spent a large portion of the beginning of the stream talking about the signs, but you got to read them. You got to read them. And he basically told you what's up. He told you. Look at this, Bob. Look at this. One of the biggest producers of beef in the world, America. And one of the things they want to do with this Green New Deal is lower the amount of beef that people can eat and what they want to produce. In the end, they actually want you eating fake meat. So what do you think? What is that going to do to the United States, Bob?
You will take my delicious blue rare ribeyes from my cold dead hands.
But I mean, look. So from what I heard, I think there's somewhere somewhere around 100 million cattle in America. I think that the figure might be higher than that, but it's a big industry in the United States. So when they come in and they say, well, you can't, it just seems like all their green shit is like geared towards destroying America.
Yep.
And from what I heard years ago, they were actually talking about, I think it was Israel, saying that they wanted to turn America into a third world country.
Well, that surprises no one.
And so what do you think happens when you go and you take one of their number one exports and you remove it? or you're limited to such a degree that it's just like nothing. So we have that. We have the beef, and they also they don't want us using crude oil anymore, or gas, and what do you think of that, Bob?
It's stupid. It's stupid. Yeah. It's harmful. It's destructive. But what it does is it weakens the body. It reduces the freedom. It destroys the economy. And it takes what is a very strong, very independent.
Did we already look at this here?
Nation and prepare it for a global economy.
So definitely. Bob, did we read this already?
No.
The U.S. #1 exports. Can you read that, please?
Crude oil, industrial machines, mineral fuels, including oil, machinery, including computers, electrical machinery and equipment, vehicles, aircraft, spacecraft, optical, technical, medical apparatus, gems and precious metals, food, beverage, and feed, with soybeans being the #1 product in this category. Soybean is only fit to be food for a ruminant.
Yes.
That is not for human consumption.
But
Neither
at the top,
is fucking kale.
But at the top of it is crude oil. And this is one of the things they want to ban. It seems like anything that's going to destroy America, they want to do.
Remember that guy? Okay. So when Trump often hold no effect.
All right. I'm just looking around, get ground Elon Musk. Okay. So we have some stuff about Elon Musk here. The AI revolution. Well, okay. Over here we go. This is stuff that Elon Musk is invested in. This is going to be the effects that we're going to experience very soon, possibly during the Trump presidency.
According to World Economic Forum, 85 million jobs will be replaced by AI by 2025. And on top of that,
2025, people. That's when Trump comes to office. 97 million jobs. Is that what that says there? Am I wrong?
I think they said 85 million.
Yeah, but on the form it says 97 at the top.
That is the growing job
growing
demand.
job demand. Okay, 85. All right.
At PwC, PricewaterhouseCoopers set an estimated 30% of all 20%. Blacks, only 15%. 2030, at least 14% of employees globally might need to change their careers due to digitization, robotics, and AI advancements. So what is Pew Research saying on who's going to
Once again, people, this is what Elon Musk stands for, is the removal of your jobs. That's what he stands for. So for people to build him up like he's some kind of savior, he's like, it's going to be great. This is what he said at the press conference. It's bullshit.
Affected by AI. If you look at this chart here, look what it says. What shares of workers are most exposed to AI in their jobs? So men, 17%. Women, 21%, more than men. Whites, 20%. Blacks, only 15%. Hispanics, only 13%. Asians, highest, 24%. AI is going to impact Asians the most, according to this. Then it goes to education. Less than high school diploma, it's not going to affect you. Why, though, somebody may ask. High school diploma, 12%. Some college, 19%. Look at bachelors. The most educated people who have gone to this school and educational system that we have, that we're going to be all free if we get this degree. They are the ones.
All right.
27%.
People,
most likely.
Sorry, I had about a million different things on my screen. I had to close, so you didn't get to see that, but you heard it.
Likely to be impacted by AI, but I'm following what you're telling me to do. I went to school. I got this degree. How can this impact me? There's a reason for it. Let's break it down. Because on this next page, it talks about what jobs are going to be automated. Number 1, customer service representative, automated. Receptionist, automated. Accountants and bookkeepers.
Oh, that's great. So now we can talk to a machine instead of a guy in India. Is that great, Bob?
That actually might be an improvement.
Automated salespeople, automated research and analysis, automated warehouse work, automated insurance underwriting, automated retail, automated. Now, here's something that says which jobs will not be replaced at all. Number 1 is teachers, which I don't know about that because I think a lot of teachers, how many people are taking Udemy classes and there's going to be these videos that are being made that are faceless videos. It's just audio. Put the content, go. You know how many YouTubers right now have millions of subscribers? You don't ever see a face. It's just automated. You can create content now.
That's me, man. Just kidding. You don't see my face, but I definitely don't have millions of subscribers. I really should. Remember to subscribe to the Real Food TV. It is a great channel on demand. Remember, subscribe.
Did you watch the video of Sam Altman talking about the new advanced AI, what it's doing?
Altman, where do you think he's from? Where he's from, Bob?
That dude's an asshole.
Altman?
That guy has his.
All right, let's watch this.
I says, here, let me show you guys what this got hundreds of millions of views on social. We'll give you an example of it. One guy says, how about a person walking in the streets of Japan while it's snowing? Advanced AI just made that video and it looks 100% real. What if somebody is stuck in, space and he's...
All right, people, remember when I told you about the numbers? Look at this.
Advanced
and
AI...
people are saying, oh, you're crazy. See this,
just made that video and it looks 100% real. What if some...
Look at the number on his forehead. You see that number? Bob, you see that?
Yep.
He's got a 33. People don't know.
It's sourcex.com.
Yes, x.com, huh? Sourcex.com. You know who made x.com? You know who that is?
That's Elon.
That's Elon Musk. He's obsessed with the X and he's people. It's connected. Charles Manson obsessed with the X. And I forgot to put the video. I might put it in a minute. It's Dr. Kevorkian. A lot of people that would be afraid of him. He talks about the transitioning, kind of like the transformation of the X to the swastika. And that's what we saw in Charles Manson with the X on the forehead, right? It went from an X to a swastika. And we might see the same thing with little Elon.
He's stuck in, space and he's wearing a red something hat.
There it is. You saw it clear as day. 33.
Wearing a red.
The number of transformation, death. There's many meanings, but the transformation is what I think they're really trying to sell. And in a way, it's a death. It's the death of the old world, right? Now we got this weird AI crap. This is sick. It really is sick, Bob, because when you can watch, really, at some point, people are just going to have to turn the TV off because you're not going to know what's real and what's fake. The news can be completely, they're already lying to you like crazy, but when they got technology like this, they could just make up anything.
It's something hat or whatever it was. That person is created walking on space, going to a spaceship. All of these people are putting this stuff. Within seconds, that video pops up. Do you know what happens to the film industry? I need a scene with somebody going through this. Boom, within seconds. You know what's going to happen with...
And I think this is why they're currently destroying the film industry. They're telling you they're all evil pedos and blah, blah, blah. And so you're totally fine with it. And in the future, all your movies are probably going to be created by artificial intelligence. I think there's going to be, people are going to be oversaturated and they're going to go back the other direction. They're going to become more looking for human interaction and being less into this shit, because at some point, people, it's just too much. But people need that human interaction. We can't just be sitting around watching, obviously you should be watching Futv because we just ramble forever and make no sense. I'm just kidding. I make complete sense. You just got to piece it together in your mind.
No one's listening to you, our editors. Do you know what's going to happen to these editors? I have 2 editors here right now asking me to be a construction worker at the end of this video. I told them, no, Sam and Mike, we're not doing it. You're going to be editing for us. Teachers, in my opinion, will be affected by this, but in this...
I think teachers 100% will be replaced by automation. Como came out a few years ago and he said, during the whole virus shit, he was like, I don't even know why we have schools anymore, right? That's what he said. Why do we have schools anymore? In New York City, they were giving all the kids laptops. I thought this virus was gonna be gone in what was it, Bob? 2 weeks to flatten the curve. 2 weeks to flatten the curve. Remember Total Recall? 2 weeks. 2 weeks. Maybe there was some symbolism to that. People, who knows, right? 2 weeks to flatten the curve. Give the people the air. Right, Bob? All right, so 2 weeks and it never came. And then Como, they went from we want to go back to it's not about going back. It's about going forward, which is a lot like cattle. Cattle go forward, and we got our herd immunity like cattle. But what was really funny is that we went from trying to go back to now there's no going back. It's all about going forward. And then Como coming out and saying stuff like I said, he said, I don't even know why we have schools anymore. It went in, it was crazy. And then I think he said, Bob, it's not about going back. It's about being better. And then they all started saying build back better, like they were fucking pod people.
Opinion, according to Pew, they're not going to be. We'll see who's right. Lawyers and judges will not be affected by it. Bunch of judgmental people. Directors, managers, and CEOs won't be affected by it. HR managers won't be affected by it. Psychologists and psychiatrists, you're safe. Surgeons, you're safe for the time being. Computer system analysts, you're safe. Artists and writers, although some people may say ChatGPT starting to write a script. If you want to go on ChatGPT and say, write me a hip hop song in the words of the way Tupac would speak, but the way that Trump speaks. And and then boom, you put it together. You can write music nowadays. How many people that are writing lyrics are using ChatGPT today that maybe they didn't have that 20 years ago? Maybe some of that is also being automated. Now, top 10 skills on the rise according to World Economic Forum. Number 1, creative thinking. I don't know if Klaus Schwab knows. That's been on the rise for a long time, but these guys just figured it out.
So you guys see it. They're trying to bring in all this automation. It's going to cause a big problem. You never hear about it. When do you hear Ben Shapiro talk about this? When do you hear Steven Crowder talk about this? When do you hear any of them talk about this? Never. That's when, never.
We got a comment, Genius of All Geniuses, saying that they forgot to list unadulterated excellence as a chief American exports. Agree, sir.
Yeah, there's a lot of things that are exported, and then here's your guy Elon Musk over here. You know, Elon Musk. You want to read that, Bob? This is his humanoid robots.
Elon Musk reveals toughest part of building Tesla's humanoid robot. Improving the design of.
Sorry about that. Sorry.
Improving the design of Optimus for ease of manufacturing.
Yes, so he wants to make. He actually. They're from what I read, it said that they want to make it where these things are more common than cell phones, and they said they're going to be that. Elon Musk wants to put these on assembly lines and just load everything up with them. Okay, so we got over here, Bob. Let's see. Can you read that? Oh, this is about Elon Musk's crazy satanic leather outfit. Okay,
and he spent $7,500 on it, apparently.
Yes, and then Elon Musk over here, this is what he wants his robots to cost, $20,000 to $30,000. The average salary is over that. So basically, you buy one of these Musk bots, and you don't have to. You just buy it, and then you just fix it. And then once you buy it, it'll go on for years and years and years. It replaces human labor.
And the thing that's important, right? So if you are a shift worker in retail, anywhere, there's 3 shifts, right? However, these robots do not need to sleep. They do not need to eat. They do not need to take vacations. So that is 3 people replaced by 1 robot, right? Because that robot can work 24 hours a day, 7 days a week until failure.
All right. And here's Elon Musk talking about, again, this is Joe Biden. Remember, he's talking about you can eat dogs and cats. This is last week. Musk said during a virtual town hall that America will experience a temporary hardship for long-term prosperity. We have to reduce spending to live within our means. Does this sound right? A multi-billionaire is going to tell you got to live within your means. Is he going to do that? Of course not. Live within your means, said Musk, who has pitched himself as the director of a new Office of Government Efficiency under a second Trump administration. Yes, there you go. I don't believe these people at all. They're setting the stage for who knows what, cutting. They're going to cut all kinds of crazy stuff. They're supposed to become the boogeymen. They really are. And you're going to see it in the next few months or the next few years. This is more of Musk's robots. He actually openly said that these robots will be able to babysit your children. Talk about a weird, fucked up world. You're gonna
That's
have
a no thank you from me.
Yes, you're gonna have these weird robots taking care of your kids. It says somewhere towards the bottom, I think. Yeah, it says here it could babysit your children. So these robots are just gonna do everything, right? They're gonna take the jobs away from everybody. All right, we got Musk over here. Will Elon Musk fire a third of the U.S. government? So we have a fucking multi-billionaire dude. I mean, this is sort of like when Bill Gates came out and they posed him like he's some kind of scientist or something. Like, since when is this guy the kind of guy that can run a government? Like, since when? This motherfucker, all he does is buy everything. He creates nothing. He's never created anything in his life. Everything he gets, he buys it. He buys everything. Mm-hmm. So what is he going to create? These robots. But
this is exactly what Trump did in his first term. He had Bannon and he had all of these iconoclasts, if you can really call them such, in his administration, pushing their own agenda, pushing their own whatever. And because although he can have good ideas, he can do interesting things, at the end of the day, he likes to please. He wants to please the people he cares about in some capacity, and in whatever way he cares about them. And so he is very, very subject to influence, much like many leaders throughout history have been undone by the people that they have around them.
What do you think about that right there, that comment, Bob?
I think that that's plausible. You know, the tech just keeps getting better.
Can you read it?
We're working on perpetual fuel cells with a less than 0.001 failure rate by 2027.
Right, and so what is that? Is that an electric thing?
Yeah.
I don't think that'll ever happen. I don't think they're gonna do that. Maybe they would, and they would probably give you a car that they would probably make you pay for till the end of time. You probably would not be able to own it. You'd probably just buy it by the month, and that would be, you buy it by the week or month or whatever. Possibly, who knows? Maybe even by the day. You know, like you just could rent it for some large fee of money. We don't know.
He's not talking about for cars.
What is it for?
He's talking about for the Musk robots.
Oh, the Musk bots. All right. Sorry. Okay, so we got this video here. We're going to go over this real quick. Sorry, I put my screen in the wrong place. Okay. This is a guy, I guess a religious channel, and they're talking about what's biblically what could be coming.
Prophecies are being fulfilled with the events that are happening all over the world. Elon Musk, the richest man in the planet, is a prime example of biblical prophecies coming to life. He wore an armor called the Devil's Champion on Heidi Klum's Halloween party on the 31st of October 2022. The name of the armor says it all. Elon Musk has gone fully satanic and is no longer hiding it anymore. If you look at the chest of the armor, you will see the Baphomet with the upside down cross on the head of the Baphomet. The armor is screaming Antichrist. Just look at how satanic the armor looks.
Yeah, we see it. We know that the armor, it's intentional. You know, it's supposed to be satanic.
With the great man of the earth, for by thy sorceries were all nations deceived. Elon Musk, 18 verse 23. For thy mentions were the great man of the earth, for by thy sorceries were all nations deceived. Elon Musk is one of the great merchants of the earth. Here is another great merchant of the earth, Mark Zuckerberg. Here is a video clip of Mark Zuckerberg from 2010. Listen at what they are saying.
Maybe I should take off the hoodie.
Take off the hoodie.
Go ahead.
You want to? Go ahead. Here. I'll get someone. You all right?
Yeah.
This is a great moment in internet history.
What?
Yeah.
What are we gonna do with the mic?
Put it on your.
Put it on the collar. Who wants?
You need some help?
Yeah.
All right.
Sorry about that.
We're not even yelling at you.
Yeah.
Yeah.
We're not gonna yell.
No, we're not.
So he takes that off, and it's got that symbol on the back that it has on the other one. It has the 666. Talks about the mission goals. The blue is for sure. That's some. I would say it's some Israeli stuff. Usually that blue color is associated with Israel. Which also, and you know, color theory obviously is, if you know color theory, the color blue is usually associated with good things. Honesty, cleanliness, many good things.
Manos, they're talking about Elon Musk.
Not know, SpaceX is a...
Say that again, Bob.
Someone in your comments was asking what Elon meant, and I'm saying that they were talking about
I don't know.
Elon
You tell
Musk.
me. I don't know. I didn't know there was any.
He was
detail.
asking, because I'm guessing he came in and heard the video talking about Elon.
Yeah.
It's Elon Musk that they're talking about.
Yes, they're talking about Elon Musk.
Spacecraft engineering company owned by Elon Musk. This is what is written on the website. Dragon, sending humans and cargo into space. And we all know who the dragon is. Revelation 12 verse 9. And the great dragon was cast out, that old serpent, called the devil and Satan, which deceives the whole world. Which takes us to NASA. Look at the logo of NASA very closely. The word NASA means to deceive in Hebrew. That's why you see the serpent's tongue on the company logo of NASA. Again, that old serpent called the devil and Satan, which deceives the whole world. Here is where things start to get really interesting. All these great merchants of the earth seem to have one thing in common, which is the connection with the Pope. Here is Elon Musk with the Pope. And here is Mark Zuckerberg with the Pope. And this is the Pope's audience hall at the Vatican. You can see a serpent when you're looking from the back of the auditorium. And the head of the serpent is clearly visible on the outside view of the auditorium.
So this goes back to what we were talking about, things being hidden in clear sight. That's what you see. You see the snake, all that. This is what these people do. I've actually seen people do this. We live in an area where there's a lot of Masons, and I've actually seen people do things like this. They play games and show you things like you don't know it's there, and you're like, oh, look. And then, you see it. And it's not a dick. It's not P. Diddy, all right? All right, okay, so we're going to go back to the flooding a little bit. We're closing it out. I know Bob's very, very tired. We're almost done. All right. So basically, urban centers are more prone to flooding. So this whole thing, every time, Bob, can you please read this right here?
Urban centers are more prone to flooding than other areas. Streets, parking lots, and buildings are impervious, preventing water from seeping into the ground. The severity of flooding is increasing due to more intense storms, expanding development into hazardous areas, and high levels of physical and social vulnerability.
All right, so what were you going to say?
I was going to read the end of the
all right,
thing.
read it.
Minority communities often face a bigger share of hidden risk.
That's such a weird, stupid thing to say, isn't it?
No, it's not, because a lot of minorities live in relatively lower income housing, which tends to be built on less desirable areas, which makes them higher risk.
All right, so Bob is tired. So this right here actually talks about how flooding is actually really good. It's actually good for food products, plant, the whole thing. It's just great for the planet. I don't know if Bob wants to read this right now. I'm going over a lot of documents, but this whole document here, I'm going to slide it. So if you guys want to read it, this is just floods carry nutrients. It says floods recharge groundwater. It's a lot of good things. There's negative things that come with flooding, but only the negatives only come when they're near city areas. So, you things that have like waste facilities. So, sometimes that flooding will kind of, obviously it's going to get in there and it's going to spread that across areas it shouldn't be in, like in your food supply. That's where it's bad. But for the most part, flooding is actually really good. It's a natural occurring thing, and is in most ways, it's actually good. It's a good thing. It's just not good, I guess, when you flood out your city area. Now your car can't get through and all that. But those are artificial environments. That's a city area, that's good. That's prone to happen. That's going to happen. That's just a thing that happens. Because, like I said, we just read the other thing. Urban areas are more prone to this. You never see this happening in areas that are, like a rural area. They always show you like, some place in Brooklyn or in Manhattan or Queens or California. They'll show you some flooded out area, but it's always in a city area. They're never going to show you farmland that's got like a lake in it. It doesn't happen because they're full of shit. Okay, and this is when the biggest flood happened in history, or written history, right? It happened in China back in 1931. Can you read this, Bob?
The 1931 China floods are considered the deadliest in history, with estimated deaths ranging significantly due to the scale of the disaster. Another deadly flood was the 1887 flood on the Yellow River in China, which killed over 900,000 people. The 1889 flood in Pennsylvania also caused widespread devastation, with the collapse of a dam that unleashed 16 million tons of water.
All right, so the most deaths that ever happened on record was basically, when was the automobile created, Bob?
Like 1918.
All right, so there was almost no automobiles on the road, but yet we had some of the worst flooding The worst flooding on record that killed the most people was back in 1931. So we
was in 1887.
Oh, 18. So why is it saying 1931 floods?
It's considered the deadliest in history, but we have no number.
All right, so 18, what is it again? 18 what?
87.
So in 1887, this is when this happened. There was barely any cars on the road, probably.
There were no cars on the road.
Or there was none. So the first car was built when again? Do you remember?
In the 19-teens.
Okay, so there were no cars on the road. That's even better. So it proves my point. Sorry, people, I'm doing a lot of stuff here, and I have these noise-canceling headphones on. So there was massive floodings and deaths before any car existed. There wasn't a bunch of fuel being burnt, and also this is China, which has one of the largest populations in the world. Today, it has one of the largest populations. They have loads and loads of vehicles. If you go to the city areas in China, these are considered some of the most polluted when it comes to air pollution, some of the most polluted areas in the world. And yet they don't have a massive flooding or any of this other stuff. And they live in city areas as well. Anywhere over there. Obviously you have typhoons and all that, but that goes way back, right, Bob? That's way before the creation of any kind of like cars I don't even think they even burnt fuel or any of that, did they?
I mean, as long as humans have been alive, they've burned fuel.
No, but I mean things like fossil fuels.
Coal.
Yeah, coal. Okay, we'll say they did. But nowadays, with all the cars and everything and all the pollution, you still don't see these massive floods that are killing everybody. Because the idea, what they're saying, is that the people are burning so many fossil fuels that it's just like killing everyone, right? It's destroying the environment, and we're having these massive floods all the time. But even with that information, the biggest flood ever, the most deadly, was before the creation of the automobile. You don't think that's kind of weird?
I mean, I think that this idea that cars are killing the planet is stupid and it makes no sense. So.
Okay. All right. So this was something I was supposed to show earlier. We're going to show this. This is the guys that shot our totally real president. They interviewed this guy. His name is Crooks. We go back to the meaning of these words. Shepherd's crook. There you go. You use it to herd sheep. Am I wrong, Bob? This is a crook. There's also another meaning for a crook. It's like a person who's a criminal, right?
Yes.
It says a shepherd's crook is a long and sturdy stick with a hook on one end, at one end, often with the point flared. How do you say that?
Flared.
Flared? Oh, I can't read it. I'm an idiot. Outward, used by shepherds to manage and sometimes catch sheep. In addition, the crook may aid in defending. Okay, there's more to that. I don't know why it says in defending. What, you kill? What, beat an animal with it when they're getting near your
yes,
near your sheep? All right, so that it also has another meaning which has to do with criminal acts. A person who is dishonest or a criminal. The hook staff of a shepherd. Crook. So this guy's last name was Crooks. I thought that's interesting in the way that this event of this guy being totally actually shot, right? It was totally real. Brought together all the conservatives for the most part.
Jim, when did you realize?
And they even had supposedly had these groups coming out, these Christian groups, supposedly saying that this guy was actually protected by God.
Wrong. When I saw part of my sleeve go away, and I heard.
Yes, this is people. This is from the mainstream media. This is the guy. He supposedly got shot. He's over. What is he? 70-something years old. He got shot, and it's his story. It's totally real.
Jim, when did you realize something was wrong?
When I saw part of my sleeve go away, and I heard. I heard it.
Yeah, I made fun of this earlier because he said he saw part of his sleeve go away. It's like it's going in a hurry. It didn't even say goodbye. It left its hat.
Distinctly. And I turned around to my friend and I said, I think I was shot. And that's when I got the second one. And then I went down. But, I had no realization of anything, except I couldn't figure out why my shirt left in such a hurry.
Yeah, again, it left in a hurry. It was, it had to go somewhere. It had a meeting. It's like Bob. Bob's got to go to bed because it's super late. It had to go to bed. It left in couldn't understand why it left in such a hurry. And once again, it left its hat behind. It should have taken its hat, left its car keys. I don't know how it's going to get home.
David, what about you? When did you realize something was wrong?
Oh, it was like getting hit with a sledgehammer right in the chest. I knew as soon as I got hit because there was chunks of bleacher and shrapnel flying all around.
Chunks of bleachers. Man, there's some big bullets. They hit Trump in the ear and he had nothing there. I just saw his ear recently. There's not even a scratch on it. All right, they had chunks of bleachers. Chunks. That's just crazy. That's effing crazy. Chunks of bleachers. All right, so those are people that they were totally actually shot. This guy's gonna save us all, and there was an assassination attempt, and it was completely real. It was 100% real, people. 1,000,000% real. I don't want to say anything bad about this guy. So there he is with the communistic fist. We can do it, right? He's cryptocurrency. He's all into the cryptocurrency. He's into he's into all of it. We got a lot of interesting stuff coming our way, people. A lot of interesting things. A lot of effing interesting things. Okay. I think we're just gonna. I think one last thing I'm gonna watch before I get out of here. Sorry if this was like all over the place. I really should have just curated a lot of these clips. Okay, we saw the Great Reset, the serpent. The thing about the serpent, he's being lax with a lot of restrictions, which was going to allow these corporations to do some interesting stuff. He killed off the vape industry, totally grassroots movement. All right, 1 second, people. And he's most likely going to sink the Conservative Party. Conservative Party is going with them. They've instigated all kinds of stuff, the media, which are, they're setting the stage for what's to come. My guess is going to be very close to what we saw in Weimar, Germany, and in the Second World War. We're seeing a lot of signs pointing in that direction. All right, give me 1 second. I have a video here that's talking about the transformation of the crucifix, I guess the crucifix into the swastika. This is 1 second reading. I've just got to find the file. Sorry, people. Where the heck did I put it? People, remember, once again, I have to say it. I have to keep saying it. I'm not crazy, people. You're crazy. You just don't see the signs. Hey! Remember to open your mind.
Open your mind.
And subscribe to The Real Food TV.
Open your mind. Open your mind. Open your mind. Open your mind. Open your mind.
No, I don't really believe that he got shot. People would say that's crazy, but no, the dude didn't get shot. He never got shot. That was some bullshit. You get hit with a bullet in your ear, people, your ear's coming off. And I don't care if it's a 22. You're getting shot in your ear. You got to be the luckiest guy. That's like movie level luck right there. That you get shot in your damn ear and your ear's fine. I've seen all kinds. I should have shown that on here. I might do that in another video. Just to show people that's not how bullets work. You get hit in the ear with a damn bullet. That ain't going to look right. All right, so this is another interesting thing. We're getting close to the end of the show. Sorry, people. I'm effing random. I put a lot of clips together. Hopefully you guys can piece this stuff together in your brain. I kind of put it together. This is wait 1 second. This is ridiculously small. I'm trying to zoom this in. This is from a band called 9 Inch Nails. They predicted a world in the future. And there's also Marilyn Manson, the other artist who predicted this, that in the future there would be like militias. He had an album in there where he talked about, it was called Antichrist Superstar. It was about what he called the fascism of Christianity. And in a lot of ways what it is, and this is not to say anything bad about Christians at all. They're great. The thing is that a lot of times they get sucked into evil. They get sucked into the beast. So they're getting fed by the beast, they're being told to hate their fellow man. So when you see this kind of rhetoric you see in the news right now with the kind of like, anti, look, the country shouldn't be overflowed with immigrants. They should go through the legal channels. But the thing is what the media is doing is they're trying to create extreme resentment and hatred and create basically sort of like a war. We might be seeing a holy war in the future. In this album, it's called Year Zero, which is really interesting because in the year 2020, they actually call that Year Zero in the media. And this album actually talks about things like reading your mind and satellites and all that. And that we're actually seeing that now. We're seeing that. Like, you got people who want to literally it's not even people. It's not even a joke anymore. They want to put chips in your fucking head. This guy openly talks about this, Elon Musk. It's called, I forgot the name of it, but it's like a brain thing. It's like Neuralink, it's called. So right here, this is what you see there is in the left hand, you have the Bible, and in the right, you have the machine gun. And so the guy who created this, his name is Rod Sheridan. He said that he envisioned the future where there would be militias of Christians, and they would just start rounding people up and all that, which is kind of interesting because that might actually be what's coming down the line. Not all Christians will do this because they will go by the teachings of Jesus. Right? They're not going to go with that. But this is what they want to suck you into. They want to wake up that beast in you. And this is why every day when you watch the news, they're like, the immigrants, they're gay, they're gay. Constant gay, immigrants, blah. And it's all, for the most part, it's like a red herring for what the real problems that are going on in the world. They're just going to, it's all immigrants, right? It's all gays. It's like, come on. They're pushing that on you as the number one baddie. And like I said, this is what Trump's going to come in and knock these things down. All these people are going to cheer, and in the history books, they're going to say, they were scum, they were this, they were that. They might even try to make religion illegal. There's all kinds of things down the line. The burning trees, lots and lots of things. Let's watch this. This is actually Dr. Jack Kevorkian. He's going to show you the transition between the crucifix to the swastika.
Would be. In other words, we don't know.
Like I said, people, good things, they can do this to you. They can take something good and make it bad.
Limits of length, of height, of color. We don't know the limits. So we have one fundamental concept, possibility. Now that is in the physical sphere. What about the mental sphere? Look here. We have a bunch of long, narrow, black rectangles. And we arrange them into this form of an asymmetrical cross-like figure. Well, some of you looking at this figure would say, so what? You're indifferent. Others look and say, that's a very delightful thing. And a few of you say, terrible, asymmetrical, very bad art. Now let's just rearrange just barely one or two of those possibilities that you're looking at there and see what happens. Look, now what happens? Now the majority of you are pleased. A few of you are disgusted, and a few of you are blasé, disinterested. Let's rearrange them a little more. Now what happens? Ha-ha. Now the majority...
This is also what I was talking about, the X, right? Because in many ways, a crucifix is an X. The lines may be shorter, but it's an X. And once again, you're transforming, just like Charles Manson. He took the X and he turned it into a swastika. That's how you have a company like Exxon. It's got the X's. They're actually crucifixes. It's the cross of the cross of Lorraine. That's what the Exxon symbol is. They're crosses. It's a cross, not an X. But I guess, like I said, they are X's. That's what a crucifix is. You turn it on its side. It's sort of like an X with like a longer. It's longer, in one end. It's not completely perfect. They're not the same height, right? But it is an X. They're crossing each other. So you're taking that X and you're transforming it into a swastika, which is the same thing that happened to Charles Manson. And this is exactly what I think is going to happen with this whole idea of the X. Like I said, they are in the vision of the X. This is why Charles Manson put the crucifix or the X in the center of his forehead, which is usually called the mind's eye. And remember, he said he was living in the thought. I'm in a thought. I live in a thought. That is the vision. When you listen to stuff like, if you listen to stuff like Queen, they have a song where they talk about one vision. And that's pretty much the same thing. This global vision has been around for a long time. We're now just getting very close to it. And people are, we're going into what they call the singularity as well. I think it's a big part of it. They've been telling us this in fiction. And who knows, people, maybe God is in the fiction, right? It comes from us, but maybe it comes from God. You know, he's kind of speaking through us. So we're seeing so many signs of this. You know, you look at sci-fi, you look at the Terminator, you look at so many pieces of art where we see this idea, and it keeps warning us over and over again. And what's crazy is that we might possibly going into it. The problem is that we might have to learn from it. That's the big issue, because this, to me, this is going to get really bad. The destabilization that's going to happen with this AI, what they'll call AI revolution, it's not great. It's not. We don't want AI creating our art, our music. It creates a terrible situation where governments can literally just come in and say, well, you don't have the right to create anything, and they'll be able to control the narrative of all information and belief and all that, where, oh, well, that's a bad belief, so we're going to have nothing in no art. You cannot question us. It's all going to be created by AI, and it's just going to go with the government agenda. It'll never step outside the lines. So there's all kinds of weird stuff happening. That's was one part of it with the AI. But this here has to do with that transformation between something that is good, something that is great, and then transforming it into something bad. And this is one of the things I see in the future when it comes to religion. They're going to turn it. And this is why you see this whole thing about, oh, well, the trannies and this, and you go against that. You're not into that. And I'm saying you don't have to hate these people. But what they're trying to do is create this thing. And this is like a symbol. It used to be a great symbol. And everyone loves it, right? It's a symbol, basically a symbol of love. And they go out and, well, it is a crucifix, you know, Jesus and everything. But what they're going to do is they're going to make this into a hate symbol. They're going to make it where they're going to try to outlaw this stuff, most likely. And so, like, this is why I show you the transformation between the symbol, the crucifix, and the swastika, which I think is really funny, because if you don't know, the swastika, the symbol of the swastika is actually ancient. It's a very old symbol. It's thousands of years old. There's nothing, it's not a bad symbol at all. It's a good symbol. I forget what it means. I think it actually means, it means something good. Like, forget the exact meaning of it, but it isn't bad. For most of human history, the swastika has been looked at as a positive thing. It's actually with the Hindus. I think they used it. They have the swastika. It's one of their big symbols. Actually, the Nazis were very into the Tibet, the people in Tibet, and they're into the swastika as well. Whatever. Let's just watch this.
Let's rearrange them a little more. Now what happens? Aha! Now the majority of you are disgusted, a few are pleased and delighted, and a few are blasé. So what have we shown with these extremes? We've changed the arrangement of just a few.
I think it's interesting that what he does here is that, look, it's a crucifix. It's a good thing. And then they turn it into a swastika, and then people have this negative response to it. But keep in mind, once again, the swastika was considered for the most part a good symbol. I got to look that up. But you guys look up the meaning of the swastika. It is an ancient symbol. It's not no Nazi shit. It was around way before that.
Possibilities, but look at the spectrum of emotional response. That's mental. So in the mental and physical...
Again, look, see the mental. This here is right. This is what they want to do. Most of the stuff is intellect. This is what it is. What we're fighting is a spiritual battle. It's basically good and evil. And so what they can do is they can get into your mental and try to manipulate you in many ways, almost manipulate you spiritually, right? So now you're just filled with rage and anger and you hate and all this stuff. But you gotta pull that out and like think logically and just kind of calm down. Don't be driven on emotions, because that's what they use against you, is your emotions.
But look at the spectrum of emotional response. That's mental. So in the mental and physical realm, we come up with a fundamental concept in our sojourn into this unknown realm. And the concept is possibility. Now, we all sort of know what a possibility is more than absolute idea or thing in itself beyond the senses. So substituting the word possibility doesn't hurt, and it helps a little. A possibility is defined in the dictionary as the capability of existence or transpiration, that which may transpire, that which may take place, or that which may occur.
Sorry guys, my dog's over here licking herself, whatever's annoying me.
Well, we've got possibilities, but what else do we need for our life that we're probing? There are infinite number all over. We need one other thing, and we know we have it, and that is awareness, perception, consciousness. Now, these are the only two things you need to assume to explain, really, in a way. You don't understand it, but it explains it in a way, the consciousness of our existence. First, you have possibilities, and then you have awareness of those. Now, if you had awareness without any possibilities, you'd have nothing. No existence. And if you had possibilities but no awareness, you have no existence. Therefore, existence is defined fundamentally as the awareness of at least one possibility. You see, if the only possibility were color red, you're aware of red. That's a form of existence of some sort, not in the human sense, of course. See? Now, first of all, what is the fundamental characteristic of possibility? We don't know. We don't know what it might be in itself. We know they're all different. There's an infinite quality. And the only characteristic they have in common is perceptibility. We know they all can be perceived. Now, we don't know anything else about them. See? Awareness, the only thing we know about that is that we have it. We don't know where the organ of it is. We assume it's the brain, but that doesn't prove it, assumption. The brain may be the organ of manifestation of awareness or consciousness, but it may not be the organ of production of the consciousness. It may contribute to it. In fact, the whole body, all the cells may contribute to the production of awareness, but it's manifested through the brain. Can't prove it, but it's a good theory. Now, exactly how many possibilities are there, and exactly where are they? Well, you try to imagine this as they're infinite in number. And the space we don't know yet. We're going to define space in a minute. We don't know what space is. So they're infinite in number, but you try to imagine this. Most people do by imagining a gigantic sphere of unlimited size. You can't really do that. It staggers the mind. Let's do it the other way. Let's take the sphere and turn it inside out so that the space radiates out in all directions. And the surface becomes condensed into a tiny central focus, like that. You see? Right in that spot is an infinite...
All right, so that's Jack Kevorkian, the what they called him Dr. Death. Sorry if that was really random. I don't know where he was going with that, but I watched it. Sorry, that was just random. I didn't watch that whole video. But yeah, he's actually very interesting. He's an interesting dude. All right. So, to sum it all up, people, what I think is happening is that we're getting played again. I think they're just like Trump did before. Remember January 6th, where he played these people. He had them go to the Capitol where they were going to go and basically frame them. You know, they did that so that they can create this narrative of that they're just crazy. They want to overthrow the government. They're evil. This dude's super racist. You got people saying that he's got Nazi letters on his hat. And all this bullshit, they're going back. So what you are is you're guilty by association. That's what you are. The conservatives are on the chopping block. Like I said, they are the only party that will be standing in the way of this global order, in the way of this what so-called Great Reset. This what they call it. They call it the Build Back Better, Green New Deal, all that shit. But all where it's leading to is Soylent Green. It's leading towards you being disarmed. It's leading towards you eating slop. It's leading towards you having no property. It's leading towards many, 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 many negative things. Maybe there's some okay things mixed in there, but I don't really see it being good for you being replaced by automation. I think this transition, this transition it's not going to lead to everybody keeping their rights for the most part. You're going to lose a lot of your rights. We're seeing it right now. You see it even Elon Musk is saying. He's saying things like you're going to have to suffer. Why do I have to suffer? Are you going to suffer? Why do I have to suffer? Why can't you just leave us the fuck alone? Right? Why can't you just keep things the way they were? But you got Klaus Schwab. He's still over here talking about, we need to change the social contract. Why is that? My guess is the reason why they want to do that is because they want to make monopolies okay. Because that's what this order's about. It's about monopolies. When Musk comes over and he wants to sell robots, right? What does that do? That puts a monopoly on physical labor. He's going to come out here. He's going to be selling these things to everything. He's going to go to the local Lowe's, right? The Lowe's. Not the Lowe's, not the LOLs. The Lowe's, like the hardware store. He's like, hey, I'm going to make a deal with Lowe's. Now you go in there. It's a bunch of fucking robots. No more people. So what happens to those people? Are they non-essential? Is that what you Is that what they are, bro? Non-essential. We're gonna remove what? Doctors. So we're gonna have, you know, we're gonna have what? I mean, doctors, people are already so not personal. Like, they're not like they used to be. You go to a doctor, they literally step in and step right out. It's like a revolving door. Like, they barely even look at you, to the point that they don't diagnose your problems. They come in and boom, they're right out the door again. It's already mechanical. What happens when you bring a robot in? There's all kinds of weird stuff that's coming down the line. They're trying to really fulfill their sci-fi fantasy. And many times that sci-fi fantasy, from what we've seen, usually goes sour. Because it's not the way we're supposed to be. Right? We got to be connected to God's world. And that's the land. That's us communicating with one another. Yes, I know I'm using this medium, you know, the internet. But I'm speaking to people personally in a live form. This is a live show. This is why I keep the shows live. Because I like to have people in here. There's a lot more to say, people. Sorry that in the beginning I went all completely, you know, I went into the symbolism. A lot of people don't really know that. I didn't go too deep into it, but there's a lot of weird stuff. Some of it's kind of comical. It really is. There's a lot of stuff to go into, people. But I want to thank you all for joining me. I want to thank you all for watching my rant. But again, I don't believe that this guy really is what people think he is. I think he's the Pied Piper, and he's gonna sell everyone down the damn river. That's what he's gonna do. I think he's really gonna do it. They pulled a lot of shit during his first presidency, and they're gonna do more the second. I don't think a lot's changed. The thing I am okay with about voting, and I did vote. I did vote, and the reason I vote is because it's good to have hope. You gotta have hope, people. There's always hope. Every day, all this stuff is circular. It comes and it goes. Well, we'll be fine eventually. You just got to be vigilant. So I say you got to be vigilant. Get ready for what's coming. Remember, Joe Biden, don't eat no dogs or cats. Be vigilant for what's coming, because it comes anyway, regardless if you want it or not. It's going to come. But if you can prepare for it, obviously it's not going to be anywhere near as bad. But yeah, I don't think this guy's gonna really do what people think he's gonna do. The whole thing is, I think he's gonna push their agenda forward. He really is the next step for it. All the stuff I see in the media about the Nazis, they're Nazis, they're evil. And you know, you see the Musk with the hat. I mean, it's going back where we were 4 years ago when Trump, you know, every day they were saying he's racist, he's racist, he's racist. And in the end, all that's and then when he comes out and he doesn't really do anything but say something stupid in order to make himself look even more racist. That's being done to make the conservative look retarded. That's so that you're guilty by association. And when you keep coming in and making excuses and saying like, oh, well, he didn't mean that. He meant it this way. Oh, he didn't mean it that way. He meant this way. But in reality, what they're going to do is they're going to look at you and they're going to say you're a fucking racist. And that's the whole agenda. That's the whole point. That's one of the points of this whole thing. And then again, when he comes in and they're going to burn some fucking trees and all this shit, and he comes in and it kills people, and or he doesn't do something. They say, oh, well, he didn't sign that agreement, and this is why all these people are dead, blah, blah, blah. You know, they're going to keep pushing this till they get to their new world, you know, their new world. Oh, I won't say the whole thing because they'll probably kill my video and whatever. But that's the agenda. It's their new world, you know, like the end of the WCW. Remember Hulk Hogan? Yeah, you know what I mean. Remember, people, to subscribe to the Real Futv. It's coming, people. Remember to be vigilant. And we're going to be coming back real soon. This was a very long rant. I want to thank Bob, who went to sleep, for being on here. And I want to thank everybody that came over here and listened to my rant. You've been watching Trust the Science, people. This Trust the effing Science. All right. Trust the effing science. It is really amazing, people. Want to thank everybody that came in here for joining me on this rant. People, I'm not effing crazy. Remember, I'm warning your ass. That's what I'm doing. Open your damn mind.
Open your mind. Open your mind. Open your mind. Open your mind. Open your mind. Open your mind. Open your mind.
Yeah, I chopped up 9 hogs, and I'm going to chop up some more of you mother. I'm going to kill you as many as I can. I'm going to pile you up to the sky. I figure about 50 million if I can.
That's environmentalist Charles Manson. People didn't know that. You know that actually a Hare Krishna set him on fire? Tried to kill him. A Hare Krishna, people set him on fire. You know Hare Krishnas are like non-violent. Isn't that crazy? One of them set Charles Manson on fire. But a lot of people, like I said, they didn't know that he was a environmentalist. But once again, there's so much more to say, people. Next time, I'm just going to go right to the point. There's so much more to say about this. We have a whole episode on this show, Trust the Science, about robotics that I'm going to go into. There's so many things to say here. It's freaking insane. But people, again, man, thanks a lot for everyone who came in here. People, watch the skies, people. The smoke is coming. The smoke is coming. Get ready. And have yourselves a good night. See you later.
I chopped up 9 hogs, and I'm going to chop up some more of you mother. I'm going to kill you as many as I can. I'm going to pile you up to the sky. I figure about 50 million. If I can get about 50 million of it, I might be able to save my trees, my air, my water, and my wildlife. You want to get 50 million? Well, that's just a drop in the bucket. Yeah, I chopped up 9 hogs, and I'm going to chop up some more of you mother. I'm going to kill you as many as I can. I'm going to pile you up to the sky. I figure about 50 million. If I can get about 50 million of it.